I'm supposed to, I'm told I do in general, but I don't think people on Hangouts have seen me do it. It's how I'm supposed to know that I dream even though I don't remember it. People heard me talking in my sleep. So it was like I was dreaming. They tell me I have to be talked to, and then I'll answer. My answers will only be like answers to what I'm dreaming about, not to what they're saying.
Naughty, naughty, huh?
Yes, you rang.
That was a good discussion earlier with Jim Barber on the whole proselytizing and warm blanket, proselytizing and giving the homeless food. That was a good discussion.
Yeah, shame it died out. I guess he's 3 time zones ahead, so it got late for him. Damn shame I missed the changeover. That was hot stuff.
Oh,
Gnostic.
you've gone live, Nadia. There's no one in the
Yeah,
room yet.
I know. We had a Gnostic, a pagan, a Druidic Taoistic pagan, and an Afrocentrist. That's hot stuff. Oh, and a Calvinist at one point.
Nadia, does G-Man come into your Hangouts?
Occasionally.
Mhm.
Why do you ask?
Well, I've never really seen him in your Hangouts. Maybe I've missed it. That's all.
He has his whims. He will occasionally appear in other people's hangouts.
Well, I'll just sit back here and see what happens. I'm in no rush. I got all night.
Yeah, I'm not sure when my appointment is, but I have one. I think it's at 1 p.m. I think John's Australian. Some random Christian seems to have said no to the event, that is. An error occurred. Try again later. I wonder if it's my audio setup. My voice just sounds terrible. Why can't you play it? By and large, you should not play recordings like YouTube videos. Don't play the YouTube video, especially not ones from like news channels or whatever. John, don't screen share. Don't screen share recordings.
Nadia, can you make John May live, please?
Oh, now that he stopped broadcasting the recording.
John May, don't broadcast the recording, so, okay, he agreed. Can you make him live now, Nadia?
I tried to. Why is it not broadcasting? There he is.
Nadia, that's the news.
Yeah, Nadia, it's talking about the shooters.
That's copyrighted. I just get my channel flagged down.
No, it's not copyrighted. It's in the public domain. The news is not copyrighted.
I will not get my channel flagged down for the sake of your mistakenness.
Everybody gets the news, Nadia, including you. There's no copyright on news. That's the whole idea of it, Nadia.
No, news is copyrighted. Yeah, I'd go with like France 24 or something. The only way we can point people to videos like that is by giving them links to it. Hi, Desert.
Hey Nadia, how are you doing?
Well, yeah, still a bit groggy.
Hey, Desert, would Google flag someone's account for playing a news clip?
I don't think so.
There
No
you go,
flags
Nadia.
accounts or anything. You can't rely on that. The letter of their rules and so on is not standard. They actually apply. They are pretty arbitrary. Any pretext they'll pretty much honor. How long was it playing? I may have to take this one down. How long was it playing?
Nadia, you don't need to take it down. It was just a blurb.
Okay, well, now I'm watching the video to figure out how it was playing.
15 seconds.
Yeah, let me get the exact timing on it.
Nadia, they cannot remove your channel or broadcast because of a news clip.
They can, and they do.
I've never heard of that happening.
Yeah,
Are you absolutely certain about that, Nadia?
I'm absolutely certain that YouTube goes nuts about taking down channels and so on.
Nadia, I can hop on YouTube right now and type in CNN news clip, and somebody will have a video of a news clip on their channel.
It depends a lot on how big of a target for false flagging you are.
Why does YouTube allow false flaggers to even ruin your channels? Why don't they actually view the video before they take them down?
Because they don't give a shit about the channels, they only care about the lawsuits and such.
Johnny May. No more news clips, Johnny May.
What about Cheerios? Do you think that Cheerios will take Nadia's channel down?
No.
But they're trademarked, Nadia. They're copyrighted.
Yep. It's copyright material, Nadia. Just like the news is. Are they going to take you down because of the Cheerios box, Nadia? Because if they take me down, they're going to take you down for eating Cheerios on fucking live TV. We're all going to go down together, Nadia. Coca-Cola's going to take you down for drinking Coke on live hangouts. I'm going to go down for advertising Cheerios. We're all going down.
Nadia, have you sprayed for the bed bugs?
I can't do so myself.
What if I mail you a big bottle of bedbug spray?
Nice. But Complex or whatever actually does spraying themselves.
Who do you think brought them in, Nadia, your neighbor?
I don't know. I don't think there's a way of knowing.
Is your suitcase packed, though, just in case?
Yeah, well, there's more to do with eviction.
Can they send a copper over and have him tell you to leave?
They could.
So what are you looking at, Nadia?
I tried to look at how bad of whatever kind of rules there are about this. They aren't actually standards or whatever.
Desert, you want to comment on cognitive dissonance?
Not this early in the morning.
Well, we need a topic nonetheless.
Would you say there are a few people fundies with that?
Fundies with what?
Cognitive dissonance.
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Let me adjust my mic.
Nadia, do you think Brother Jim is a fundy?
Brother Jim? Who's that?
Jim Barber.
Well, he says he is.
You don't think he's trolling?
Yeah, could it be trolling?
No. No, I don't think he is.
Do you think Rob Beasley is agnostic?
I don't know offhand.
Nadia, what are you eating?
Chocolate Cheerios again.
Can you read to us what's in them?
I'm sure. Yeah. Potassium's unfortunately only 2%. Vitamin A is 10%. Vitamin C is 25%. Calcium 10%. Iron 25%. Vitamin D 10%. Diamond 25%. Riboflavin, niacin 25%. Niacin 25%. Vitamin B6 25%. Folic acid 50%. Vitamin B12 25%. Phosphorus 6%. Magnesium 4%. Zinc 25%. Actually have deficiencies in Vitamin C, iron, vitamin D, and vitamin B6. Vitamin B12, phosphorus, magnesium, and potassium. So it's pretty pertinent as far as what it's fortified with.
It's the same box of Cheerios I got, Nadia. This is
Yeah,
exactly the same.
Right.
Same one in my picture.
What? What again?
Hang on. Oh,
Nadia, do you take vitamin pills?
I try to.
Me too. If so, Palm, that should be given to Shady for Christ.
It's what?
I was answering Palm Jam.
Are you a vegetarian, Nadia?
I try to be.
When Michael got you a hot meal, what kind of a hot meal was it?
What?
What kind of a hot meal did Michael buy for you?
Chinese delivery.
That's good. Did that meet your vitamin intake though? The Chinese.
I have no idea.
Can you buy salads and apples and such by you, Nadia?
They're generally not meaningful. Their nutrition content is not labeled.
Nadia, do you like raw celery?
It has the same problem. Actually, it's almost content free.
Well, I can't stand raw carrots.
The usual thing that I avoid or don't bother with things for is they aren't labeled with relevant nutrition.
Anna, is that the nurse? Yeah, I don't know. She hasn't been in a few days.
And I could use a bit less browbeating or whatever to what's the most respectful way to describe it?
Maybe she's getting ready to come to your house, Nadia, and try to
She
fix
buy, but she buys Nadia a bunch of food and then makes Nadia feel guilty about it after the fact.
it. Yeah.
I don't know, the package hasn't shown up. She sent it. Chinese food it is, but not the big food package. The more I don't know what you call it, is be the hygiene supplies or something.
Nadia, what would you do if she showed up at your door?
Actually, I wouldn't have to worry too much. The complex doesn't really let people in that are non-residents.
You hear her knocking on the door. She's like, Nadia! Nadia!
You won't let her up the elevator. Don't let overnight guests either.
She'll sneak in through the window behind of you.
Helps with stalkers. And there's actually like a security person on hand, so in principle I wouldn't be able to get raped in the lobby here like I did in New York.
In your complex, do you live on a second floor or higher?
Third.
Third. Okay, I don't know why, but I always thought you was on that first floor for some reason. I didn't even know you lived in a complex.
Yeah, I better. It's not like I can make it upstairs. I actually do have a vitamin C deficiency. They tell me to read the labels and make sure I'm getting enough when I eat. They don't tell me to do weird quackery.
Well, Nadia, you look nice this morning.
Oh, thank you.
You are absolutely welcome.
Yeah, that's funny. For all let's talk about, like, or hoopla about vitamin C. I mean, there actually something. It actually really is something going on with it, and some of it has to do with like the general issue with like measurement, fruit, and so on. So I guess my quote-unquote choices or whatever for getting vitamin C are pretty limited. So it shows up as deficient on blood work. They tell me about it. They tell me, watch what you're eating, count up the nutrition uh, nutrition values on labels.
And it would suck to have to worry about nutrition all the time, your nutrition intake, what you have to take specifically.
I do actually.
That's got to be a pain
Yeah,
in the ass.
yeah. I'm not really given a whole lot of credit for actually reading the labels and following the dietary directions or whatever. Well, at least to the extent I can. I'm actually not supposed to have. It's supposed to be going in for low residue, and nobody really cares about low residue issues. Gastroparesis.
Well, do you like Dr. Pepper in any form or fashion?
It's okay. It's not like I can really taste the difference between Coke and Pepsi or Dr. Pepper or Mountain Dew.
Oh, well, I can't stand it.
The important thing is, if I'm going to drink soda, it has to be diet. Because the raw sugar outruns medicine.
I can't believe I gave up soda 11 years ago, almost. And I don't miss it.
Yeah. They don't make a very big endorsement, but they do say it's one way for me to cope with stomach draining aspects of gastroparesis. And the fatigue and so on. I mean, I should really be on Provigil, not trying to, chug caffeine to stay awake, and it's not really working very well. Trick is, Provigil is not covered by the insurance. It's like,
I'm guessing you don't have the means to make coffee.
well, it's microwave, but coffee's like last resort for caffeine type stuff.
I can't go near caffeine again. I'll get addicted to soda.
I don't understand your concern, but anyway. Probably because you're not drinking diet.
I'll never
No,
drink, never drink diet or any type of soda again.
why? Why would it matter?
Soda's horrible for you.
I suspect you're going by or putting stock in alternative medicine, nutrition, whatever kind of things.
Well, I used to drink it all the time, and that was not healthy for me. I mean, I don't care what you drink, but for me,
Well, why? Was it diet or not?
nope.
Okay, that's why it was doing damage.
Honestly, didn't know diet would be that different.
The one and only reason why it ends up really being considered damaging in any sense beyond just dental is just the calorie intake you get from all the sugar in the regulator. You make a diet. Pretty much the only thing you have to worry about is eating away at your teeth too much. I guess sometimes stomach acid can be a consideration, depending on
Yeah.
if you have ulcers or something like that. We're literally talking about down to that kind of mechanical chemical issue, not actually any kind of, I don't know, content of whatever's in it.
Gotten so used to drinking mainly water that that's just enough for me.
Apparently you don't have fatigue issues that demand stimulants to stay awake.
Yeah, if you drink a lot of soda, can't that make you tired, Palm Jam? I don't know. I think it can, because it did for me when I drank it.
Soda makes you tired. How do you figure that one? Caffeine's a stimulant.
Actually, if I'm not mistaken, Palm Jam, doesn't soda actually dehydrate you? In a way or some sense?
Caffeine's also a diuretic, yes. Not a very powerful one. Well, that's part of why modafinil would do much better. And yeah, I have to keep I have to keep drinking it to stay awake over the day and such. Without it, I pretty much keel over random times.
Yeah, she
Almost like
wouldn't be able to do
narcolepsy.
the. She wouldn't be able to do the hangouts without it, is what you're saying.
It's not just the hangouts, be anything. I miss the medicines, and I don't have, well, stay awake stuff. So being in the hospital a couple of times. Yeah, caffeine's so weak that I have to do it kind of like nonstop. And it does have like, dental and digestive damage sorts of issues. Digestive stuff, in my case, is actually works more in my favor. For the gastroparesis. What should really be going on is I should be able to do a real low residue diet, number one, and I should have like Provigil, modafinil, whatever, so I don't have like basically narcolepsy. Doesn't qualify as narcolepsy for some technical reason, but it acts a lot like it. What do you mean a full psychological workout? What does psychology have to do with any of this? Yeah, I actually have been examined by shrinks. What is the psychological workout supposed to accomplish? What is a psychological workout? What depression? I don't say I have any.
Um,
Nadia, what did the psychiatrist say?
You say there's I have a phrase that works around the word depression. Something about situational mood or whatever.
that's a sweet tone.
I also say gender dysphoria. They diagnose that
So you don't have.
pretty much every time.
I'm
What?
sorry. I was just going to say you don't have depression in any form of fashion.
I say it's not psychiatric disorder type thing.
Okay.
Their phrase for it has something to do with mood. Mood and situational, and they have some other buzzword to dodge using the word depression.
Could the seasons have any effect on whatever that is?
I don't know what you mean, but
Like the weather, how hot, how cold it is.
seasons don't have a whole lot of effect on mood or whatever.
Hey, Revelation. Good to see you, man.
Peace,
Hi,
dude.
Rev. Good to see you on.
Hey,
How you, man?
not bad. How about you, Nadia? How you feeling?
Well, I'm better rested than usual. I seem to be getting to where I can sleep longer at a time after that one really bad one.
That's good. It's good. 19 degrees and snow in here, guys. I can see my breath in my house. It's crazy.
Welcome, you, man.
Sounds like an autark.
Oh, miserable and drizzly here. What are you still talking about food? Because I didn't want to come and hector you because I know I'm in a rut about food as well. But I was just asking if you wanted to like eat more cooked vegetables. I was just going to say you could get a slow cooker and throw loads of vegetables in and make vegetable soup. That's what I do sometimes. You can also make risotto in microwaves. Found out. And grilled vegetables if it's got a grill on the top, like peppers and onions and stuff.
Yeah,
Courgettes.
but Iman, the microwave kills the nutrients in vegetables, so it's rough.
Yeah, I've been told. I've heard that, but I don't. But the grilled bit wouldn't. But I see what you mean. That I'm not sure if the microwave does kill nutrients or not. But yeah, I suppose that is a factor maybe.
If you nuke something, you're not going to get the nutrients out of it. So, Nadia, you eat what you have to eat. Don't let people judge you for the Cheerios and that stuff. The doctor told you to do what you have to do. Go for it.
Yeah, I agree.
Tell me to read the labels, make sure I get certain vitamins, calcium and iron, or in there. C is actually in there too.
Yep.
And D, and the potassium, magnesium, phosphorus. They don't specifically say cereal, and it's one-stop shop. I mean, all the fortification pretty much does it.
I hear you. Did anybody happen to see last night Jesus on here, the Hebrew Israelite guy?
He was in here last night?
Yeah, I've been watching it with the conversation with the English Gnostic. I thought it was pretty interesting. He makes a very articulate case, but I mean, some of it is just must be. I mean, some of it, yeah, I could consider like ancient history, even though I would put it like right at the bottom of things I would consider actually being true. But when he talks about Queen Victoria being black, I don't think so. I don't think the past has been altered that much.
No, I'm just saying, Nadia, you have to go back and take a look at what happened when you were sleeping. Really interesting stuff. Very entertaining.
Did Jesus get loud and very confrontational?
Oh, yeah, and he was screen sharing pictures of his abs and stuff. I mean, it was crazy, man. It was nuts.
Oh.
Jeez, that guy's a trip.
Okay, now I have to go back for it, because sharing pictures of his abs.
Yeah, right, Nadia, right.
Yeah, why do all the hot guys have to be crazy?
I'm not even about to touch that one.
Okay.
No, Nadia, I'm telling you, you're gonna love the stuff that went down in there. Some very interesting talk of esoteric stuff. Ocean was in there. A guy named something, the Commando, something like that. Really interesting talk about esoteric stuff. Really, you'll enjoy it.
Yeah, it's a shame I missed the changeover. Yeah. Like after I went off air, kind of when they all left.
Rev, you still there?
Yeah, what's up, Desert?
I think you need to show Nadia your abs.
Oh, give me a break, dude. they're not going good yet. Not going good. I told you that the depression from Mom dying 2 years ago. I haven't been working as hard as I have to be, so
I'm really sorry to hear that, man. I know that's extremely rough.
Yeah, instead I was able to keep in shape. I did through dancing. Like, okay, well, I also spent a lot of hours on like treadmills or whatever in gyms. I could do
Nadia,
treadmills
stop
back
it.
then because
Nadia, come on. You know you look good. Stop it. All right? Come on.
Yeah, I think she knows.
I know what I look like. I look like a middle-aged fat man wearing a padded bra.
Would you fucking stop that shit?
That's ridiculous, Nadia.
I don't understand why you can't see it, Nadia. Listen, if you were a chick, I'd fly you out to PA and marry you. Okay? Come on. Stop it.
Well, according to some sources, I am one.
I hear you.
I thought you were when I first saw you.
Same here.
Used to
Yeah,
be
I
something
thought you
like.
were until I learnt otherwise. Mm.
How did you learn otherwise?
Well, it's discussed every now and then, isn't it?
I didn't know until I saw your little subtitle that you put up sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say, you announce it, Nadia. Transsexual? you know?
Yeah, I'm a woman. And I'm just a transsexual one. I'm working on getting fixed. In theory, California's, I guess, health insurance policies would have helped me in practice. Eh,
And see, Nadia, from
no
my
garbage.
standpoint, that doesn't even make sense. I mean, you want to talk about the most liberal place in the United States. I mean, you're in the best place you could be. So I just don't get this. Why aren't they helping you? I don't get it.
See, Nadia,
I
even
don't get it
prompts
either. Well, a lot of people know even what I don't say, so maybe the camera's kinder than I expect. I don't know, my voice is terrible, or sounds really terrible.
You know I'm younger than you, Nadia, but I look 10 years older than you do.
Yeah, I've spent 10 years of my life homeless. I've, had a heart attack and, 100 ketoacidosis things and a bunch of rounds of MRSA and so on.
So would a key to looking young be having heart attacks? Maybe I should have some of those.
The idea is, whatever appearance you get that might have is despite all that. So if, all that hadn't have gone on, I'd look, well, even that much younger.
Well, a lot of people say you look about 23 years old. So I don't
Yeah,
know.
Nadia, apparently your suffering has made you younger. Go figure.
I know. That's crazy.
Well, there was more than just the like disease vulnerabilities or whatever that went on. There's before type 1, I was like one of those people that never got sick a day in their life. Granted, there was only 20 years of that, but and
Mm.
you could imagine. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just thinking about that suffering keeping you younger. I was just wondering if there could be something in that. Because people who probably maybe there's you get smile lines, don't you, and maybe wrinkles around the around the eyes, don't you, from emoting a lot. So maybe that's why. Maybe if you're happy, you pay for it by aging. So it'd be a kind of justice in a way.
I've seen it the other way around. People who go through shit age and badly because of it.
Yeah, it fell flat. But I thought it might actually be something in it as well, though. But probably not. Anyway, shut up now.
What the fuck do I know? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I've kind of been around enough people who've had bad lives and such, and yeah, they look very old at very young ages. You know, like 35-year-old people you think were, rapidly approaching 60. Most reliable thing is if they've ever had drug issues. That's kind of like all bets are off at that point.
General harsh circumstances seem to age people pretty bad too.
Nadia, you lost your headphones.
Oh, sorry.
It's all good.
Oh,
Okay, it's back on.
And Nadia, is that your natural hair color?
Pretty much, yeah.
I hope
I
I hope I keep mine for a long, long, long time.
I dyed to cover up the gray, but
You have gray?
yeah.
You should let it all go gray one day. That'd be sweet.
Yeah, it isn't close to it. It's kind of like brighter Frankenstein streaks, except they're, I don't know, a bunch of them and much thinner or whatever. They do look pretty dramatic, given that they're got such a dark background and
What would you say? I'm sorry.
uh, yeah, it's one of the big things for job interviews. Dye those roots, whatever, because ageism is horrible. Go ahead.
Oh, when would you say your hair started to have gray in it?
Mm. I'd say probably around 10 years ago.
Really? Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's kind of the one thing that's cracking or in a really blatant way. Never had much hair loss issues, and I guess until the summer when my thyroid meds were seemed to be causing something.
Hair loss, Nadia? You don't look like you're losing any hair.
That's what I was gonna say.
I got a little bit of thinning, and then it bumped down my thyroid meds, and then part of it was they were jacking them up because my T3 was fairly low. Generally, try to let your thyroid do the conversion from T4 to T3 instead of giving you T3 on the side. I started getting hair loss from the T4 they were putting in, so they moved to a combination of T4 and T3. which I'm not sure people know about. Thyroid stuff's complex.
Yeah, that's way over my head.
It gets over mine too.
Yeah, same here.
The T4 and T3 levels, I can follow that much, but then TSH I can kind of sort of barely follow. Like, no. Okay, TSH looks suppressed, but yeah, if you're getting treatment at all, generally is. Or actually, not even generally, but sometimes is. But the TBG stuff is where I really fall down.
I have to ask you, that gold necklace, do you wear that one all the time or just sometimes?
All the time.
Okay, because I don't think I noticed
If I
it
take,
a few days ago.
yeah, if I take it off, it disappears. I've already lost quite a bit. Like everything I've ever earned, everything I've ever worked for, everything I've ever built, everyone I've ever, well, if not loved, then at least partnered with.
Not Nadia.
House, car, career.
Nadia, you said you were married. What was
Yeah.
your guy? What was your guy like? Tell us.
People on YouTube probably would have loved him. He was into a lot of New Age stuff, Mayan 2012 calendar conspiracy stuff. Big into like the Madonna Kabbalah stuff. He is really dedicated to this, I guess, movie he was a producer for, an independent, whatever, B movie. It's called Hunting for Herschel. Herschel being Herschel Gordon Lewis, the famous for Blood Feast or whatever, and other things like 2000 Maniacs and whatever. Anyway, there's he was kind of vaguely hippie. Was a bit older than I was during the 80s, but kind of more involved in the things going on then. At least you could actually hit the nightclub scene in the 80s. He had, he seemed to
You
be
loved
winding
him.
back from.
You loved him.
I cared about him a lot, yeah. I stuck with him, even though he betrayed me in some ways, and it's just absent from me in others.
I
Yeah,
was,
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I assume he was an atheist.
oh, he was some kind of New Age mysticism or something like that.
What
Like the law
sort of like maybe a Brother John type, Nadia? Deist?
I don't think he had that formal of a system. I think pretty sure he didn't have it worked out all that well.
Hmm.
Apart from kind of New Age mysticism, probably isn't a good way to categorize it.
Right, but believing in some sort of spiritual something, right? Not a straight up just naturalist materialist, right?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
He had like work he did as a writer and writer is kind of an interesting way to describe it, but it was for like, blurbs in these gay publications around the area. Send
Right.
them like literally ads.
Nadia, what Nadia, what attracted you to him?
Oh, well, I'd say it wasn't just a smile when he smiled. It was when and he would show understanding. He could somehow do it without, being dismissive.
Right.
Or
Nadia, where do you think he is now?
um, I haven't been able to find where he's interred. We think his mother has his ashes. There's like no site for interment.
Not what I mean. That's not what I mean, Nadia. You know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, she's got afterlife, so.
Right.
Hey, Nadia,
Yeah,
um, when did he pass away?
passed away on 20th November 2009.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah. You'll notice 20th November is the Transgender Day of Remembrance.
How long have you been on Google doing these hangouts?
Yeah, since early 2012, basically after I got out of the hospital with a heart attack.
I see.
Yeah, I found like trans, I don't know, support channels in IRC. And then, they passed around links to Hangouts, and I joined the Hangouts and so on.
Yeah, my mom died. I'm sorry, Desert. My mom died on January 20th. So it's going to be coming up soon for me. Third anniversary of her death, and I can't get over it. I'm self-medicating with booze. It's the only way I can get through a day. I'm going to tell you.
Um, Rev, what happened to her, if you don't mind me asking?
Metastatic disease. She had cancer. It was in her breast, and then it went to her spine. And well, not so long story short, basically, the cancer went to the top vertebrae at her spine. It ate it away, and she had a broken neck. And 3 days in hell in a hospital, and she went home. Rough, man. It's rough.
I'm sorry that happened.
Thanks, Nadia.
Try to be careful to say I'm not sorry to hear it, but that I'm sorry it actually happened.
Well, Nadia, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Death isn't the end. Um, looking at your face when you were talking about your man, you still have those feelings. So listen, he ain't gone. He ain't gone.
Well, the way there are other ways of arriving at hope. I've had anything else to describe it.
I ain't gonna preach to you, but who knows what happened? You know, who knows what happened before he died? Who knows?
You always say that, but Rev, we know you, and we love you even though you're preaching.
I'm sorry. I can't help it. I just can't, Nadia.
Yeah, you weren't this very innocent, but even so, you don't have to be so self-conscious about it.
Yeah, I know. Well, perhaps it's because I feel that I'm insulting your intelligence, Nadia.
Oh, I wouldn't say so. Yeah, I see a great deal of value in acknowledging and I guess giving some kind of stock and value in the tragedy in a particular way. Like to the extent. Yeah, it's not like you say, oh, that it made things better, but you go on and say that it's meaningful. It's something that should compels you to try to prevent it from happening again, or compels you to say the compassion to go actually help the person in need, whatever. That and it's something on the flip side of I guess the hope per se, right? You have an actual pathway. It's like to getting where you need to be is something I'd call genuine hope, and to I think that when it's not there, that's like part of the tragedy. You have to acknowledge to really do right by the world or do the right thing in the world.
I hear you.
So yeah, it's a pretty different kind of calculation, and I don't know. Not everyone can think like that. Not everyone can face all that, but
I hear you.
even so, yeah.
No, I totally hear you.
Yeah.
The main reason I ever came on these hangouts, I think, was probably to meet you, Nadia, and try and give you some hope about something other than what you see around you. The reality that you see around you collapsing, and I guess I guess this hangout is probably something that I could give you hope about. I mean, it seems to me that I mean, would you take care of that man that you married the way you did for all the time that you did if you did not truly love him? I mean, that's why I ask you, where do you think he is?
I think he's gone. I think if I don't recognize that he is, and I don't know, I do think of an injustice to what happened to him.
But
Yes,
again,
go.
Nadia, I ask you, what did he believe? What was his ideology?
Sorry about
Anyways,
that. Computer decided to blue screen.
no worries,
Stuff.
Desert.
That's cool.
He believed in some kind of new age, spiritual kind of, there's a God, but he doesn't
Okay.
have a whole lot of specific doctrine to say about it, apart from, Madonna, Kabbalah stuff that's kind of cool sounding.
Right.
Mm.
But something beyond.
Was he into Edgar Casey?
He would actually mention Edgar Cayce to you, but I don't think he really dedicated much to him.
No, it's just I've heard some things here and there. I watched a video about him a presentation on it the other day, and I thought a lot of it is pretty much what I kind of assumed anyway. But then again, I suppose a lot of this sort of Alan Watts New Age stuff is got a lot of things in common. Yeah. I do think it fits in with idealism, but then I think any kind of religious, supernaturalist position, personally, I think should fit in with idealism. But anyway, yeah. But yeah, he mentioned he was talking about the concept of group souls, which I've heard about before, but I haven't really thought about that. We incarnate with people that we've interacted with in the past, or we can do, to sort of to deal with unfinished karma, or to learn, continue learning karmic lessons and that kind of thing. But, to be if I was to guess, which I suppose I am guessing, because I don't know. I mean, heaven and hell could be true for all I know. But if I was to guess, that's what I would go with. The reincarnation theory and all that. But yeah, I can see what you're saying. That it kind of takes out the meaning of death if you just say that we go on anyway, or it seems to. I'm not sure it necessarily does, but I'm not saying you didn't actually say that. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's. I think maybe that sort of idea is part of your position. That if we just carry on anyway, despite whatever happens, it sort of takes away any meaning of it. It seems to take away the meaning of life in the first place. So I've thought about that. Sorry, go ahead, Reverend.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Just really quick, I wanna ask you, Mon. You believe in God, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Can you explain to us why you do?
Well, first of all, because I believe that physicalism or materialism, whatever you call it, is wrong. I don't think it can account for consciousness. I mean, I suppose that's the main thing. The other thing is that I find a lot of the arguments of religious people, regarding all kinds of things about, morality, the meaningless of morality, if materialism is true, I find those convincing. And the main reason that led me from sort of just believing in a sort of amorphous, well, just thinking there might be just sort of an amorphous kind of mind stuff, the world might just be made of mental content that doesn't constitute. Sorry, that's really, really long-winded, isn't it? But I used to think that maybe the Buddhists were right, that everything is kind of like sentience, but it doesn't constitute a person. But the reason I changed to believing from that to believing in God is basically intelligent design arguments. The fact that that it looks as if something's being, I suppose because the fact that a design seems to imply a designer seems to imply a person. So that's basically why.
Totally agreed.
Yeah, Iman, what you were saying about the, going on anyway, taking the meaning out of it is, pretty directly related to the title of the Hangout, right? The
Yeah,
title's
I think so.
No Compassion Without Mortality. Hi, Seth.
Hey Seth, what's up, bro?
Oh, nothing.
You missed it. We had a Gnostic, a pagan, and an Afrocentrist.
Oh, nice.
Hang out all at the same time. It was repeatedly quite an affair, though I slept through it.
It was.
1966.
E-Man was actually touching on the title of the Hangout, saying that if I can, hopefully not straw man, that I guess believing you go on anyway. Yeah, it's a sort of a immortal afterlife, whatever. Yeah, it takes the meaning out of death. And
Yeah.
Whoa, what is going on?
it's one of the Google Maps boots. No worries.
Can you hear me? Okay, am I clear?
Yeah, that was weird. Okay.
Oh, it happens from time to time. Welcome back, everyone.
Welcome back, everybody.
Thank you.
Don't worry about it. It happens from time to time.
So am I just an uncultured swine to have never heard of Charlie Hebdo before?
No, it's kind of obscure.
Yeah, I don't
Who heard of the Danish newspaper before it got attacked?
Well, I think the Danish newspaper is just a Danish newspaper, but Charlie Hebdo has had run-ins with this kind of thing before. They were firebombed, and I think it was in 1998. They're known for posting extremely irreverent political cartoons on their front page. It seems like a really neat publishing company or paper.
Yeah, I acknowledge that it had value and worth and so on, but yeah, still it can be obscure.
You know, a whole lot of this crap that's going on right now, guys, it kind of makes me think about Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma. If you read about the shit that he wrote about in that book, you know, taking the three major religions and making them beat the fuck out of each other, kind of sounds about right to me about what's going on here.
Yeah, I find that interesting. I don't know if anybody else does, but yeah. But,
bear with me. I've got to run for the border here. I'll try to be quick about it.
How many people were killed in that parachuting? 12?
Sorry, the what?
The parachuting?
Oh, goddamn fucking phrasing. I thought you were talking about parachuting. I was like, what about parachuting? What the hell are you talking about? Oh, Paris shooting.
Yeah, the Paris shooting.
I was so confused for a second.
That happens to me all of the time.
Rev.
What's up, Iman?
Yeah, do you believe that? I've heard about that letter to Mazzini. I'm not sure if it's genuine, but yeah, I believe there's. I do believe that. So these secret societies they do like try and further political agendas. Because I know Cecil Rhodes built his round table group on them. That's not a conspiracy theory. That's just mainstream fact, really.
Oh,
you
yeah,
know, that led to the Council of Foreign Relations.
You've done your homework.
Sorry?
You've done your homework.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've read a little bit about it. I mean, I mostly listen to the sort of the sort of Patriot Radio and watch videos. But yeah, I've read his I've read a biography of Cecil Rhodes, and that's in there. He based that network on the Jesuits and on the Freemasons. He joined the Freemasons actually, but they weren't too impressed with him because he actually gave away some of their secrets. He wasn't really that into all the esoteric part of it. He was quite impressed with sort of with a theistic take on Darwinism. So he thought he was doing God's work. He thought that if there was a God, he was doing God's work by extending the white man's rule throughout the world, or the white man's influence throughout the world. That's yeah, it's quite. So I think there's a lot in a lot of these conspiracy, quote unquote, sort of broad conspiracy theories, but I think it tends to be more complex than than it's characterized. But then again, I suppose really to say anything, you have to simplify to a certain extent. I guess. I mean, nowadays I can't. Yeah, go on.
No, yeah, it's absolutely simple, Iman. It's rich, uber rich. We're talking trillionaires, billionaires, those types, against us. It's a very simple battle, and it sucks, because the majority of people, I mean, they're not billionaires or trillionaires, okay? So it's the rich against the poor. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, I do think that's true to that is true to a large extent. But then again, you got factions amongst the rich and the powerful, that are fighting each other, and you have got some ideological differences as well. But yeah, I wonder if, like, a lot of the the people in the whatever you call it truth community, they talk a lot about psychopaths, don't they? So I wonder if that's another layer to it. If the true psychopaths will just use any ideology to their own means, and cooperate with each other, across the between the factions, and so which they probably do, I suppose. But yeah, it's complex.
You're 100% right. It's the military-industrial complex across this planet that is creating all of the turmoil that we see. And from a biblical standpoint, Satan is the prince of the power of the air. So do you think it's any coincidence that we find ourselves in this quandary at this point? No, it's not a coincidence.
No, I don't. Well, no, it's not a coincidence. There's got to be some basic reason for it, yeah. But I mean, one of the things I was sort of trying to, I was waffling about, was that I do think that I don't actually believe. I know obviously a lot of Christians do believe that all the sort of esoteric symbolism of Freemasonry is sinister, and I don't actually believe that. I actually believe that there's you can take probably good interpretations and bad interpretations of it. I think that it's basically you're just sort of describing basic principles, and you can interpret it in either way.
Hey, Eman, how do you say your name? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that'll do, E-Man. It's a made-up name anyway. Sorry, yeah.
I was going to ask you, what are you exactly? Are you a believer or a Christian or what?
I suppose probably I would say kind of more like New Age, I guess. But I heard Rodney, the other English guy that comes on here quite a lot, who says he's an idealist. I heard him described as a hermetic idealist, and I think, or no, hermetic panentheist. I reckon that's probably what I am. Though I wouldn't have thought of that, but I've heard of panentheism. It's kind of like where everything is kind of existing within God's mind. All reality is basically thoughts in God's mind. I mean, and that's really the only way I could understand any kind of religious idea. Really, I think idealism is the best model for theism.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I tend to agree. Either panentheism or pantheism is probably the only way, to me at least, is the only way cosmological arguments at least can make sense.
How about deism?
Yeah.
How about theism, period?
Welcome back, Nadia.
Alright, sorry about it took so long. So, where were we on idealism and theism?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm
Yeah.
glad Seth agrees with me about that. I actually saw somebody, YouTube videos about this, and I pretty much, I'd already thought this. I thought he was saying that, in the beginning was the Word. It's that fits in with the idea of God thinking the world into existence, and yeah, I mean, it just seems to me if God creates the if God created the physical world and He is immaterial, I mean, what else could He be apart from a mind? Because that's what it's the only kind of immaterial thing we know is a mind.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The reason that I thought panentheism is the only way to save theism for a while is because of this idea of ex nihilo creation. If you have ex nihilo creation, then you have a God that's apart from the universe, acting upon a universe before it exists, which is really problematic. How can God cause a universe to do anything, include exist, before it exists?
Because he's
Yeah,
outside of time. He's outside of time, Seth.
Well, it doesn't matter, Rev, because again, he would have to act upon something that does not exist.
That is exactly right. Yeah.
Well, that's incoherent.
Well, not necessarily. If he's God, it's not.
No,
Okay.
it is. It's still incoherent.
All right. Well, if you link up Genesis 1:1 and John 1:1, it kind of explains it. If you get back to the original languages in the Hebrew and Greek,
I assure you, it doesn't.
okay.
Something
All right.
you can't. I mean, Rev. Let me try to explain it like this to you. Can you kick? Can anybody? Can even God kick a ball that does not exist?
I hear what you're saying, but I mean, if you're outside of everything, Seth, okay, and there's no ball to kick, he has to create the ball to kick the ball. That's what I'm
Right.
trying to get to you.
But creation is a causal act, and you're saying that God can act upon an object prior to its existence.
No, I'm saying he created the ball.
Right. To create something ex nihilo, you have to act upon it before it exists, before there's anything to act upon.
That's totally true. Genesis, what is it, 1:4? And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light.
And I think that's incoherent unless you go by what Eman is saying, which is the ball exists within God's mind.
Exactly. I think it's both true.
I try to remember the name of the idealist on YouTube. It's like informative philosophy or something like that.
Hey Seth,
Yeah.
are you a strong atheist?
Yeah, that's what I guess most atheists would call me.
Oh, okay, just wondering.
Yeah, I hold to the proposition that God does not exist.
Whoa, a 7 on the Dawkins scale, Seth?
I don't really like the Dawkins scale. I don't use it.
oh, that's another good thing. I approve of that too. Yeah, I think that's I think that's basically all this thing about like I don't believe in God. I don't say God doesn't exist. I just don't think He does or whatever He does. I think that's all just sophistry, personally. Basically, quickly, why is because I mean, obviously, if you are going to like, if you don't believe God exists, obviously you also lack a belief in God. But you know, but if you only just lacked a belief in God, then you would have no opinions either way. So yeah, and the fact is, most atheists, they do believe God doesn't exist. I mean, just because they don't know, they don't say they're certain that God doesn't exist. It's really got nothing to do with it. I'm not certain that the flying spaghetti monster doesn't exist, but I still see because I see absolutely no reason why it should. I believe it doesn't. So I think the same thing applies, with God.
Well, there's a sort of claim that what is it? Everyone knows that God exists, is something, right? So.
It's only to believers, Nadia. Don't worry about that. Romans 1 you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
So
everyone else that goes at the claim you can't really have that kind of neutral or
speaking of,
it's really lacking a belief ground. Go ahead.
apparently, right now, like right now, there's a hostage situation in Paris. So the Charlie Hebdo attackers are taking hostages.
Oh man, you gotta be kidding me.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's one
it's,
thing that I don't
the
think is a
Guardian.
conspiracy or false flag or whatever. Yeah, sorry, carry on.
It's just the Guardian is live blogging it. 7 minutes ago, 2 dead in second siege, whatever that means. 34 minutes ago, 5 hostages in new siege.
Damn.
Unreal, man.
This world, man, this world.
Ordo ab Chao. Order out of chaos. The Masonic meme, if you will.
It's a rough time to be in Paris right now.
Well, it's actually pretty isolated. Granted, people actually getting hit by it. They're having a rough time, but not everyone is.
What do we say whenever somebody talks about how terrible the world's getting, Nadia?
I don't know. There's an easy catchphrase. Steven Pinker's Better Angels of Our Nature.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Angel. I always get the title messed up. What is it again?
The Better Angels of Our Nature.
I always thought it was Angels of Our Better Nature. See, that's why I get it messed up.
And that about sums up the great debate.
Yeah, it's not so easily summarized. I think we have maybe
Anyone watch?
Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask if anyone watched G-Man's Hangout last night.
No.
Is that the one where he attacked Shani for Christ?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I saw the title though.
Oh, he's good for a laugh.
I watched a little bit of it, and I was like, yeah, I'm done.
I'm worried that he's turning on Shani because he wants to support Brett Keane.
I think so.
He lied straight to his fucking face in that hangout. Oh my god, where he shared Star Splitter's camera?
Yeah, and Brett Keane was like, no, I didn't cut his camera on.
No. And he just sounded so fucking slimy while doing it. Ugh.
Yeah, Brett doesn't like me either.
I don't even care about liking. It's just that I can't believe. I mean, he lied through his teeth to G-Man, and G-Man's just gonna go back on that. Well, I'm afraid he's just gonna go back on trusting him. He's just gonna be like, oh well, I don't know. He mocks atheists so well. How can I not like him?
I'm sure G-Man thinks that.
Hey, Nadia, did you hear about a woman named Teresa Brooks?
Road.
You
Road.
heard about it?
Yeah.
Teresa Road. Yes, I heard about her passing away.
All right, cool. Well, I want to tell you this. In one of Brett Keene's hangouts before she died, a bunch of us were in the off-air hangout, and she brought you up. And she started praying for you, and all of us that were Christians in the hangout started praying for you. So, kind of cool stuff that happens no matter what. So,
I was saddened by her death.
Yeah, I haven't. I don't remember. I've never spoken to her before, but I've seen her in a bunch of I don't know a bunch, but at least a few. and I've never heard her say anything really mean-spirited. She seemed like a nice lady.
Yeah, absolutely, Seth. She was a dove, you know. No hate in her heart, just an absolute dove. So I mourn a person like that, I can tell you, especially a person that's talking for the Lord. So, hey.
She's been in and out for a long time. She goes back to, she dubbed me since, I think, mid-2012.
Say that again, Nadia?
I think I've seen her on and off since mid-2012. Like, she's before over at Great Debates for things.
Yeah. Yeah, she's been around for a long time, according to what I hear. I haven't been in the hangout scene for long, so I don't know. But she was talking about how she was praying for Brett, and you know, Brett called her up one time, and well, actually, no, it wasn't Brett. It was Brett's wife, and she was talking to Brett's wife, and she was asking, you know, where's he at? And she basically said he knows the Lord now. And man, I probably shouldn't even be saying this because it's so private, but you know, the people that are doubting Brett on my side, kind of fucked up. But whatever. Hey, whatever.
Rev, can I ask you something?
What's up, Desert?
You don't have to answer if you don't want, but I just wanted to ask you, do you think Brett is a true believer?
Absolutely 150,000% yes. Yes.
Okay. I was just wondering.
Yeah, I've talked to him in Skype, and he's told me things that I will never reveal. I won't. He's had stuff happen in his life which made him come to what he's preaching now. I understand that it might seem like that's not the case, but like what's his name? IG said that, you know, he's juvenile, you know. He's when he gets on the internet, he's kind of like a kid. But do I doubt that he knows the Lord? No. He knows the Lord.
Well, let me put it this way. I don't find it meaningful to, you know, go on about how much, like, question of whether, say, Lucifer or Death Reaper are what they say they are in literal terms, right? And maybe it's a bit more of an attenuated fashion, but same applies to Brett Keane and Ryan Campbell. You know, you sent you interact with them and such. I mean, it's not really worthwhile to
Okie doke.
challenge.
Take care, guys. Bye-bye.
All right, have a good night, Revelation.
Oh crap, why did he leave?
I don't understand, but anyway.
I was worried it was
Maybe
just
because
getting...
you were. I was saying maybe it's because you were criticizing Brett Keane. That would be my guess, but I mean I wouldn't criticize him. It's just the only thing is that I feel a bit kind of peevish about is that he says he's not a Christian and he seems to get away with it, and he's always talking about Jesus and all the Christians, you know. I suppose because he I don't know. But he just seems a bit ambiguous about that. I mean, I say I'm not a Christian, and most of the Christians on Brett seems to be an exception, but most of the Christians seem to think I'm just muddying the waters, you know, saying I believe in God. But Brett Keane seems to get away with it, but yeah, I don't know why.
Well, Brett Keane gets away with it. That's the same reason Fiona doesn't get criticized for being religious on the atheist side. But for the exact opposite reason. Brett gets away with it because he's completely irrational and mocks atheists and mocks reason, where Fiona gets away with it because she supports mainstream science and reason. um, even though she's a Catholic and is pretty
Mm.
proud of her faith, for what I understand.
Yeah, but I was just
Mm.
saying that.
Well, what I understand from sorry, it's my lag makes me interrupt people. Well, but I understand from Epi is that yeah, Fiona's position is now the mainstream Catholic one, although it wasn't always. It used to be, about 1,000 years ago. Well, yeah, about 800 years ago, and then it wasn't, and now it is again. But I mean, yeah, I mean that's even more complex for me because I mean I support intelligent design, so I don't really fit anywhere. In a way, I don't actually like that kind of I don't particularly like Fiona and Epi's approach, though. Epi does a really articulate job of defending it, I must admit. But so yeah, but the Christians don't. But yeah, so I'm I support I agree with the intelligent design arguments. So yeah, I don't know where that leads me. Mm.
I I hope he wasn't thinking that I was going in the direction of criticizing Brett or anything. I think I was doing quite the opposite. I think I was saying that it's
Yeah.
a bad thing to go about doing.
Yeah, I was about to say you were doing the opposite of criticizing.
Yeah. And I don't know where to start, but in
I might
effect,
be wrong. That was just my impression.
yeah, he might have because I got the wrong impression where I was going. But, yeah. And as far as I know, Brett and I actually get along. And, he has my home address and phone number. And,
Yeah, I don't. I'm not exactly sure what it is exactly Brett has against me, other than the fact that I haven't really. I haven't been unfair to him. And when we were in Hangouts, I don't make it a point to censor him or talk over him. But he just doesn't like the fact that I don't like him because he's quick to get rid of people who disagree with him, and he's a liar. He lies to everybody. He lied. I mean, it's no more obvious than that hangout he did with G-Man where he broadcast Star Splitter, and G-Man directly asked him point blank, like 4 or 5 times, "Did you broadcast him?" And he said no.
yeah, that's not nice. But you know, a lot of people have committed some kind of transgressions here and there. I've booted people unfairly, so on and so forth.
Right, but I would assume that you're repentant about it. Rick Keene isn't at all, or at least he doesn't seem to be. He never makes public apologies. He never. He doesn't show any sign of remorse for any of the actions that he does when he lies about people, when he tries to slander people, when he lies to their faces just so he can do what he wants and get away with it, when he acts like a petulant child, and the few times people try to take him to task for it, he, instead of repenting or changing his mind and realizing, oh, maybe I should apologize and bow out and admit that I did something wrong, he doubles down and challenges and threatens to release information about them. It's sickening. He's a sick son of a bitch, and he's bad for the community.
Well, he said he has trouble. Oh, welcome, Glenn.
Hello.
Yeah, he said he has trouble on those lines. I think it's a sad thing, but I don't think. I don't know. I don't feel the force of moral condemnation or whatever about it. I mean, so when it comes up like So whether his like profession of belief is true in particular, yeah, I don't think that's I don't think that's something he could hold his feet to the fire for. Might also help that I'm like an illuminative enough materialist that even the notion of belief being coherent is in question.
There's that term again.
Now, between cognitive dissonance and questions about doxastic voluntarism and so on and so forth, I mean, belief's not really very steady or anything. Probably a bigger, a worse one is like is a question of scope. Like, do you believe something when you're not thinking about it?
That's a good one.
Hey, Glenn.
Hello, Desert.
Fingers crossed it won't be too cold when you have to go out to the store today.
Yeah.
You've been telling us at various points it gets pretty bad for you up there.
Oh. Is the temperature in the 40s over there?
49 even. It'll probably get up to, probably break 60 even during daytime.
28 here.
Break out the suntan lotion, man. I don't know. I'll check and see what the temperature is.
Nadia, do you suntan in the spring and summer?
No. If anything, I cultivate my power. Or try to. A horrific catastrophe happened this summer, though. I'm not sure if you can see it, but there's like a tan line from a purse strap, crossbody purse. It's like, oh wow.
I can't wait till the warmer months come along.
Yeah, it's -1.
Ew. Ah.
Well, that's just an old wives' tale. The temperatures don't go into negatives. That doesn't happen.
Whoa.
With the wind chill.
There's
Maybe
no
not in
such thing
Kelvin.
as negative temperatures. Shut up, guys. Come on.
In Kelvins. And I guess Rankine. Rankine's like Fahrenheit with 0 at absolute 0.
Doesn't he live in Missouri?
What?
Doesn't Brett Keane live in Missouri?
I think so, yeah.
In misery?
That too.
Actually, that state has a lot. It's very beautiful in a lot of parts.
Yeah, and it's sticky.
Sticky?
Sticky.
Oh, in the summer?
Yeah. I've been to Missouri. I don't hate Missouri. I just like to make fun of it because my grandparents are from Missouri.
Yeah. They sure know how to make the news, I guess. Last couple months, anyway.
It's one of those places I dare not set foot.
Let me see if there's any more news sites. I want to know what's going on with that standoff.
Yeah, it's a pretty limited area I can actually go to.
Oh, great! Thanks. That's the big freaking headline. Uh, Green Bay Packers quarterback dealing with torn calf muscle. Bill Cosby reportedly jokes about sexual assault. Hey, look, this tiny little one. French police seal off town as they close in on newspaper killing suspects.
Doesn't surprise me at all.
That's like the Boston bombers almost. They closed the whole city down, looking for one person.
No, that's the thing is they found him. I don't think they shut down the city to look for them. They shut down the city because a shooting broke out in a kosher market, and it's supposedly, as far as they can tell, the two at-large suspects of the Charlie
Welcome back.
shooting.
Welcome back, Desert, and welcome, Malek.
Oh, thank you.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, hey man.
We hear you.
Oh, good.
Yeah, let's see.
The I don't think the sealing off the town's a bad thing. I think it's a good way to clear out bystanders. If and when things do get to a gun battle sort of thing, and
I agree.
don't get hit. Yeah. I mean, like in New
Yeah,
York,
I'm
when
looking at. Go for it. I'm sorry.
there was a case where they were like taking down some, I don't know, mentally ill person in Times Square in New York, and it just like blew away a bunch of bystanders. Yeah, the French I think have a bit more integrity.
That finger pointing at me. I'm getting kind of nervous, Mallet.
Is there like a theme to the pointing?
Being accused of something, Nadia. Help.
Malik Ismail wants you.
So it looks like there's a standoff in a grocery store.
It was a kosher market in, I think, in Paris. Definitely in France. Kosher market. And if it's in Paris, it's probably a Jewish specific grocer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's terrible. I don't know, what about Last Dance so fair? Basically death by cop, trying to take down as many as they can with them.
Yeah, geez, I wonder why they. I mean, I I can't think it's. Yeah, I have to assume it's probably not a coincidence that if they wanted to go out this way, that they're doing it in must be a Jewish neighborhood.
Yeah, France isn't France like #1 in terms of atheism in some respect? I'm not sure if it's like actually professing or something like that.
I don't know. I thought it was a lot of Catholics.
Yeah. I think I was surprised when I heard it because I thought it was Scandinavian countries.
Yeah.
Let me look up atheism in France and see.
Well, I think there were a lot of atheists during the French Revolution, weren't there? Jacobins, I think, were atheists. So I think there's probably a lot of cultural Catholics that aren't very strong, but kind of ambivalent would be my guess. But also some committed ones as well.
You're probably right.
At least 40% of the country's population identifies as atheists. Only 25% of French citizens consider religion an important part of their daily life, and 85% consider that it is not necessary to believe in God to be moral, the highest in the world.
Oh, guys, by the way, why do Islamic excuse me? Why do Islamic extremists prefer cappuccino?
Do tell.
They hate French press.
Oh dear.
You know you like that one.
Hey, that was good.
That's something of a groaner. Okay, let me see if France. Oh wait, I don't believe. Yeah, France shows up as #1 at 40%. Czech Republic second at 37. Sweden is third at 34. So that's a surprising result. This is the Eurobarometer poll 2010. The question is, I don't believe there's any sort of spirit, God, or life force. Yeah, so France is #1 in terms of atheism.
What percentage?
40%.
Wow.
Sweden's only 37.
Don't atheist countries, well, a lot of them are atheists, have less crime?
Well, so yeah.
You know, if you listen to people like Sam Harris, I haven't looked at the numbers myself, but Sam Harris seems to claim, I think I've heard him claim at least, that the countries that lead in polls showing irreligiosity, or that there's a negative correlation between religiosity and societal health, happiness, life longevity, crime rates.
Hey, John.
Hey.
Hi, John.
What's up?
No. Charlie Hebdo attackers are surrounded in France. Are attacking a kosher market.
Two of them. One of the 18-year-old turned himself in last night, or the night before.
Apparently there's like yet another hostage situation. There's like the Charlie Hebdo situation, and I'm seeing on Huffington Post, which admittedly isn't the greatest source.
Yeah, the Guardian has a live blog of it.
Am I reading that correctly? So there's the Charlie Hebdo, that's like a kosher deli or market or something.
No.
And,
Yeah. CNN calls it a grocery store, but yeah.
And then there's some other hostage situation. Looks like there are two.
One of the killers came up to us. Well, the citizen came up to one of the killers, I think, and shake their hand and said, "We don't kill civilians. Go on your way." That's what it says here on the CNN page, anyway.
Really?
Yeah, let's see.
Wow.
Go. We don't kill civilians, doctor said. It wasn't normal. I did not know what was going on.
That's wow.
It's like the Boston bombers. They went up and shot a guy for no reason, and then they let this other guy go. It just didn't make any sense.
I'm on apparently the New York Times updated. Yeah, so there are two hostage situations going on then. There's the Charlie Hebdo suspects, I guess, but there's another one, but we don't know much about the second one that's going on. I think this is basically what happens when you invade the world and invite the world. It's this does not look good.
Well, I would have taken a work visa or whatever in France, but they wouldn't give me one.
I told you, Nadia, you should have pretended to be a radical imam, and then they would have. But then I'm sure Sweden or England would given you some kind of asylum.
Yeah. Especially with all the war on terror stuff, whatever.
Yeah. Say, hey, I helped fight the Soviets, and I'm a radical, so give me asylum or something. I'm sure that would do the trick. Certainly has in the past, so. Yeah. That's nuts. There have been a series of these attacks, apparently in France also, like last week. Like around a dozen or so people were injured in like some sort of open air market when a guy drove a car through them. It was also like apparently animated by some kind of religious zeal.
There's some people right now that think that the number one target for Islamic extremists right now isn't the United States, it's France, because of their secularism and their banning of the hijab and a bunch of other.
Well, also, I mean, France has meddled in, I mean, Algeria, Tunisia. I mean, their foreign policy with respect to the Muslim world has been pretty horrendous too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're really up there with the United States in a lot of ways. And they also have, let's be honest, just a vastly larger Muslim population than like the U.S. or others.
That's an easier target compared to the United States.
Yeah, it's easier to, I mean, to do, I guess, what they want to do. But I'm sure that I mean, I'm not sure if banning things like the niqab or whatever are really like what sets them off. I think it's more of a foreign policy thing.
Oh God, I said to ban the hijab, didn't I? They're not banning.
They do ban the hijab in certain areas.
Really?
I think if you're I think like if you're instructing in a school. No, that's Turkey. Never mind. Turkey has banned it in certain places.
Yeah. It was the burqa and other types of face covering. Yeah.
Although I don't know. There might be like some instances where like I think driver's license or something you have to show. I don't know. I don't really know that much about it, but I know they banned the face veils at least. But I don't think they banned headscarves. They certainly haven't banned headscarves. Like period. That there may be special situations, I guess, where you have to take one off or whatever. France has a really, I think, uncompromising kind of secularism, which is a sort of weird religion unto itself in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I've struggled with their idea, with the whole burqa banning thing, because I mean, on one hand, I don't want it's easy to say, and I would like it for everyone to have the right to practice their religion as they see fit. If that means wearing a burqa, that would mean wearing a burqa. The problem with that is there's obviously going to be cases, many cases, if not most of the time, be the case that women are forced into wearing burqas.
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, that's a concern, but women can be forced into wearing sexy clothing too. They can be forced into wearing a headscarf. I think the issue was that there's in sort of like to not show your face in the West is seen as like, I don't know, maybe in like our own kind of weird like Western semiotics or whatever, like we talk about seeing, face to face, the face of God. Like not showing your face is seen as a really weird and off-putting thing, like most of the time here. And I think that it just, in terms of like social cohesion, it was really damaging or at least that was the perception. And I think also with things like the niqab, it tended to be identified with a very reactionary and kind of ultra-conservative flavor of Islam. That, I mean, most of the Muslim women who wear a full face veil, I'm pretty sure like there's a lot of correlation between like extreme religiosity and conservatism and doing so. That's just been my casual and probably wrong observation, but I don't think they should have banned it. I think it probably did.
I suspect your casual observations are on target more than you give yourself credit for. And welcome, Blue.
Hey, how you
Welcome.
doing, Nadia?
But yeah, no, I don't. It's really sad. I think that things like this are going to probably happen increasingly in Europe if things don't change. If either, I don't know what would change it actually, but.
Well, there's Muslims here in Sioux Falls. Some of them cover their face, others don't. I don't know.
Yeah, but the sort of the nature of Islamic immigration to the United States is really not the same as it is in Europe. Like, it's just numbers sort of matter, and we tend to sort of, the Muslims that come here tend to, with the exceptions of like Somalis and Bosnians, are kind of like brain-drained elites in a way. Like, there are quite a few in my city, and they all have PhDs or medical degrees or are family members or in some way, kind of related to the elites of their society. And they also tend to not be super religious, or at least outwardly so, where that's not really the case in Europe.
I befriended a few Muslim people when I used to frequent a hookah bar in Southern California. They're really popular here. And the only real way, you could tell that my friend Ali or Sean were Muslim is they wouldn't eat pork.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure, like, at least the ones in kind of my part of the country are even religious, and I think for them, their Islam is basically a sort of, it's kind of like a cultural expression, right? Yeah, they don't eat pork, but they certainly don't pray. I mean, I know a few, and I've asked a few of them too. Like, they absolutely don't pray like 5 times a day, and I suspect some of them are probably closet atheists, but just don't want to openly identify as such because of family problems or whatever. So
what I've seen is basically it just be like they go for the weddings and funerals and it's not much else.
Yeah. Later, Seth.
Oh, cheers, Seth. Yeah, the brain drain delete is definitely it. We're talking.
Yeah, I mean, San Francisco Bay Area. That's there aren't a whole lot of Salafis in our neck of the woods, Nadia. Basically.
Yeah. Actually, the ones I saw when I was like, I guess Oracle. They were actually in the Bay Area, not just. The ones I saw at IBM were from like farther-reaching parts of the world, but still qualified in other ways.
Yeah. I mean, you might have a few like hardline prison converts or something. I know Oakland, I think, had like a few. I mean, when I say a few, I mean like actually like a few, as in like a couple dozen or something, the most. Like hardliners, but it's not really a reality in these parts.
Yeah. Right.
But yeah.
I don't know. I still think I'd feel less threatened by. I mean, that presence in Europe that would Christian presence in the U.S. I mean, even though people like made the claim that oh, it'd be so much worse in Europe because of Muslim immigrants.
I think it depends where, right? Like I mean, I don't know.
It's another way to weigh it, right? Would I be in more trouble in Europe or here, depending on that extreme Muslim immigrants in Europe versus like overwhelming Christian domination in the U.S.
I would say Europe.
What's that?
I would say Europe.
Yeah, I think it would be worse in Europe depending on where you were. Some places it might be better, but
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you would fare very well in a place like, I don't know, Tower Hamlets in London or something. But I'm sure you could, overall, yeah, Europe is a more kind of tolerant and progressive place than the United States. For now, at least. I mean, there's no guarantee that things will be that way in the future.
well, I guess I feel the difference is that radical Muslims would try to kill Nadia, as opposed to radical Christians, they'll try to convert Nadia. I mean, obviously that's unfair. That's an unfair generalization, but it certainly seems to me based on something.
Well, even that's considered a matter of self-preservation not to set foot in a red state or outside a major urban area within 50 miles of the coast and on the East Coast north of the Mason-Dixon line.
Well, sorry, I gotta jump in. Since I'm living in a Muslim country, I can tell you for sure that Muslims cannot stand people making fun or something like that of what they see as, sacred, as God or the Prophet Muhammad or whatever. So they consider this as being a very, dangerous insult to them. And I don't know if maybe atheists don't have to.
Don't have to what?
Or something like that, because problem. You know what I'm saying?
You broke up there. Say that again, please.
I said I consider. I wish that people who are not religious don't tend to offend people, religious people, because of their beliefs. They disagree, that's for sure, and everyone has the right to be different. But attacking someone's beliefs is a bit dangerous. You know what I'm saying?
I think the problem is some beliefs are dangerous.
I agree.
Yeah, it's for Muslims, as I mentioned, I live in a Muslim society. For Muslims, insulting their what they see as sacred is very offensive to them. So, I can understand why they're doing that, but I'm not an extremist, and I don't, tolerate killing people for whatsoever reason.
Which aspect do you see as damaging what's sacred? Is it like what Charlie Hebdo did, or is it just like by existence or whatever?
Yeah, criticism is good. I'm okay, and I consider criticizing religion is something interesting, because if we don't criticize something, that will make wrong people stay wrong. Criticism is interesting, but being offensive is not gonna be. It's not gonna bring anything good. It will bring, to terrorism. It will bring nothing but hurtful things and nothing but dangerous thing, and it's not beneficial for anybody.
Well, yeah. How can you distinguish between criticism and what's offensive to somebody?
Yeah, it's a fine line, I admit it, but people will should avoid being offensive. That's what I'm saying.
See, I agree with that. I don't mock people's beliefs or anything. Nothing really good comes from that.
Yeah, I'd say I go along a similar line. I mean, there's a reason why, I guess. I have a reputation.
Well, I feel often that mockery is a tool, is a free speech tool that we can use to criticize. That's the other thing I don't understand about the attitude of some Muslims. If you insult Jesus or do a lot of nonsense here, the Christian will say, you're going to hell. But if you insult Islam in that way, some Muslim might say, you have to die. And I'm why is there that difference? Why is it so offensive?
I will tell you the difference right now. Here's the thing. I live in a Muslim society, and I know exactly how they think. Not
the last thing we heard was,
religiously.
Go back. The last thing we heard is you know exactly how they think.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is they are very religious. They think how can I say it in a very religious way. So being offensive is really hurtful for them, and they can question anything. They are able to question politics, whatsoever topic, but they're not willing to question their beliefs. I'm not okay with that, but at least we have to make the difference, as you mentioned. You are surprised how Muslims act towards offensive things to their religions, and I'm telling you, the short answer is religion is very important to Muslim people. Maybe it's way more important than Christianity for Christians.
Okay, that's certainly true. Maybe it's too important. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, one of the big questions though is, what sets off the mockery alarms? I mean, we had originally, or just before you went into this, one of the questions was, would I be in more trouble in the United States or in Europe? Because, essentially because the Muslims might act more aggressively toward me than the Christians, even though the Christians dominate more of U.S. society, right? Is my existence like an affront to Islam?
I'm sure some would say yes.
Yes, according to them, yes.
Some would say that, sure. Maybe most, I don't know.
Well, there's some varying opinion about this. For instance, in Pakistan they call actually go with, I think, some old hadith or something.
Hijras.
Mukarat. Well, in Pakistan I think they call the hijras Mukarat, at least in the Urdu or whatever. But they flip between hijra and Mukarat, right?
They're not. They're sort of recognized as a kind of third sex, but that they're not exactly tolerated. I mean, they're not like outright killed, but I mean, most of them make their living through prostitution or performing at some kind of festival to like weddings or whatnot, at least.
So they get to perform weddings because of their freak status.
They don't perform the wedding. They perform at weddings.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what do you mean perform? I don't understand.
They sing musical, instruments, dance, tell stories. They're entertainers.
Yeah. Iran has its own strange way of approaching it too, which is not necessarily a good thing either.
Yeah.
It may not be good or bad, but it's very interesting how a society can, how people can just mesh into specific rules and into society without really thinking about it that much. And that's kind of the Islam way, I guess, for this example.
I'll tell you what, that's the worst foreign policy mistake we ever made in the United States. Was overthrowing Mossadegh. That has led to nothing but trouble. Because then they put the Shah in, everybody hates the Shah, and now we have... No, the CIA, several oil companies, and M5, whatever the British are called, they helped overthrow Mossadegh and put in the Shah back in the day. And we've been paying for it since.
Well, maybe not as much as Savak's vast number of torture victims. But anyway.
The Shah?
Savak was the Shah's secret police.
Right, yes, Savak, the Shah's secret police. As bad as they were, I'm not minimizing how awful they were. The Islamic Revolution killed more people in the first 2 years than the Shah ever dreamed of.
Because there's no end plan, man. This is all seat of the pants bullcrap. It's not. There's no plan. They think there's this big plan, but the plan is to create havoc and to kill people. That's it.
Whose plan?
I don't even want to go there.
Well, okay. Well, I don't know. The Illuminati? Whose? I mean, come on, tell me, man.
Yeah, it's going that direction.
Let's just say people in government. We'll just say that. How's that?
Ooh, I'm scared, man. Ooh.
No, I'm not trying to be all NWO alert on you. You know what I mean? But there's no end plan right here. We've been going in and out for 15 years, 20, 30, whatever, however long, and nothing's getting accomplished.
End plan with regards to what? I mean.
Well, what do they want to do? What are they telling us? That they want to bring freedom and democracy to the Middle East, right? That's the whole deal.
Well, the trouble with the idea of a day is they have a monolith.
Yes.
I couldn't hear either one of you. You're both speaking over each other.
Some people have said that, yes, we wish to bring freedom and democracy into the Middle East. So, I mean, that's... I mean, you say, well, there's no end game, but that's life. There is no end game, and that's politics. The end game changes constantly. And if you want to solve the Palestinian and Muslim question, break out the map of Jerusalem right now. But, I mean, when you say end game, that makes me worried.
Well, the end game is to create a more peaceful environment for the people of Israel. That's what I see it as. I mean, we're fighting for resources, I guess, but in the end, I see this as a war so Israel can exist.
Yeah, the trouble with these accounts is they're assuming the anonymous they here is a monolith, number one.
Right.
And you have a whole bunch of cross purposes. Different actors. Well, they aren't a solid block, right? Different actors have different motives. Some care about Israel, some just care about their corporation getting more money out of whatever kind of oil thing, and others trying to get their defense contracts, and others have even more bizarre motives, whatever.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there's a lot of different people have a lot of different goals, and no one's really in charge. That's what people like, all these NWO people and stuff, and New World Order. They're all like Illuminati, but what really people don't understand is that no one's really in charge. It's complete anarchy for the most part, and people just try to take shit, you know. And I'll definitely agree with you, Nadia. I think that there are numerous players involved, and the game is a lot bigger than most people let on, you know. But I think that
Bog standard
either
political
way, there's
science. This is bog standard political science elite theories type stuff, right? This is not.
yeah.
This is taking you out of the New World Order realm into something more solid.
Yes. Yeah. Like where you can actually prove it. You know, well, I can't say prove it because I can't be like, I know this actor is doing this specific thing, blah blah blah. But to say that, it's just for oil, or just to say it's for one specific reason, I guess that's probably not accurate. I can't say it's the NWO, or I can't say it's the oil people, or I can't say it's Israelis or the Saudis. I can't say who it is, but I think it's just a combination of everything trying to just clash and clash and clash. And it's just taking place in the Middle East right now. I mean, once the Middle East is toast, it'll take place in another section of the world. It's moving east as we speak.
Mm.
And it's mostly religious based. It's mostly religious based. I mean, all the propaganda we get is hate Muslims, hate everyone else, hate Putin, hate whatever. That it's all based on religious kind of stuff. And the United States is very religious. It's real easy to tell them that these people are bad, and they'll believe it. Because that's just part of the religion. That's why I think it has a lot to do with Israel, because it just seems there's a lot of religiously based propaganda. Like the whole thing just seems religious to me.
I would disagree. I don't think religion actually plays a whole huge part of it, it plays a big part in it, but I wouldn't characterize a lot of the violence we see in the world as somehow fundamentally religious in nature.
And even to the extent there's a connection, I mean, it's not really the only factor in play. It's like Christians United for Israel goes off and says, let's bankroll a bunch of settlements in the West Bank, and when the people who actually live in the West Bank fight against their property getting seized and getting thrown out of their homes and so on, are they religiously motivated?
Yeah, I mean, we can look at the whole. Most of Israel is atheist, right? It's one of the most atheistic, not atheistic, one of the most atheist countries on the planet. So, I wouldn't characterize the Israeli-Palestinian conflict as one that.
Would you consider it maybe racial then?
Yeah, I think questions of nationalism and ethnicity certainly play as much a role as religion does.
Maybe I misworded it. Like I see the Israeli people as like a religion, not necessarily a race. So maybe that's where I kind of got the religious thing wrong. You know what I mean? Some people view it as religion, some people view it as race, some people view it as ethnicity, just various aspects of the
Jewish
culture.
identity is a kind of multivalent thing where they're all kind of smushed together in a really confusing way. I think because as Westerners, right, we treat your ethnicity is one distinct thing, and your religion is some sort of thing that's purely a matter of belief, right? Like the idea of being an ethnic Christian is nonsensical to us, but that's not really the case with Jews and Judaism in a lot of ways. But no, I don't know. Yeah, a lot of the initial resistance to Israeli, the state of Israel forming and later Israeli settlements. These organizations were pretty secular in nature to start.
Yeah, less bias studies are said to give a result about 50% of Israelis considering themselves secular Jews. Atheists and agnostics is lower, 15 to 37%. There are other studies that may be more biased. give lower numbers for seculars, atheists, and agnostics. So.
Yeah. Although I will say that. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You can be a Jew and not believe in any of Judaism.
Yes.
Yeah.
The huge numbers of Jews are like that in the United States and Europe. And
how is that possible? How could you consider yourself? How could you label yourself a Jew if you didn't believe in Judaism? Besides the curly hair and like
there's an entire secular culture that's grown out of that the Jews claim as their own, right? There's a whole, there's a cuisine, there's a music, there's Hebrew, Yiddish, there's there's sort of secular observance of what were once holidays or whatever.
So they're kind of like Christians that, like I'm an atheist, but I live in a Christian society, and I kind of celebrate Christmas. So would that be kind of like the same?
Yeah, but to a much greater degree, I guess. But I mean, I don't know. People in the United States have really weird views of Israel. They think that they're all basically these harmless people living in some kind of shtetl out of Fiddler on the Roof or something, who just want to be left alone, and big bad Arabs or something just keep barging in like Cossacks or whatever. The reality is way more complicated than that. Sorry, Nadia, I'm gonna get you in trouble. I guess I'll shut up.
All right.
There's nothing wrong with talking about this.
It's a topic I don't like to talk about. So
I don't either, dude, because then my views get out there on it, and then you're an idiot. Rah, rah, rah.
Yeah, there's some wild and crazy stuff about. Yeah, well, a fairly thin minority, but they're so radioactive. They raise eyebrows anyway. The Christians United for Israel is the big one. There's some lobbying affairs and so on. They exist for other countries. Like there's a Turkish thing, the Turkish lobby that goes around and does nasty corrupt things too. But the APAC and that leverages some of the religious, I guess historical too things to garner its support.
Yeah. Although I think the whole phenomenon of Christian Zionism is just one of the weirdest things, in American politics. I'll never understand it. I didn't understand it as an atheist, and I still don't understand it as a Christian. It was just one of those things that I can't wrap my mind around it. I don't know if you've ever sort of tortured yourself by sitting through a John Hagee sermon or something, but it's just so bizarre. It kind of beggars belief.
A lot to do with the extremist eschatology. I tried to actually delve into it, but eschatology is not really a subject that a whole lot of care to engage in or engage around.
Yeah, oddly enough, it's not really something that
Let's just switch the topic, because it's going to end up going into places we don't want to go, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, that's a. I just want to end the topic by saying that it's not racist or bigoted or anything like that to criticize a country, any country, right? You can criticize the actions of a nation state without necessarily criticizing the people as a people who make it up. So, yeah. That's my very politically correct.
You just take one look at the U.S., dude, and that's exactly I don't blame the people of the United States. They're dumb as hell half the time.
I'll do it to the United States. I'll do it to Israel. I'll do it to North Korea, and I'll do it to Iran. So, I'm an equal opportunity offender there.
Yeah, in terms of presenting critiques and such, I don't know, I kind of get away with it's notable that I get away with pretty extreme positions or whatever. Yet, guess my manner of presentation just everybody lets it all slide. I mean, literally, if you piece it together, but, the attention can't really be a factor in, mitigation and that the nature of evil is error and so on. I'm literally going about like saying these things are evil. And nobody raises an eyebrow because I'm just like too soft-spoken or something.
Yeah, well, presentation and demeanor count for a lot.
Yeah, if I went in yelling like, Stizer or Chaswald or was it Mike Phelps, New Atheist?
Chaz can talk about anything, and it makes me just want to like turn my computer off. And I'm sorry. he could be saying the nicest things about me, and it just I still, it's like, okay, I can't click the mute button quickly enough.
Yeah, I finally broke out the block after he pulled some kind of thing about how it's like some kind of scumbag or something.
And the button is there for a reason.
It's for Jesus.
Yeah.
Who is this Jesus guy? I've heard people talk about him, and he seems sort of notorious.
I think he's the reason the mute feature was made.
Like, I mean, I shouldn't say who is he. I shouldn't ask who he is, because I know who he is, sort of. I was in a hangout with him for, I think it was one of your hangouts, Nadia, for like 2 minutes, and then someone booted him really quickly before he could even say anything. He was just in the chat box, and people are like, "It's Jesus! Get him out of here!"
So you've seen him at least a little bit before?
Yeah, and that sort of got me really curious.
He's kind of like a Hebrew Israelite, almost like a black Hebrew Israelite.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think he classifies himself as that, but he has a lot of things that will make you think that he is.
A lot of extreme and religiously tied Afrocentrism.
These Edomites just don't want to hear the truth.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And of course the truth has been, like, deliberately obscured and hidden, but I'm here to give you,
And in particular, whitewashed.
Well, yeah. So, I don't know. Like, I mean, we've had Hebrew Israelites or black, whatever, in these rooms in the past. I mean, there's that one guy with that awesome accent who was like one of the coolest and nicest people I've seen in a room.
Yeah.
I wish he'd show up again. Who was really into the Book of Enoch, I guess, and.
Mm-hmm. It was like Yudah ben Yehuda or something.
Yeah. Although I'm not really sure how, like, including the Book of Enoch in the canon would really, like, alter the theology that much, because it is in the canon of some Christian churches. So, like I don't know, I think what the Coptic Christians or the Oriental Orthodox and I think the Ethiopian Orthodox use it or something, and they're pretty much the same as just regular Old East Orthodox.
Yeah.
What differences there are, I don't think can be attributed to the Book of Enoch. The differences are, I mean, they're important, but they're not really there.
I don't know. It was kind of strange. We actually ran into a Gnostic tonight.
A Gnostic?
Yeah.
What kind of Gnostic? Was he a Valentinian Gnostic, a Sethian Gnostic, a sort of...
Actually, Marcionite.
Marcion. Although, I've been thinking classifying Marcion, I mean, he's historically been seen as kind of like the arch heretic, and he was like, I think that it's kind of problematic in some ways to classify him as a Gnostic. I mean, it makes sense in some ways, but I don't know. Like when you really look at Marcion, like you can sort of raise issues to say that if he was kind of a very strange Gnostic if he was one. But did he go on about how like we need to get rid of all of the Old Testament or something, and
The Old Testament was, I guess, representing an evil god, so to speak.
yeah, the demiurge, or something like that. Gnosticism is really interesting, and a while back I used to be really well read on it, and I thought it was kind of groovy.
Yeah, he kind of like threw in some New Age icing on top. So.
Yeah, like Gnostics are one of those like things where like in like the popular imagination, people like think that they're so mysterious and enlightened, and like they had the real spiritual truth, and then the corrupt institutional church came in with its dumbed down theology and wiped them out because they hate the truth. And like if you actually read Gnostic writings, some of it is quite moving. Like, I mean, I don't know, like I challenge anyone not to shed a bit of a tear when reading like the Hymn of the Pearl or something. But a lot of it was just plain out kooky weirdness and kind of conventional wisdom. A lot of it was really misogynistic. A lot of it was just, I mean, I don't think anything can disabuse someone of the idea of the Gnostics as some kind of like weird, like ethereal and profound sect than actually just reading what they wrote, because I think the church had good reasons to reject a lot of it, truth be told.
What exactly is a Gnostic in a general sense?
That's a good question, and the more I read about it, the more I think that talking about Gnosticism as some sort of single movement, it's kind of like referring to postmodernism as like a single thing. Like postmodernism doesn't really exist. There's no like single strand of thought or whatever that unites people like Foucault and Levinas and I don't know who else, Derrida, and like all these people. Like they're all kind of lumped in as postmodern thinkers, but when you actually sort of like explore their thought worlds, they're really different, and they kind of cover different areas. And it's kind of the same thing with Gnostics. They were sort of disparate Gnostic sects that taught usually they believe. I mean, there's sort of like a common theme between a lot of them, but it varied from sort of sect to sect and place to place. But they usually like had a strong kind of disdain for the material world. Like this world was some sort of imperfect creation. It was made by either some sort of wicked or incompetent or not so perfect deity, sometimes called the demiurge. Sometimes I think they called them like archons or leaders or whatever. And in Gnosticism, like like the soul was seen as like this sort of immaterial thing that was sort of trapped in this decaying world of flux and imperfection or something, and that through obtaining some sort of hidden and esoteric wisdom or something, the soul could be free and ascend to some sort of higher and primordial reality or stuff like that. And they created some really weird and kind of complicated cosmologies to sort of further explain this stuff. But that's kind of like the general idea behind a lot of Gnostic movements. And there's some overlap between Gnosticism and early Christianity. For example, the Gospel of John was greatly favored by a sect called the Valentinian Gnostics. So yeah, I mean it's like Gnosticism as a whole. It wasn't like a single ideology where dogmas were sort of rigorously defined, but rather kind of a broader, kind of porous, I don't know, movement, spiritual classification or something. I'm not doing a very good job of explaining it, but off the top of my head, that's my rambling answer.
Oh, okay, I get the gist of it.
Yeah, you could even say they're like more like a group of religions than
Yeah. I mean, that's one way of looking at it.
there's I don't know, people have found this Gnostic guy, or maybe turned him into some kind of flavor of the month or something.
Yeah, I think
Bizarre release system.
in like the 90s or something, there was a like renewed interest in Gnostics. I think, the sort of hot topic in like not biblical studies, but like early Christian studies. I think Elaine Pagels wrote like a few books or something that were like bestsellers or whatever about like, the hidden Christianities or something really, inflammatory like that, right? And it sort of caught on.
It's a great marketing scheme. If you say something's hidden, it's an automatic given that people are going to buy it.
But yeah, I mean I think they're so yeah, and yeah, I think they had some kind of ideas that New Agey types find really appealing in a lot of ways. But
like Orgone pyramids and stuff like that.
Oh, here.
Orgone pyramids.
Yeah, you know what Orgone pyramids are?
No.
They're made. They're pretty much pyramids made from from some sort of plastic, and they put some sort of various metals in them in designs and stuff like that. And there is a movement of people who believe that if you put specific metals and materials in these things at certain points, that it opens up a dimensional gateway to the Orgone energy dimension, pretty much, and that you can get good feelings and happiness and everything from these pyramids. They pretty much kind of blame magnetism. They think that like magnetism has some sort of magical healing properties. That's the only thing I can get from it is they think that magnetism from the metals in the pyramid gives off good feelings. And there's millions of people that do this. Like I make fun of them on YouTube all the time. It's called Orgone Energy. Orgone. You should look it up, dude. There's a whole movement on it. It's hilarious.
I'm sure. I mean, there's on the subject of pyramids, there are people on Google too who think that the pyramids, like the actual pyramids in Egypt, were ancient power sources or something really ridiculous like that. So I don't know. People have all kinds of.
I've heard funny things on the pyramids. I've heard that they were like religious rebooters. You could go inside of them and have a completely life-altering religious experience in them. I've also heard of the same thing that you have had, that the Ark was an ancient power source that powered the pyramids. They were, this is what I get from it. They were placed in various centers of the electromagnetic field, like where it comes into the Earth at various points, and that somehow the pyramids used that energy to like power the globe or something like that. I have no idea. I can't remember it, but it's some stupid crap like that.
Yeah, I've heard that. It's silly, basically. Like, I don't know what else to say. I think they were basically just giant tombs for people who had a really complicated view of the afterlife. That's my theory.
I'm pretty much with you there. These kind of like exotic beliefs and such are be held up as kind of freak show and might even be as like harmful as mockery to treat them that way.
Yeah. I've always wondered about the pyramids, though, is how expensive they were to actually build. Like,
Yeah, me too, dude. They are the most magnificent creation humans have ever created.
like how
I
much?
don't know about
I
that.
mean, yeah,
Oh,
I wouldn't grant that, but
try. You know how hard it would be to do that today? It'd be ridiculously hard.
well, today we have like cranes and all kinds of
Do you
stuff.
know a crane that would be able to pick up a 2,000-ton block? Just there are cranes that can do it, but like most of the blocks in the pyramid were definitely stretching the modern conventions of cranes nowadays. They can't pick up as much as like you'd think they could. And they can pick up a lot, you know
Well,
what I mean? But not.
we have a bunch of construction tools, not just cranes. I don't know anything about construction or stuff like that, but presumably it would be easier to make today than thousands of years ago.
Yeah,
But
that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, it's definitely been the greatest in like thing of our civilization. Just imagine, thousands and thousands of years ago, these people put these together. It's amazing, dude. We could barely do it now. I mean, we could do it. It could get done, but it would probably take like 20 years, and it would take countless people. But these crazy barbarians from back in the day decided to make these things, and like they're amazing.
No, it wouldn't take countless people. It would take bulldozers or whatever kind of things. I mean, it's not even that
I
interesting.
couldn't
It's
hear
not
that
even
one.
that interesting. It's like just bulldozers, assuming to push the blocks. I mean, it's not even that interesting a problem.
yeah, I think like what's impressive is that they did it with basically ramps and levers and pulleys and just people, and they didn't have trucks to like presume. I mean, I don't know where they quarried all the stone out of, but I don't know. I mean, it had to have been like a super expensive undertaking, but I just wonder like what percentage, I guess, of the wealth, however defined, of the kingdom it took to build. Because that they were massive and probably took hundreds or maybe even thousands of people to make the thing over however many decades. So it couldn't have been cheap. And I've always wondered like, well, how much did this actually cost the pharaohs? It's kind of a hard question to answer because we don't really have any, uh, you know.
Economic statistics or anything,
Yeah,
national budgets.
exactly.
When I don't know, there's some question where exoticizing or whatever you might want to call it, the people with these, I guess what you legitimately call far out beliefs, is maybe as damaging as mockery. I think that is coming into play with, I don't know, maybe even some of my hangouts where like I let Jesus and the Gnostic take over or something.
I'm not sure what you're saying. Could you rephrase? I missed some of that. I'm sorry. I was drinking coffee and I was slurping it really loudly.
Oh, I was thinking that exoticizing and putting up on display like a freak show, people with these I guess far out beliefs and such. It's maybe in some ways as hurtful as mockery. Kind of like go ahead.
Well, yes and no. I mean, I think on GoogleTube we're all kind of freaks, basically. um, but I guess so long as people are polite, I mean, it's an open forum, right? People can do that. I think there are some people who, at least if I were running the Hangout or if I had my own Hangouts, I probably wouldn't re-invite them back. I'm not going to name any names, but no, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't. People will come and I guess say their mind or speak their mind and whatever. I mean, the audience you have isn't particularly huge, anyways. It's not like this is national television. It's seen by like, I don't know what, a couple dozen people, and it's like the same people pretty much for every video. So yeah, I don't think that by simply just giving people a platform to speak, that's the same thing as mockery. Although I do think that there is a lot of actual mockery that happens in the rooms. It's not the same thing, though. My 2 cents.
Welcome back, Malek. Yeah, well, I got a little bit more than that. It's maybe a couple hundred per video, but yeah, most of it I want live. Like monetizing, I get pennies because nobody's watching after the fact.
Yeah, I think a lot of those views are probably repeat views too, because I know sometimes I'll be watching and then I'll close out the window and go away for a few hours, and then I'll come back. And
Yeah, I do that too.
so, I mean, if you have like an 8-hour live streaming event with people sort of popping in and out throughout the day, then it's probably, I mean, I don't know what the statistics are, but no, yeah, so.
I usually tune in when there's some interesting characters in Nadia's room. Not necessarily if I'll go in there, if I'll come in here. I usually come in here when there's like a pretty laid back kind of group. But when there's nuts, I definitely like to tune into Nadia's room because she seems to attract some of the more colorful characters in the Google Plus arena. It's pretty funny sometimes.
Yeah. Maybe because I don't shut them down or something.
Exactly, that's what it is. But I do believe that there does need to be a little play with work. So I don't necessarily see that as a bad thing, Nadia. I think that sometimes people just get pent up emotions regardless of if they're in a room or not, and some people use this as a forum to let it out, I guess. But I don't think that you should. I think that you should, if it gets to a point where it's out of control, then yes. But I found with these things that eventually the bull crap just boils over and the people leave, But it's comedy gold. It's comedy gold when this shit happens. And I don't want you, please don't do it. Don't cut him off. Let him go. Let the black Israelite dude just say, I hate Whitey, and then he'll eventually get the picture that it's probably not the best thing to say it. But in the meantime, I'm just going to roll my ass off the entire time. It's so funny, Nadia.
Yeah, well, there are people with maybe more conventional like arcs of their beliefs and get into kooky stuff too, like the New World Order affairs. That's the eschatology going wild.
Yeah, I don't know. I personally, I find once people start talking about the Illuminati or the New World Order, that's a great indicator that I just should stop listening and go do something else. I find people who are really into that, I usually don't. I find I can't really talk to for very long.
Isn't there a big undercurrent of that? I guess American eschatology and such.
I don't know. I think so, sort of. I know in like a lot of conservative circles, not necessarily Christian circles, but just sort of generic conservative circles, there's like this, I don't know, fear of like some sort of like, oh, the federal government is trying to, consolidate all its power so it can, merge with the EU and then like rule all of the world, and the Illuminati is going to be behind it and the bankers are going to be in on it, and the wool's been pulled over your eyes, but I'm here to tell you the truth of things because I've read a few loony blogs or whatever.
Those are called conspiracy Christians, dude. That's what I call them, conspiracy Christians. They like Rand Campbell's one of them, dude. Like a couple people are. That's just like the top of my head kind of. They're conspiracy Christians, and they don't have a clear understanding of the political system. They don't understand how many people are involved in it. It's not a top-down approach. I mean, there kind of is a top-down approach. There's a top, but they all fight amongst themselves. It's not like a kind of new world order thing. It's just chaos. We're in chaos right now, and people need to make sense of it. And from a Christian perspective, it's much easier to go along with the idea that the new world order is forming and that God is coming. It's a conspiracy Christian thing. It's public marketing 101, man. That's all it is.
Yeah, you know how far out this whole like demeanor thing gets. When they go on about these things, I literally tell them, yeah, oh, one world government would be a great idea. Yeah, we should merge with the EU. Yeah, UN troops should be supervising U.S. elections. We have absolutely some integrity problems that the international community could help with. Yeah, I say things like that to them.
That's blasphemy, Nadia. Blasphemy.
You just committed blasphemy there, young lady.
Yeah, well, I mean, I view the whole thing as some sort of, I don't know, kind of like an overreaction to the extreme complexity of modernity, right? Like, no one can really make sense of world affairs anymore. There are just, far too many kind of actors on the world stage, and, there's so much information out there we can't really make sense of. So people just sort of retreat into these really weird kind of, I guess, fictional like models of how the world is, right? Like that, even though it's not true, I guess, in their view, like possesses a lot of like explanatory power or something. I think for a lot of people, like the idea that there's some sort of single-minded like evil, power behind, the throne, so to speak, is somehow oddly more comforting than the idea that it's just chaos and a lot of, there's no one behind, there is no man behind the curtain. There's no one behind the throne. There's just like a crap ton of different parties with their own aims and desires, and no one's really directing things. I think that's somehow, I think for a lot of people, just a way more scary thought.
I think Rand Campbell is really into that stuff.
I would describe it a bit differently, even though I kind of generally agree. But I don't know. I think it's remarkable that I literally advocate for the whole New World Order they think is so terrible an idea, and it doesn't trip their alarm bells or something. It's like, wouldn't they be like shouting me down, having grand debate over this? I mean, apparently not.
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of wondered that too, but because I know when I openly disagree with it, I get shouted down, or people say I'm not paying attention or whatever. So, and I'm not even advocating for the opposite. I'm not even advocating for what you're advocating, Nadia. I'm just saying I don't believe in what they're saying, and somehow that's, unacceptable. If you knew the things that I knew, if you saw the things that I saw, you would totally agree with me. Rabble, rabble, rabble.
The things that do set people off are kind of weird. I mean, it's like, objective versus subjective morality is like this huge sort of like, I don't know, food fight every time it comes up. But then I go, archaic versus consequentialist versus deontological morality, and people can't even be arsed to listen to what the definitions are, even when everything's expanded out in terms of kind of crude definitions. They can't even raise an eyebrow over it, much less bother commenting. And I mean, it's like where are people's priorities anyway?
I think people just like to argue.
I don't know if that was the question, but I mean, it's like, okay, so they do, but what do they like to argue about? Right? These guys have like directly contrary things, don't raise hackles, but then, someone who's like more moderate, but, kind of argues against their, I guess, assertions of what's happening and such, does raise hackles. Someone who goes on about, subjective versus objective morality, okay, that gets a firestorm or whatever every time, but the consequentialist, the ontological, archetype distinction doesn't.
Well, let me ask you. Does the whole
Sure.
morality debate ever change, or is it always the same thing that are being said on both sides every time the argument comes up?
I'm trying to say different things about morality, but it all gravitates back toward basically subjectivity and objectivity.
Okay, because I always see the topic of morality a lot, even in different hangouts. It's like, how many times can people discuss this?
Well, there's plenty to discuss, but they're not discussing it all. They're fixating on this very narrow aspect of things that actually doesn't have a great deal of consequence. It's not like subjective morality is actually bad. It's just like the theists are like really hell bent on disclaiming the word for some reason. John Rawls and whatever other kind of ideal observer theorists. I mean, they're highly respected. Okay, so divine command is subjective too. Why not? Why not? It's just the word used to describe it because it's the mind of God carrying out the ultimate judgment. No problem.
Or
But
slavery.
no, they don't like the word. They don't like the word, so it literally comes down to they don't like the word subjective.
Yeah.
That's the entire content of it.
Yeah, I agree.
There's a lot more to go on about. Like, the issue I raised, I went further. I tried to literally say, okay, let's try to figure out how Christianity does or does not make any statement on universal healthcare, and like, apart from maybe Seamus saying he was for it, and basically just people saying I'm for it, I'm against it, and then I refuse to actually analyze it in any ethical context. It was like the entire point of raising the issue was because of its ethical, the need for somehow ethically analyze it. Where does your ethical system make a statement? That's the entire point of bringing it up.
Who was that?
There's something definitely wrong with that. When you can't bring up a subject, you can't talk about a subject because it hits. Like, there's definite political backfire in this country for a person, no matter what your views are. And you could say that you're liberal, or you could say that you believe in this, or whatever. But when you really get, what you're trying to say, Nadia, when you want to get down to like the nitty gritty of your views, people don't want to talk about that at all because of all the persecution that we get, regardless of your views. I mean, I could tell you that I'm a liberal, or I could tell you that I'm a conservative, and someone in the room will hate me because of it. And that's the political climate of the United States right now. It's very silly.
Well, that's true in like the kind of offline public sphere, but on Google Tube, there's a great deal of, at least perceived, sort of anonymity. I don't think that's really it. I just think that people have certain things certain scripts, really. I was going to say certain topics they like to argue about, but really it's more like there are certain scripts that people seem to delight in running. and they just return to them over and over and over again without really even thinking about them or whatever. And I'm not sure why they do it, and that's kind of the problem, right? Like, I'm so over the whole like objective subjective morality thing. Like, to me, it's
Passe.
I've sort of said my piece on it. I think, a much more interesting question is like, okay, like, like as a Christian, how does my faith inform my views on, again, say like universal health care? I think that's a more interesting conversation than like, well, the usual non-conversation that seems to happen whenever bring up the topic of morality or knowledge or I don't know, evolution or whatever.
Yeah. I think it's a big factor in how, like, I mean, you see, like, the concept of my hangouts, it's almost nothing to do with the topics. How do my topics get derailed? Because they're running off the script. Right.
Yeah, it's not even that they get derailed, it's that they get derailed into the same rut over and over and over again. Right? Like, it's like, I mean, I'm fine with well, I mean, I know it's your hangout, but if I were to have my own hangout, I'm fine with a conversation getting derailed, provided that it gets derailed into sort of new and intriguing territory. But if it gets derailed into the same, well, how do you know that? Or, well, who wrote the Bible? Or, conversation that, has been had so many times, and, people are pretty much, set in their ways on it, then yeah, it gets a little tiresome.
Yeah, I took How Do You Know That in a new direction today, which I'm not sure how well it was responded to. But I literally went on about how the construction of one's epistemology is guided by, something of ethical and aesthetic considerations.
Yes.
And part of it had to do with something like, in Claim from Seamus, that I was presupposing metaphysical naturalism. I was like, no, it's a conclusion. It's based on epistemic grounds, right?
Presuppose is one of those words that I really never want to hear again, as long as I live.
I don't understand presupposition. I don't understand how anyone can presuppositionalize anything.
Well,
it's confusing
I mean,
me, dude.
It's one of those words that is, I think, really abused a lot here on GoogleTube, where whenever, as Nadia pointed out, whenever someone comes to some kind of conclusion, right, or whenever someone concludes that, this is what, the state of affairs is like or something, and I don't like that conclusion, I just call that conclusion something that they've presupposed, and somehow therefore that makes it like unfounded or irrational or, easily dismissed or something because, well, this person, they just presuppose that, like, it's arbitrary and there's no grounds for believing in it. So if you're, a naturalist, well, that's only because you simply just presuppose naturalism, right? You didn't
just open your eyes and look out in the world and see it. That's what I don't understand is, like, what makes the mind presuppose something like that? Like something as big as that, you know what I mean? Like, not necessarily like the little things. I could deal with the little presuppositions and stuff, but like the major one where, like, we're not even really like part of our body. We're like an entity outside of our body that's controlling it. That's the gist of it. That's what I don't understand, how someone can presuppositionalize something like that when there's really no proof for it at all.
Well, first off, that sounds like some kind of, I don't know, dualism.
What's a soul? Most Christians believe in souls, right? They believe that like the soul is the vessel in which we operate this body in, correct?
I don't. There are different views on the soul. I don't view the soul as some sort of weird ghost in the machine that inhabits a suit of flesh and is some kind of ethereal puppeteer that.
What is your version? If you don't mind me asking.
I don't want to get into a whole thing of the soul, but in short, and I'll just leave it at this, because it's late for me, because this is normally around when I go to bed, but I view the soul not as some sort of thing that is separate from me that I somehow happen to like possess, right? It's not like, oh, there's me and then I have this sort of immaterial soul. The soul is seen as the totality of my being.
Is it like holomorphism or dual aspect or something?
Yeah, a hylomorphic.
Okay.
I'm partial to that. That's more of a Catholic understanding, but again, there are Orthodox who take that too. But I don't. I think the idea of the soul is some sort of, I don't know, will-o-wisp kind of thing. I sort of blame Descartes for that. I think it was sort of a wrong turn, and it leads to, I think, a number of sort of philosophy of mind problems that just can't really be satisfactorily solved. But no, I mean, back on the whole idea of presuppositions. That's something that really does bother me is when people do that. And it's like, well, no, I'd like to think at least that I believe in what I believe because I can, up to a point, ground my beliefs in reason or substantiate them somehow. But yeah, it's really annoying when people say like, oh, you're just presupposing X. It's like, no, I'll tell you what I presuppose. I presuppose or something, that other minds exist. I presuppose, I don't know, generally the uniformity of nature. I presuppose that past events will resemble future events. I don't presuppose that, I don't know, Beijing is the capital of China. That's something I learned in a book, right? That's not a presupposition properly understood.
Well, going back to that, I guess the question of whether something can be, some kind of assertion can be presupposed without making an explicit statement on it. Because, like, I guess within I granted that, my epistemology was, say, hostile to supernaturalism is kind of pretty likely that I'd arrive at the conclusion of, naturalism from the epistemology. And they said, okay, well, your epistemology presupposes there is no God because the God, or at least not the Christian God, because the Christian God claims to be the basis of knowledge and so on, and even without explicit denial, if you claim to have knowledge any other way, then you I guess tacitly deny it. And then I went on about, well, that's what kind of drove me back to the construction of it from aesthetic and ethical concerns, where I think one of the aesthetic ones was kind of the separation of concerns to the extent, maximum extent possible, right, to avoid, embedding that kind of conclusion within the epistemology, at least directly. Though I can obviously see how I ended up there, and then the moral one having to do with essentially like things on the order of like honesty, integrity, kind of it's dishonest in a way to embed those conclusions in epistemes or similar, and also how making sort of like the minimum parsimony, I guess, is both ethical and ethical because claiming more than is actual is something of like arrogance, and then from the aesthetic one, the minimalist kind of aesthetic. But anyway, and I don't know. I don't think it ended up getting resolved. It'll probably look more like in Jimmy's favor.
I'm sorry, look, what favor?
Jimmy's favor. Jimmy Stevens was
Oh.
arguing that there's some contrary presuppositions somewhere, my philosophical basis, whatever.
It's cold as hell out.
Yeah, it is, dude. Freezing.
I just walked about a mile probably. I'm froze now. I had to go to the grocery store and back.
That's weird about that.
Well,
That's rough.
go ahead. Go ahead.
You couldn't wait till daylight to warm it up a bit.
It's going to get about 3 degrees here today, I think. 3 or 7. Tomorrow I get food stamps, and it's supposed to be 20, so I'll be okay. I'll go get on my moped. I'll go get groceries on my moped.
Yeah, I need to call in and see why they cut mine off.
I think every 6 months I have to fill out some paperwork. I get 104, I think, a month, about.
Yeah. So I don't know how interesting the account of like all the presuppositions and such was, but like apart from like, I was basically like me, Jimmy, and Floyd, and then everybody else was just kind of like a derailing train wreck of not really understanding of what a presupposition was.
Yeah, I like Floyd. Floyd's a cool cat.
Yeah. I was glad to have him in. I was kind of like face palming. It's like, oh no, this is gonna scare him off.
Although I kind of find it hard to talk to Jimmy at times because I don't know. It seems like I'm trying to think of the reason, like why it's hard to pin down, like why it can be hard to talk with him. It's kind of like if we can't meet on the common ground of reason, and we simply believe in things that we've just sort of like presupposed in sort of like either an irrational way or a supra-rational way, then why talk, right? Like it seems like there's no, it's just kind of like, well, you have your beliefs that you sort of begin with, and I have my beliefs that I kind of begin with, and
yeah,
like that's that.
That's kind of like what I consider a preposition. Am I right? Kind of.
In a way. I think it's like kind of cuts off the conversation too early. There's a way to engage without not just saying, oh, the presuppositions are incompatible, whatever, and all bets are off. Might as well not talk.
Circle the wagons.
Kind of.
I know, I'm just being silly.
I just think I'm still salty about the whole persecution conversation. Truth be told, it was one of those things like, do I really want to push this topic, or should I just kind of gracefully bow out? And yeah, so
I don't know. I wasn't as. I don't know. I kind of held a similar position, but didn't kind of feel as attached to it or something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wouldn't have been good to, I think, keep hammering on the persecution thing because I think I was upsetting the room or whatever. So.
I was busy. What happened?
Oh, I was just referring to an earlier hangout I was in with Nadia and Jimmy and a few others on the question of persecution and what does it mean for a group to be persecuted, and is there persecution in the United States, and what exactly, what is persecution, I guess, fundamentally. And I was, well, I don't want to rehash it. I guess Jimmy and I had some disagreements. Basically, I was saying that sort of inherent in the idea of persecution is some degree, however defined, of sort of severity and I guess systemization or whatever, right? Like a thumbs down on a YouTube video isn't really persecution, or someone leaving a nasty comment or whatever on a Google Plus page doesn't, it may be people being abrasive, but to call it persecution is maybe to use too expansive of a definition. It was a silly debate.
I was under
basically.
the event that persecution was what you were saying, but like it would be considered something to do with their freedoms, like any sort of action towards me that would limit my ability to be free. And just because saying something doesn't limit my ability to express myself or to any sort of freedoms at all. It's just I get butthurt about it. That's it. But it doesn't say, just because I say something to you doesn't mean that you have to act in any specific way. Persecution is when I would take Nadia and I would say, Nadia, you are different than everyone else. I'm going to limit your ability to function in the world, and or I could lock you up or anything like that. But I could say anything I wanted to. It doesn't matter, because what you choose to do with those words is up to you. But when I act upon it in the physical world, that is persecution.
Well, except slander and libel come. It's a little bit fuzzier.
Yeah, slander's different, stuff like that. But the actual act of persecution is just the limiting of freedoms.
I think it's a fuzzier concept, but still. There are definite things we can say need to be within the character of it.
Yeah. I mean, it could even be a subject of its own hangout.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Like, what is persecution, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's one of those things that's, like, fairly well defined, but its borders, I guess, are a little porous, maybe a little amorphous, little fuzzy, whatever.
Is it persecution to say someone is stupid because of their beliefs?
I don't think so.
Is it persecution to act upon that belief that you think that they're stupid and that they can't handle themselves and that you have to do it for them? Do you think that that's a kind of persecution?
Depends what you mean by that. Like, if I think.
So say, like, I think that you are so incompetent that I don't believe that you have the ability to operate correctly. So I would put my will forth in order to act things in this world to have you do it for yourself. Force you into doing it. Would that be considered persecution?
Hi, Johnny.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is it the actual act or is it the thought? The difference is, like, where the line is drawn into persecution is when that boundary crosses from thought to action. That's what I'm saying. That is the boundary.
when you get attacked physically for your beliefs, everybody considers that persecution. I know.
Mm.
Physically.
Well, how about a big campaign to say, well, this person is like such a, I don't know, morally iniquitous or judgmentally deficient on the basis of some religious beliefs, that no one should hire them to do anything, and spreading that message, pretty, far and wide and powerfully.
Yeah, I actually think that's basically a form of violence. I mean, I know like that maybe like people may disagree with that, but I consider things like housing and employment discrimination basically tools of violence.
Oh, Johnny, to catch you up,
Oh,
we
hey,
were
Johnny.
trying to. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, hi everybody. How are you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. You do happen to, for those who don't know, I'm an ex-Muslim, and I've just made a hangout today again about the Nadia. If you can do me a favor, you can post those links on your main channel to get the information out to the public. You see, we should really, what I wish we should do is, we have all those people who passionately stand against Islam. We should have like, let's say 1,000 hangouts. I'm hoping to get 1,000 hangouts simultaneously, all against Islam, all making a mockery of Muhammad, all together live, so that they will stop this bullying. Because the only way to put the bully in their place is to show them that we are not going to take it anymore. And I also like to let you know, in case they do kill me, which God forbid, I hope that it doesn't happen, please remember, okay, to quickly download my videos so that they cannot be lost, and you can spread the message still. Okay, so I'm never giving up hope, even if they take my life away.
I'm going to. I mean, while I agree that there are things that are problematic, very problematic about what's going on in the Muslim religion. Essentially the kind of like structure of extremism. I mean, in terms of like the overall balance of being toward the extreme, Islam as a whole is too far out to the extreme. In terms of the concentration, toward the extreme end, instead of having say a balance of okay, there's extreme liberal and all that. It's far more of a concentration toward the extreme. Those are problematic things in Islam, I think. But there's a question of the tactics. What do you do about it? And even though, let's say the Charlie Hebdo issue is specifically related to mockery of the Prophet and so on. I am, as a matter of principle, against mockery of the Christian, the Jew, Muslim, Hindu, Shintoist, the Raelian, Scientologist, any of them. Right? And I have routinely reinforced, why mockery is such a bad thing. I'm on the wrong end of the stick. You've got people
Well, even if
screaming. You've got people screaming tranny and shemale at me when I walk down the street. This is, I know damn well why mockery is wrong. Right?
Yeah, the thing is, the two things I would like to say. The first thing is, I understand if a person, for example, like Buddha, if people mock the person like Buddha, I never read any statements of him saying that go and conquer the world through the sword or something similar. So I would understand that it would upset people if a person like that would be mocked. And I have no interest, therefore, in mocking Buddha, although I don't agree with his ideology, of course. But then we have somebody like Muhammad, who happens to be the biggest gangster in all of history, at least in the open, okay, that we know of, did all kinds of atrocities. And then when people, such a person being mocked is the most justified. I mean, that's really the funny thing. I mean, the person who where mockery is most justified is the one who happens to be least mocked of them all. Don't you think that's kind of ironic?
If you want to honor the tragedy you inflicted on numerous victims. Do you do it by mocking? Do you do it by making a joke out of what he did to them? I don't think so. I think you could make very stern condemnations, vastly more effective, and they're necessarily not in the form of mockery.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like do both. Do you know about the 20th May, which happens to be Everybody Draw Muhammad Day? Have you heard about that?
No.
I've heard about it. I don't consider it a good idea.
Okay, well, it was instituted by a woman, I think, from South Park, and she received so many threats that she had to step back, and then Thunderfoot kind of reinforced it. And I commend him for that. I mean, he happened to be one of the few atheists who stood his ground in that regard and did not let Islam get to him.
You don't have to let Islam get to you to, not deem it a valid tactic. All it really does is, turn it into a joke at a circus, and it's not a joke at a circus. It is something to cry and mourn about, not have some kind of joke laugh.
Well, even in the Bible, there was persecution with Paul, Saul at first. Then he changed his name to Paul.
I mean,
So it's everywhere.
There's plenty of condemnation deserved, and the matter of the condemnation needs to be serious, needs to be solemn, needs to be mournful in order to respect the victims of Muhammad's various caliphs, and even the huge numbers of women today oppressed by Islam. I don't think this mockery affair is worthwhile or meaningful.
Hey, Shamos.
Hi, Seamus. Welcome back, John.
How you doing?
I mean, let's take a real serious look more at mockery, right? How they do happen, but how widespread are quote unquote Hitler jokes?
Okay.
How much should we go around making Hitler look like a clown in cartoons and parading that around, publishing that?
How often do we go around putting Jesus in cartoons and stuff? You don't get
Well,
the
I
same.
don't
You
think
don't get the
that's right
same backlash.
Well, I think people would be pretty sick. It would find it pretty sickening, though, to put Hitler in jokes and stuff. It depends what joke context, of course, but for the most part, I would think.
That's exactly my point, though, right?
He's always.
I'm agreeing with you.
I mean, Hitler's the butt of jokes all the time.
Oh.
There's a difference between Hitler joke and Holocaust joke. I mean, people joke about Hitler. There's a whole movie in the 40s, right? Made
Great
Groucho
Dictator by
Marx. Yeah.
Charlie Chaplin. Yeah.
Charlie Chaplin.
I guess I can.
Not Groucho Marx. Wow, how did I get those two confused? Yeah, I mean, he's. I mean, he is sort of like a larger than life, weird figure that he kind of lends himself to mockery, really easily.
Well, I don't see okay. Number one, the mockeries I don't think is justified pretty much ever. Applying it to Christ, it's obviously not a case where it's a matter of moral condemnation that's leading to let's see people morally condemning Christ and then trying to carry that out through mockery. So you can develop a theory of how it fits into the religious thing, but I mean, in this case, it was Johnny was talking about Muhammad in Islam having fairly gruesome history of conquest, fairly nasty ongoing oppression of women and so on. And I was saying that it would trivialize the suffering of the victims to carry out that criticism in the form of mocking. Right?
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Nadia. I don't think that anyone should really be mocked. I know that if anything, I find when people mock me or my beliefs that just sort of causes me to take everything they say less seriously. It doesn't actually cause me to re-examine anything. It just annoys me. So, I'm obviously maybe
Why
other
does it
people.
annoy you though? Why? What is the basis of your annoyance?
Because people don't like being mocked. It's just sort of one of those. It's a very kind of natural and sort of it's almost like a reflex, right? If someone is
What is the
mocked.
anger? What is the anger reflective of? What other emotion?
Well, at least with respect to religion, I view it as sort of kind of a denigration of the sacred, which I don't like. But yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to say. It's generally, people don't like to be mocked. I'm not saying I tear my hair out and smash my house over it, but it's one of those things like,
For me, in my life, now it's different for everyone else, but for me in my life, when I've been mocked in the past, it was due to past behaviors that I did that were unacceptable to society or to my family or something like that, and there was a certain amount of mockery in my life at various points. And at that particular point, I was so butthurt that I couldn't really do anything about it. But as I grew up a little bit older, I understood what those people were doing. Now, I'm not saying this is for everyone, you know what I mean? But I try to look at mocking as I'm aware of the process that my body goes through when I'm mocked. I'm aware of the anger rising up. I'm aware of the fear that I get that's based off of that anger. And I try to process it outside of myself almost. I try to just allow the process to happen now and take a look at it. It's a very hard thing to do, to take a look at yourself and being mocked at the same time. And it's not a simultaneous kind of thing, you know what I mean? I mean, I definitely will feel butthurt, but as I've gotten older, I found that really the only way to get to me, to get through to me, is to mock me. This is just for me. If you sugarcoat it and you're nice to me, I will continue to take advantage of whatever situation that I'm doing. But when I get mocked, it just stops for me, dude, and I'm just like, what am I doing? When I get that anger, and I just got to take a look at it, regardless of the issue. But that's just me. Certain people aren't there yet, or certain people they handle it differently. You know what I mean? But I try to look at mocking as positive and negative.
Yeah, I worked a bit differently for me. I probably got butthurt in a rather different way. Yeah, I don't think they were reenacting penitentiary and deliverance with you. But anyway, it would have been a good thing if Johnny were here.
I'm not talking about actions, Nadia. I'm talking about words. It's very hard to deal with actual physical violence when it concerns that kind of thing, because it's forever, and it's very hard. Pain is only temporary, and it's something that we can process, but when we're reminded of it on a daily basis, it is a completely different matter, and I have no idea how to deal with that at all. I have no experience with it.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to tell Johnny, I hope he's still out there, or at least watching. I'm fully supportive of his efforts to criticize whatever Islam. To the extent that he does so in a serious and insightful fashion, mockery is not that.
Yeah, I mean, it really doesn't. I think, especially when it comes to Islam and sort of Islamic violence, mockery really does not help the situation at all. I mean, if anything, it just sort of makes a lot of the hardliners' rhetoric much more appealing and seem more true, right? Like they really do hate us. Look, they're trampling on the sacred. They're they hold up these enlightenment freedoms as these wonderful things, but it's really just the freedom to blaspheme and consume porn. So to hell with the West, kind of language. So yeah, I just down with mockery. That's what I say.
Mm. And I hold the same about the sort of mocking things of Jesus Christ too.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't see me posting a whole lot of those memes as a reason.
Yeah, I don't think that it's just not constructive. That kind of stuff doesn't really add to anything in my book. It's one of the things that actually drives me away from Google Plus.
Is the arguments or?
No, just the really kind of just vicious mockery that gets thrown around in just such a totally casual way by a lot of people. And it's just really off-putting. What's even more off-putting is that oftentimes the people who will do this then somehow claim that their intent is benign or something, like, oh, the mockery, it's meant to be corrective mockery. You see, like, I consider your beliefs harmful, so I'm just going to be a total jerk to you in the hope that you change your beliefs. It's weird, too, because these are the same people who often say that, oh, I base all of my morality solely on empathy or whatever.
Yeah.
It's weird. Of course, people on my side have more than their fair. They dish out more than their fair share of mockery too. And, they should probably be called out on that. But yeah, I don't like it. It's useless and it's cruel.
I'm not sure how much of a side you really have. I mean, given how, I don't know, predominant or overbearing the presence of like American Protestantism is, I mean, it's like Catholics and Orthodox are kind of like both on the butt end of the stick themselves. Actually, you probably get more heat than atheists.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't personally. Because I think you're pretty much the only room I go into, Nadia, I think, at this point. There are a few others, but it just, more often than not, it's just not worth the trouble.
Yeah, this is one of the better rooms.
But you're right, when I do venture out of, I'm just as likely to be, criticized or mocked by a believer as an unbeliever. So it sucks.
I'd say I'm like literally a lot more likely to get heat from like atheists than the actual religious believers.
Yeah, it's a strange world.
I don't have a complete explanation of that. But sorry, go ahead.
The only problem that I have with religion is its basis in our governmental and political structures. That's it. Hold on one second.
I've got the screen blame right there. Like the extent it has had like influence on the law, apart from maybe like sodomy and miscegenation laws. Yeah, it's been actually like moderately benign, just kind of like, okay, well, where the morals sort of fed up, bubbled up from and so on was just, Locke's, Imago Dei, natural rights stuff. And we're not watching it very closely, but we are, checking in time to time. I mean, Locke, Imago Dei writes, sure enough, our stuff was informed by religion, and we don't really, object to it too much. We actually usually go right along with it and say, well, this particular rite should be there or not. On the other hand, in more of like the social and economic sphere and such, extra legal, that's really where the rubber hits the road and things get a bit awkward.
Yeah. Which is why you support the Episcopalians.
Yeah.
And I guess Reformed Jews and probably a bunch of other liberal kind of denomination types.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'd
One nice
love
thing
to
I will say. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'd love to do some kind of interfaith thing with online kind of, I don't know, the interfaith title or something got snagged by, I guess, people who end up blocking me and such.
No.
Ruben blocked you?
No, it was some pagan guy.
Oh.
I'd never block you. I enjoy your hangouts.
I was just going to say on the Episcopalian thing, I will say that they do have some of the most beautiful church buildings in the United States.
Yeah.
Especially during the, a lot of the buildings they made, I think during like the 30s and the 40s were really, really, really pretty.
Well,
During a
yeah,
time when people really needed construction jobs too.
Yeah, that's true.
FDR got a lot of our dams built, like on the Missouri River. If it wasn't for those dams, there's probably, Omaha, Kansas City, Jefferson City, St. Louis, Memphis. They would never be there. Those river cities.
True.
So he got a lot done for this country.
I'll just point everybody to France 24. That's the French news I always watch. I usually try to smoke out the French, whatever, but I give people the English link.
Yeah, I like France 24, and I think the local has a French branch now too. I know they do like Swedish news in English, and I think they also do German news in English. I'm pretty sure they do French news in English as well. They're just like so heavy-handed with like censoring the comment section. It's kind of ridiculous.
It might be a good thing though, given the kinds of comments usually go around. Did you see comments on the Rolling Stone Lula Alcorn story?
Nope. People read Rolling Stone?
Yeah. They're actually not that bad. Matt Taibbi and the whole Goldman Sachs affair. And anyway, the comments are just like a transphobic hate fest toilet or something.
That's weird. I wouldn't expect the Rolling.
Now,
I read Playboy for the articles.
There's hardly any nudity in that magazine. I mean, considering other ones. Considering other pornography magazines.
Oh, absolutely, dude. Like Rolling Stone, I think that's kind of like a propaganda publication. So is Playboy, but I have noticed in Playboy that there are amazing interviews over the past 20 years to do with politics. Going back and reading some of them, they're very interesting.
Yeah.
I think that was the strategy they tried to use because Hustler essentially outporned and it was, far more vulgar and explicit than Playboy was or was willing to go for. So they try and go for we're the sophisticated porn magazine.
Yeah.
or
True.
something.
It's true.
Something like that. The thinking man's, wank rag. I'm trying to think what Rolling Stone's demographic would be. I mean, I know. I mean, I was being sort of tongue in cheek when I said like they're still around. I mean, I know they're still around, but they're
Is
one
it
of those
the
magazines
18 to
that-
35 niche?
No, way older than that, I would imagine. I mean, I think they met kind of like a similar fate as like the New Republic in a lot of ways, where they used to be this sort of magazine of record or something that was widely read and sort of held in high esteem, and kind of over time, kind of unceremoniously fell to some pretty kind of tabloidy, what's up with the Kardashians kind of thing. But I could just be totally out of the loop.
I'm subscribed to their magazine through like a network of magazines, so I look through it. But like my interest is like Farm and Ranch. What other ones?
Are you in the Midwest?
Yeah. Farm and Ranch kind of like things. Things that pertain to like gardening and stuff.
Neat. I like gardening. I don't know much about ranching or anything about ranching, but gardening's cool.
Ranching is hard to get into. Once you get into it and you get stabilized, I think you're okay. For overall.
It's definitely hard to get into in the Bay Area. It's not a. You could get into it. It would probably cost you tens of millions of dollars, but
yeah,
which I don't have yet.
You have to have the waste situation under control, and
yeah, I think having that happen would be pretty hard.
Yeah, there's a lot of dairy farmers in that state, California.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of farmers. Period. I mean, their Central Valley is agricultural powerhouse. We grow all kinds of things and have all kinds of we've beef and dairy and every vegetable under the sun, and it's just not in this part of California.
Oh yeah, I know.
I mean, I guess it's not that far away. I mean, you can drive there for where I am in a couple hours or something, but at least on the Bay Peninsula.
How long does it take to drive from the bottom of California to the top?
When you say the top, do you mean like San Francisco to LA, or like the actual top of the state that no one ever gets to?
The actual physical boundary.
I don't know.
Oregon.
I have no idea.
I've done from Los Angeles to Oregon when I was a truck driver.
For me, California ends at Marin County. That's basically as far north
Welcome
as it
back,
goes.
Seamus. See if we get
That's kind of how I was growing up. If it wasn't within like 3 or 4 counties surrounding me, the earth kind of ended.
Morning, Audio.
Yeah,
Morning.
Hello, down.
Morning, Glenn.
Good having you back again, Down.
No problem. I see that your box of Cheerios. You have an endless box of Cheerios. I like that.
It's not endless. It's going down.
Munchies.
But in the meantime,
Are chocolate Cheerios new?
I don't know. It's just what they had. What was left in the store.
Are they good? Is it like Cocoa Puffs but Cheerios?
They're not really that good. They're kind of the same as plain.
Cocoa Puffs have way too much chocolate in those things, man.
Yeah, they got 25% vitamin C for every 27 grams, so that's pretty good on that front. 25% iron as well. This is without milk.
Do you have a multivitamin you take?
Yeah, it's just like Centrum, whatever.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
It's Dwayne Reed brand. I'll show you. But it's the same as Centrum. Yeah, where'd it fall to? Here we go. Oh, that's unpleasant. Okay.
Okay.
So there it is. ABC Plus from Dwayne Reed. It only lasts so long, but anyway.
Is it a powder or pills?
Pill.
Pills. I thought it was pills. I've never.
Yeah, pills right there.
Oh, they're pretty good sized ones too.
Yeah, those are both pills.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty broad spectrum, so on.
That's cool.
I'm just lolling about the whole vitamin C thing in the comments too. Has anyone seen the comments on this video yet?
Don't say the C word.
Now give me the link to it. I want to see the comments.
All right, hold on.
Oh, are you talking about vitamin C, lady?
Let's not.
The one and only.
Yeah, I call her vitamin C, but I'm not trying to disrespect her when I say that. That's just what she talks about a lot.
Yeah. I'm by and large watching the comments. Can't say I'm watching too close. All I see is really 186 lines, okay.
186 lines on vitamin C.
Yeah. It's like an entire interview with some particular doctor and such. Yeah. Several doctors actually. So. They tell me to watch the nutrition labels to make sure I'm getting enough vitamin C.
No, I mean vitamin C is good for nutrition, but to make the claims that it's going to cure somebody who's stage 3 or stage 4 cancer, that's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, we don't need to go that far. I mean, I'm already advised. I'm already doing what they say. Look at the labels, add it up, try and get as much as I can.
I mean, if that were the case, I think the FDA would have documented that and made the cure available for everybody. See, this is why we have the FDA.
Well, for what's going on with me, the FDA did document it. I mean, they put the percentages of the USRDA vitamin C on the labels.
Oh, exactly. No, I agree. Exactly. I agree with you, Nadia. And you're already consulting with the dietitian. They know all of your medical history and they're advising you. So.
Yeah. As they say, is read the label, try and get enough of this list of things.
No, exactly. With the potassium and the vitamin C and your fiber and all that stuff.
Fiber, they give me weird advice about because of this gastroparesis stuff. Say I'm supposed to be on a low residue diet, and this stuff actually doesn't fit in. It's not the carbohydrates, it's the fiber. I don't have like a runaway insulin resistance thing, so they aren't worried about me like taking too many calories unless I start really gaining a buttload of weight.
Yeah.
Which I'm
Well,
not doing.
your weight's fine. I mean, you're not overweight by any means.
I am on like the high end of the BMI range or whatever. It's like technically over the normal into the slightly overweight thing, but they aren't too worked up about that. I mean, until you get
I would say compared to the average American who's stuffing down McDonald's every day, seriously overweight. You're not, because there's Americans that are 300 pounds that are diabetic because they've been going to McDonald's every single day, and BK and whatever else. I mean, you're not doing that, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, as much as I can't stand my my body shape at the upper end of the normal BMI range or just over the normal end of it. It's not a health problem. I know that. I mean,
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
extreme how comfortable it is, but it's not a health problem.
Oh yeah, because it'd be way worse if you were one of those typical Americans who faces heart disease and diabetes all at the same time, because they stuff their faces with that garbage food.
Um,
No, it's not garbage. I mean,
your
people
hair
say,
looks.
"Oh, it came in a box. It's not especially organic," and so on and so forth. Hey, check nutrition label. It's fortified, all hell with vitamins and stuff. I mean, they're telling me things that are in this thing are what I need to get. Yeah, the problem is that there is a problem with it. Is too much fiber. Because I'm supposed to be on low residue diet. And welcome back, Desert.
Hello.
And Malek too.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, one thing that I actually recommend is soaking in her milk, so just to soften up the fiber.
Always do.
Cereal's like my first food group.
It's not mine. I'm not actually a big fan of stuff.
I'm just being silly.
Nadia, do you still have those Lay's chips? What were they? Lemon something or another?
I got a package for it. The package is empty, but anyway.
Oh,
yeah, these have
Ooh, yeah.
26% of potassium, 26% USRDA potassium per package.
Dill pickle?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What?
I had no idea they made those lemon chips.
They're so good, dude.
What kind again?
Limon, it says.
Oh,
And
I like
Spanish lemon. It's got 25% vitamin C, also per package. Yeah.
Michael Landon, vitamin C.
I like dill pickle, salt and vinegar.
Yeah, I just read nutrition labels and I was like, hey, wait a minute, this has got potassium in it. And then the vitamin C is like, oh, big bonus. Yeah, I need that stuff for sure. My big thing is actually rice and beans. I just wanted to stick to some kind of diet, whatever, or eat what I wanted to. I mean, that'd pretty much be it.
Ramen noodles, beef flavor.
Rice and beans.
Oh, man.
You don't want to have too many noodles. I mean, beans are actually better for you than noodles.
Well, maybe I can say something in this topic because I'm studying foods and food science and all this kind of stuff. Well,
You said you're studying food science, or well, let's wait till he comes back before we try to start him back up. You may have lost connection entirely.
Yeah, I think he has connection issues.
Yeah, bad ones.
Hey, I have a question.
Shoot.
Go.
This hostage situation that's going on right now, right? They've already killed like 11 or 12 people or something like that, and they've probably got like 6 to 10 more hostages between the two situations. Would you guys be willing, if you had to make the decision, would you guys be willing to give them amnesty? If let me give you an example. Back in the do y'all know about the Munich Olympics that they had the massacre of the Israeli team? Well, basically what happened is they put them in prison in Germany there. The remaining guys, I think there was 2 of them or 3 of them. And basically what happened was a few months later, a German plane gets hijacked with like 12 people in it. And they cut a deal to release these 3 guys to Libya. And they fly them out to Libya and they release them. And then all the hostages get released. So I was wondering if a similar situation happens with this, that they cut a deal and they fly them out to Libya or somewhere, and then they get all of the hostages free in the grocery store and in the print shop. Would y'all be willing to do that? Would that be a viable alternative? Would you make that decision?
Well,
I'd do it.
consider
Unfortunately, I would do it too. I know a lot of people that lost loved ones would be really, really upset about it, but the people that still have loved ones that would be saved because of this, I'd do it.
Yeah.
I would do it in a fucking heartbeat.
Oh, welcome back,
it's
Alex.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I having some internet issues. I was talking about the chips and how they contain a big amount of salt, and that may be bad for some people. Well, for most of the people, well, in big quantities, but in small quantities, I don't think they may cause some bad effects.
Yeah. 24% of sodium, 26%
Yeah,
potassium per bag.
the sodium as well is not a very good thing, to as far as I know.
I have Mediterranean salt, sea salt.
Yeah. For the huge bags of rice lyrics, Armin's got me a food scale so I can get measurements on the rice, even if I get like bulk containers. So
I definitely
point-
buy rice. I stock up on rice. I have at least 100 pounds of rice here in my house, besides just regular stuff.
How much do the 20-pound bags go for?
I got them on sale at a cheap, it wasn't even like a Walmart. It was like a cheaper supermarket here in the area, and I believe I got them on sale for $10 a piece.
That sounds right.
That's really good.
Yeah.
But I just leave it in the corner. I don't. If I want some rice, I'll eat it. But that's the food stock that just stays in the corner and it doesn't move.
I've got some limits on how much I can store just for sealed containers and stuff, but yeah, I've still got enough sealed containers to be able to. And Ermine got me that scale so I can actually buy bulk and then measure out. Because I absolutely have to measure out. What Ermine got me there, let me save a lot of money on food. Just in the, I guess, future when I can actually get my ass out to where I can buy the bulk food. I mean, the bodega doesn't have the bulk bags of rice. So,
It's worth it. You can spend $10. You can spend $10 on food and have it last almost a month. If you're broke as hell and you can't afford anything, rice is kind of the way to go.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. There's
rice.
When I was super, super broke in college for like 1 month, because I'd spent all my money, I was like living off of baked potatoes. It was so horrible. It was like I still remember that. It's just like the nastiest thing ever.
Sounds good to me.
No, it's really, really good, but I don't want to like get too vulgar. But I'll just say this: when you would go to the bathroom, it would smell like a fast food restaurant if you eat enough of that stuff, and it just I can't stand it, dude. It's just ugh.
Well, the trouble with a lot of these things is like, I mean, all they really do is basically give you carbs.
Yeah.
So at that point you can have nutrition problems, and I kind of already have them like exploding in my face.
That's basically what chips are. It's like lots of carbs, lots of fat, and ridiculous. Like salt. That's way too much salt. But they're tasty.
Apparently, all hell's breaking out at one of those locations. They heard a bunch of automatic fire and 2 explosions, so I'm pretty sure we're gonna have some news at least on one of those spots within the next 20 minutes, probably.
All this talk of food's making me hungry. I'm gonna grab some Hershey's chocolate. Be right back.
Yeah, I don't actually like sweet stuff.
Same.
It's not sweet though. You can see in the calories right there. There's not a whole lot of.
So, somebody
Not a whole
better
lot of
not.
calorie count.
You don't want any of those Stover's chocolate boxes.
No.
Salty savory for life.
That's both locations, the French officials, they launched a coordinated attack at the exact same time, so they just went for it.
Jeepers.
I mean, the gunman has to know. I mean, you know, what, they got a couple hundred people outside probably. Or, you know.
No, they cleared the area. That's why they moved in, right?
Yeah.
They went off, cordoned off town, cleared out the bystanders. You know, unlike, you know, NYPD who just, you know, got in the middle, gunned down some guy in the middle of Times Square, missed him 9 times out of 10, and hit bystanders every time they miss.
Usually these jihadis are pretty good about tying up loose ends when all hell breaks loose. Like the Munich massacre, I mean, when all hell started breaking loose, I mean, they just threw a couple grenades and the helicopters just started spraying people. I mean, it didn't take very long for them to tie up all the loose ends. So I just think it's a bad idea to pull an operation like this with a couple jihadis because, I mean, they're not afraid to die. So as soon as you come in there, they're just going to tie up the loose ends, kill everybody, and then meet Allah. I guess it's just a bad idea.
A lot of the times, oddly enough, people do get second thoughts, even like religious fanatics. Like oftentimes, suicide bombers won't actually go through with it. They'll change their mind at the last moment or do something else.
Being in a combat situation, I hear a lot of people that have no experience with it say that they would do a particular action, and that is not the case. Even when you are trained to be in situations like this, you never know what your reaction is going to be until at that exact moment. Time slows down for you, and you are only aware of what's going around you, and it's very hard to. The thinking process is gone. You know, you just act, and when that thinking process leaves, people they have the fight or flight kind of thing. You know what I mean? So even trained, hardened soldiers still have to deal with that. The training allows you to get over that feeling that when you change inside, when you're placed in a situation like that, the training helps with you on how the transition to it. You know what I mean? But not when you're in that exact state. When you're in that heightened state like that, you really kind of have no control over yourself. You either follow orders or you kind of lock up. That's the way it is.
It looks like both of them were killed, of the Charlie Hebdo suspects. That's what they're reporting.
I don't think religious fanatics are the only ones who can, you know, brave death or whatever. I think someone who makes the calculation they're going into a situation where they're going to lose, you know, knows they're not coming out of it alive, and will basically act on that.
I mean, just look at World War I and II, right? Like, there are lots of people who go into something totally, you know, prepared and knowing that they're going to die, and they kind of just do it. But yeah, that's nuts. It looks like the police, I guess, stormed the building and killed them, and presumably the number of the hostages died too.
Yeah,
sad.
I really hope as many of the hostages made as possible.
Yeah, I hope they at least try to negotiate or something, because that's just, there's no reason for that.
I think one of the big tactics of all snipers, but can't be drawn out. That's the question. Yeah.
Yeah.
What happens on the field of Mars stays in the field of Mars.
Field of Mars? What?
That's right.
Mars is cool.
I would be considered like a cast of the Mars sect in Roman culture. Who I am, my personality, my experience in life. I would be considered a follower of Mars.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I'm not sure what I'd fit into back then. Probably out of Kibble, I don't know.
What's the surface temperature of Mars? -80 Fahrenheit?
Probably changes pretty dramatically depending where you are on the planet.
Oh, I
I'd
thought
imagine at the poles it's like, well, really cold, and towards its equator it's probably a lot warmer.
I thought it would be a lot colder.
Good question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it is something to like comparable to the Antarctic record, like over much of the surface. Like, well, the Martian cold average is like the getting close to like the Earth record measurement, or whatever. It's like by and large not that far off from what happens on Earth.
Oh, I see.
And that's something that actually surprised me about Mars. But anyway,
It says on a summer
uh-oh, do we lose Glenn?
day,
No, Glenn, I think your internet's acting up, brother.
it can get up near the equator, but at minus 100. It says,
Hey, Glenn, you should repeat that. You kind of were going in and out.
Glenn, you might have to refresh.
it's negative Fahrenheit, 195 degrees. What's it? Go ahead.
You were lagging the entire time.
Okay.
Oh, you're back now.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yep.
Mostly, yeah.
Okay.
You looked up the temperatures of Mars?
Yeah. On a summer day, it can get 70 degrees at the pole, at the equator, and then like 190 at night, I think it said. Of course, the North and South Pole is much colder.
Why would it get hotter at night, though? I don't understand that.
I mean, it's minus 70, minus 90, both Celsius.
What about Venus? Is that planet too hot?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Venus is I believe it's the hottest planet in the solar system. Isn't that right, or something?
I thought Mercury was.
Maybe the hottest atmosphere. I'm not sure. I heard something like that. There's
Anyway.
studies that Mercury has ice, has piles of ice on it.
Actually, it is Venus, believe it or not. I'm surprised by that.
Yeah. The clouds are actually, aren't they acid?
So,
Sulfuric acid.
yeah, but okay. Maybe I'll let that get off too far off the hook, but anyway. The is there any word they say anything about the hostages recovered, or? Okay.
No one knows what's going on yet. They heard some explosions. They heard some explosions near the Paris market, though.
Yeah, this is got some resemblance to the Mumbai attack. You know, pretty much mostly gun violence or whatever. Good explosives.
Can't believe how big Jupiter is in comparison to the Earth, though.
I think guns are pretty restricted in France too. Well, in the meantime,
Naughty.
well, I would be naughtier if I had the means to be. But...
What's that supposed to mean?
Yeah, what does that mean, Nadia?
Yeah, get in shape, go out to clubs, so on.
Go get your groove on.
Yeah.
It's all good.
I could probably line up a few guys, even out here, but not as many as New York, for sure.
If you come to Atlanta, there's a very large LBGTN community down here also. Atlanta's the only bastion of liberalness in Georgia. The entire rest of it, once you get out of 385, the 385 circle is deliverance. But as soon as you walk into the highway area here, it just turns into a beacon of tolerance for the most part.
I was there the day
island.
they were.
The island of I don't know, tolerance or whatever under siege is not what I deem the best situation. For living off rice and beans, it does a lot of things, but it doesn't do everything. So we do like vegetarian stuff, right, without shooting yourself in the foot with malnutrition. You have to do like a lot more variety and stuff, and I really have to stand on my head, bend over backward, and so on to I guess accommodate a lot of it, because I mean even sort of like culture of it is sort of hostile to my measurement constraints and so on. At my liberal island in under siege, even holds in like what you would call blue states, whatever, because they're really only blue by dint to the cities.
Yeah, I live in a red state.
It's a very rural, urban sort of thing. At least the way that plays out in the U.S. That's part of the reason I wanted out of the U.S. for so long, and I'm getting nowhere with it. But
I like living in U.S. cities. I lived in Boston before for a long time. I've lived in Atlanta. I haven't lived in New York, but I've been there quite a bit, and I love city life a lot more than country life. I grew up in the country, and USA is full of towns that don't change. They kind of stay the same. And you'll see that, like, if you're going down the highway and you'll come across, like, Pennsylvania is one of those states where no matter how many times I go through Pennsylvania, it doesn't change through my entire life. It's still the same little towns. It's still this. There's no sort of like growth or anything like that, and I can't stand that kind of stuff. I have to be amongst the populace and exchanging ideas and stuff. That's why I got out of the Hicks. I couldn't take it anymore.
You're in Atlanta now, you said?
Yeah, I'm pretty much smack right dab in the middle of it.
Yeah, I was there that day. That guy killed the courthouse killer or whatever he's called.
Yeah, I remember hearing something about that.
Yeah, when I was a truck driver, I was there that day. There was cops all over, but they weren't checking people for speeding. They were watching for him.
There are a lot of police. I live in the most I don't know how to say it. There's a lot of police in my county. My county has the largest amount of police protection, we'll just say. But I live in an area of the county which is very nice. But on the other side of the county, it is very crime oriented and whatnot. So there are police officers on every highway. That's the only thing that I can't get used to in living in the city is the large amount of police protection that's around. It's needed, I'll grant you that, but that's the only thing that I hate about living in the city. No matter where you go, there's a cop there trying to flag you down or do something stupid.
You were speeding.
It's definitely needed. Like, we had a snowstorm, I believe it was 2 years ago, and by snowstorm I mean there was less than 2 inches of snow. And on the main on the main drag on 85 going down, within a 20-minute period, there was over 100 accidents.
So, do you want to live where I live? I mean, I live around about 500 people. You're more than welcome. I'll trade you places.
Oh way, oh man. I grew up in a town with 5,000 for most of my life. Well, for like up to my 20s, you know.
Well, I either go way, way small or way, way big. I don't really go with the stuff in the middle.
How many stores are there?
Got a post office, like restaurant, like 2 or 3 bars, grocery store, bank, whatever, library, all your general stuff.
Well, let me ask you this. When I'm out and about, who do you think finds me and calls for the paramedics?
The police.
Exactly. Got a very different relationship with them.
Yeah, we don't have any stoplights here, lyrics, and there's not a single stoplight, and there's one constable, but he's not really a cop. He never arrests anybody. He never gets tickets out. He just drives around.
But everyone pretty much behaves themselves, right?
Kinda, sorta. I don't know, but they really don't enforce much around here.
That's how it was when I was growing up. Like, I grew up in a small town, and there were cops and stuff, but the community more or less took care of the troublemakers. They didn't do anything bad to them, but it kind of kept them out of trouble.
See that term, cops? There's one constable here. Like, we don't have an actual police department. Like, the guy doesn't even have a police station. Like, his home number is the friggin' number to reach. Got a problem to reach him.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's mostly like whatever. Somebody's dog is loose, whatever. Bunch of stupid shit. It's not even. He's basically a glorified dog catcher. He's not even a real cop.
Oh man. Talk about the simple life.
Yeah, there's a big part of it is like white privilege or something for me. It's like people see something that wrong with me, call the cops and so on. They don't go apeshit and like start beating on me or whatever, or presume that I'm like on drugs or something. I mean, they pretty much they have the consideration or sympathy or something to just quote unquote honor my white privilege, and they investigate, find out that I'm sick or whatever, and have me hauled off by paramedics instead of who knows what would happen to me if they did their medical neglect in a jail cell or something.
They just assume when they get the call that you're Nadia, and then it's all good.
No, it's a bit of white privilege.
But yeah, I've noticed an increased presence, not so much for the city where I'm close to, because I'm very close to a city here, a really big city. But like Minneapolis had a huge presence, man. Because I've been to Denver, and in Denver, you see a few cops, but not like Minneapolis, man. They're on every friggin' corner, like downtown. Downtown Denver, you see a cruiser here and there, but Minneapolis is just crazy. And that's
Yeah.
interesting because weed is now legal in Denver. So if it's causing so many problems, then there should be tons of cops everywhere, right?
Hi, Bunto.
There's a lot of panhandling that goes down on downtown Minneapolis, at least in the summer.
Well, there's a lot more than panhandling going down in Minneapolis there. Panhandling is probably the least of their worries, but yeah, they'll enforce that stuff too. I almost got arrested by police because I was demanding that they punch in the code for the bathroom at the parking garage because I had to use the restroom really bad. The shop down the street that I came from, the pizza parlor, the restroom was all closed there, and they got very belligerent with me. So I don't have much fun with those guys.
No, the police here, I've seen multiple acts of excessive violence against people in my community from cops. I live in mostly a black community. Well, it's pretty mixed, but I'd say it's like 15% white, we'll say, and all the rest is of different ethnicities. And I've seen black violence, like cops on black violence, especially with the younger kids. I've seen full interactions with them where like a cop would pull over. Like there were some kids driving outside. I live in an apartment complex, like a gated community, and the cops would come in the gated community and they would follow kids from off the road. And once they get in here, they didn't do anything. Like they didn't even, they had no real reason to arrest them. But as they were questioning them and whatnot, I saw them intentionally try to provoke these kids. They were like 17 to 18, just getting their license and stuff. And these cops were like straight out provoking them, trying to get these children to act violent. And they were kids. They didn't know what they were doing, so they were easily provoked. And after that happened, like the tasers came out and the whole 9 yards. And I saw these cops laughing afterwards about the whole situation. It's the most fucked up thing. I swear to God, like I've seen cops do some screwed up stuff down here in Atlanta to black people. It's pretty fucked up.
Doesn't surprise me. Sucks, man.
Yeah, I've not seen what they do around everyone else, but I pretty much buy the reports that go around. Where I get cut on the whatever edge is basically like when I actually have something happen to me, right? The cops pretty much like just blow it off.
Tasers actually kill people. You don't hear about it because it's kind of like lightning. It don't happen a lot at one time.
Hey, Lyrics, are you from Georgia originally?
Originally, I'm from New England area, Massachusetts.
Well, that's quite a difference to go from there to Georgia.
Yeah, I did that on purpose.
Why?
Because I like to experience new things,
I mean, Georgia's not the worst southern state, but it's definitely in the list of bad southern states.
Where I live is nice. I don't mind it. The laws are different, you know what I mean? Like, but I don't really care. I still operate in the same manner as that I did before. I'm not a criminal, so it's not like I go out of my way to like break the laws or anything like that. So it didn't really affect me in any way.
Yeah, how are the laws different? Like give a couple examples. I'm just curious.
Well, the drinking laws are different.
What's different with the drinking law in Georgia?
You can't buy alcohol on Sundays. You can't buy alcohol after 11.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
The bars are open till 4.
So the bars are open till 4 a.m. That ain't bad. Why is that bad?
No, it's not. It's just different.
So,
Yeah.
can you buy alcohol in the bar still then after 11?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it's pretty easy then. You just go out and you buy your case of beer, leave it in the trunk, before 11, and then
Yeah,
you go back.
the whole concept of those laws is just to increase the economy. And that's pretty much it. I mean, there's religious connotations to it, but it's mostly just used to get people in bars.
Yep. Yeah, 4 a.m. is okay. I mean, for a closing time. I think beyond that, it's kind of counterproductive.
I don't really drink, so it doesn't bother me either way.
Well, the logic behind keeping the bars open an hour or two longer than normal is that people aren't going to like try to finish off 12 beers in a 3-hour time span. Now they can do 12 beers in a 4-hour time span.
I noticed, like, I don't socialize that much because I have children and stuff, so I just kind of take care of my family. But for my friends down here, I've noticed that they party later. They'll start around 10 or 11 instead of, like, I'm used to Massachusetts where we'd start around 6 or 7 and we go to like midnight or something like that. Most people around here start at 11 and they end up going home at 6 in the morning.
Who starts partying at 6 or 7? Like, even where I live, people at 6 or 7, you got to be like an old person. I mean, at the retirement center, going to the community room. 6 and 7, you're still at home having dinner. You're still laying in the bath, whatever. I mean, the earliest anybody will start to go out to do stuff here, at least the younger people, 20s, 30s, 40s, is around like 9 o'clock. But it tends to be around. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, welcome, Paul. It tends to be around 11 here as well.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Mr. Paul.
How you doing?
I'm an early drinker. I like to get there. I like to get ahead of the game,
I'm not a big drinker either. I never drink at home. I never have. I like to drink when I'm out though, certain places.
I had problems with it in my earlier years, so I've learned to stop.
I had problems too. I would go to see the bars used to close at like 1 a.m. around here, so I'd go out at about 9 or 10, and in about a 3-hour time span, I drank about 8 liters of beer. That was my average.
Yeah, dude, I hear you. I kind of grew out of it. The kids helped. Having a kid changed my outlook on a lot of things.
Totally, I agree with that. I've not had a drink in over 12 years. And when my daughter came along when she was 8, I remembered the hangovers I used to get as a drinker. I used to suffer from terrible hangovers. And I thought to myself, there's no way I could handle having to look after my daughter. And she's an early riser. She likes to get up early. And she's at her best first thing in the morning, running around and all the rest of it. And there's no way I could deal with her with a hangover.
See, I never did liquor though. That's a difference. I think you folks are doing liquor. That's not something I do simply because it's too expensive at the bars, and second because of the fact that it gets you too inebriated. So I never do liquor.
Beer or liquor, either. The hangovers. It was the hangover from hell was the reason why I stopped drinking, because when people say, "Oh, never again, I'm never having a drink again," but then the drink after a bad hangover, but then drinking again a week or two later. Well, I never did drink again. I gave up, never with the intention of giving up forever. I had a horrible hangover, and I've not had a drink since. It was easy. People who say, "Oh, it's really difficult to give up drinking," and well done. It was easy for me because there was no effort put into it whatsoever. Giving up smoking, however, was a different matter.
Somehow, drinking doesn't really seem to be a big question for me. So I don't really feel a need to, I don't know, consciously restrain or encourage myself or anything. Yeah, I guess I do have a preference for, hard liquor or whatever, but that's not really, It's just kind of like not really a big question in my life.
It's just very expensive at the bars though to have that hard liquor.
It's very expensive now. I mean, like I say, I've not drank for 12 years, but the price of alcohol in the UK doubled in that time.
If you go to a club in Atlanta, a mixed drink will cost you at least $12.
I don't know what that is in UK money, but it sounds like a lot.
Yeah, it's a good chunk of change for just
It's
one drink.
$8, $10 a beer, $12 a shot.
What about cigarettes in America? Because in the UK, a packet of cigarettes costs. Actually, I don't know how much they cost these days, but it's got to be the best part of £6 for a packet of 20. In fact, it's probably more than that now, actually. Well, that's a seriously expensive habit. In fact, you could probably buy crack cheaper than what it costs to buy cigarettes here.
Cigarettes in New York a pack of Newports cost $12.50. Down in Georgia, I can get a pack of Newports for $4.
I remember up in New York, the drinks were cheaper at the bars, and you say they are in Atlanta.
$9.07 for 6 British pounds.
£9? Wow. Oh, right. So, yeah.
It depends on where you go, Nadia.
Yeah, Missouri has the lowest tax rate on cigarettes, I think.
Where?
Missouri.
Oh, really?
It's.
I went to Vlada up by 52nd and 8th. And sometimes I go to like therapy and industrial too. Other times I go to like Club Cherie and Lucky Chang's. Mostly when Club sit in Lucky Chang's until Club Cherie opens up. And, we're talking like I don't know. It was a lot cheaper than that. It was like $6 to $8 for a mixed drink.
You ever been to the Blue Oyster in San Francisco, Nadia?
No.
You should definitely go there the next time you get a chance.
There are bars for. I think San Francisco has enough going on. There are bars for long weeks of sorts.
Do you think San Francisco is one of the best places to live in California?
It probably is. Unfortunately, I'm in Oakland.
Yeah, well, yeah, because it's so expensive. I mean, it's very common people will live close to where you are, and they'll just drive into the city.
It wasn't expense per se. It was the like employment or income or whatever checks.
What do you mean by the employment prospects aren't I mean, it's very competitive there, or?
No, to just kind of pick up and move the way I did. Not having a job lined up ahead of time and so on. The complexes and so on are more stringent about having like some kind of verifiable income in San Francisco than Oakland.
Oh, yeah. New York is the same way, where they want you to pay like the first month and the last month's rent on top of your deposit and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's not a big deal. The big deal was the income check, because the income wasn't actually there. I was able to get in here by using a tax return. Over on the other side of the bridge, couldn't pull that with any, I don't know, corporate complex, whatever.
How long have you been in your current apartment?
I'd say must have started October of 2013.
How much were they charging you for rent?
Like 600.
Wow, that's a lot. I mean, considering how small it is, it's basically a studio.
It's not even a studio. They call it an SRO.
It's a lot more affordable. It's a lot more affordable than the studios in San Fran, which probably cost me about $1,500 starting out.
Well, if I'm getting paid, it wouldn't matter. But I'm not getting paid. It's not really the cost of the apartments, it's the lack of income.
Yeah, but it seemed to be that back in the 80s, though, things were a lot cheaper, even around San Francisco. And in the last 30 years, stuff has just gone up. Housing has gone up in price because there's a lot of competition for housing. They have a housing shortage.
Well, wait, it's consciously architected. Elizabeth Warren, I guess, goes on about how rent extraction, in terms of economic rent, not just literal apartment rent, has gone up as like a fraction of people's income that it consumes.
Yeah, I won't move anywhere unless I can buy the property with cash and not have to pay rent. I mean, I can't afford it otherwise.
That's kind of like beyond my lifetime.
Yeah, it is in your area for sure. Because if you want to buy a house there, you're talking 500,000 minimum for probably a 2-bedroom.
Well, I have less life ahead of me, and I have, basically all my assets, etc., wiped out. All my earnings, whatever. Lifetime earnings.
Yeah, I heard about your family pilfering away your savings and your IRA and all that stuff.
That can't really be said. That comes up under risk of slander and stuff.
Yeah, I won't mention any names or such. It's pretty broad with what I said, so we'll keep it at that.
It says 2 terrorists are dead now on the CNN page.
Yeah, that was on the news about 5 minutes ago. They killed him.
Are these the same people responsible for the shooting a day or so ago?
Yeah, the hostages have been freed, is what it says. It doesn't say any hostages died.
Oh, good.
Oh, that's good news. More important than apprehending the suspects is, rescuing the hostages. By far.
I mean, do any of you do any of you use the antennas on your houses? I mean, to tune into this stuff. It's nice to have live news sometimes.
No. I don't really have a house.
Yeah. I mean, the internet's great, but there's some stuff that hits the TV before the internet.
Yeah, I got the Russian affair on IRC for with Boris Yeltsin and all that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Intruder.
I'll tell you what, Bunto. New York is chock full of tops. See? I sold Bunto on New York.
Yeah, it's on CBS right now.
Man, Nadia.
What's that?
Those Cheerios have lasted a long time for you.
Yeah, takes a while to get through them.
There's an endless box of Cheerios. That's what I said when I popped in here. It's an endless box.
I kind of wonder that sometimes.
Yeah. New York's the only place I've been at. I really felt like I was home. I'll never be able to get back there now. It was a minor miracle I could get to where I was, even.
Well, there's a lot of opportunities for you, though, if you simply pursue the graduate school, you start utilizing the food pantries, you start getting on some more programs here to help you, Section 8, etc. I mean, you can cover a lot of these things with poverty that you're facing right now, with the Cal grants and all that stuff.
Graduate school is probably the most serious of those. I think you're overestimating Section 8 being actually existent or whatever.
Well, you could possibly get scholarships, whatever. I mean, they have LGBT scholarships and such, and other things as well. And you can easily end up with 10 grand in your pocket every semester after classes are paid for.
Well, I probably won't be that easy, but still. I do have my undergraduate already. It would be grad school, by the way.
Exactly. You're all set. You can get into grad school. It's not that difficult. I've taken the GRE. I'm sure you maybe even already taken the GRE. You just haven't gone to grad school yet.
I have. Not recently, but yeah, I have.
It's really not hard. I mean, I think grad school is easier than undergrad because you don't got to focus on. I had 3 majors, okay, so I didn't need to focus on 3 different majors. Like, grad school, you're focusing on one thing.
2 majors, 3 minors.
Yeah, I would have had 4 majors if I hadn't had to take the general studies BS.
I would have turned various of my minors into majors myself. Yeah, taking on more minors, but
I really didn't benefit from university coursework until my junior and senior year. Prior to that, it's kind of boring.
Yeah. I don't know how much I benefited from it, period. I was more preoccupied with the jobs I was doing to get by. Well, the university itself was attached to getting by. Essentially, even without explicit residence, access to residential campus was got me, places to camp out in winter, whatever. The shower and center facilities and name it.
That is bright
I was
light.
even using my student organization participation to live off of visa.
It's going to be advantageous for you, Nadia, though, to do the grad school thing before Obama leaves office, because he has a lot of education programs in place that are going to disappear once he leaves office. They had a special grant for me that pays $4,000 a year just for taking the classes I'm taking. Okay, so definitely, it's for grad school. It's almost unheard of to have grants for grad school, but he instituted that.
Yeah, we talk more about this offline or something. So I don't know what kind of walkthrough I need.
Yeah, if you need any
all the stuff you're talking about.
Yeah, if you need any more help, let me know in the near future. Here, I can help you.
Or yeah, future. I mean, tonight or something. Welcome back, Paul.
Hey, Paul. Yeah, that'll work. I have some time tonight. Welcome, Paul.
Yeah, grad school would definitely help re-energize my career.
Yeah, keep you focused on. But keep you focused on something and learn new skills while you have this free time to. Yeah, you have the time to be totally focused on it right now. So yeah.
Well, none of that matters. What matters is, getting a fresh credential. Rolling off the fresh credential, you can, compensate for employment history gap. It also gets you plugged into a bit of the industry recruitment and such. That otherwise, almost impossible to attract the attention of, so to speak.
Yeah, things have come to a head in Paris, people.
Yeah, we heard they rescued a number of the hostages.
Well, they rescued some hostages, but I think some have been killed as well.
Conflicting news stories.
And the response, I think, from the Israelis is going to be severe, I would have thought.
I thought it was in France, not Israel.
Yeah, but if you attack a Jew anywhere in the world, there'll be a response from Israel.
Okay.
Wow.
In one way or another.
Even for people who didn't know they were attacking Jews, or I guess it was obvious.
The hostages were taken in a the hostages were taken in a kosher delicatessen, I think.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah.
That's kind of obviously intentional.
On the Sabbath. That's all it is. I can see the comment there. It's not meant to be gung ho. That's just a reality. If you know. You know, if you attack someone in a Jewish community, that's history shows that's what's happened in the past, where they'll respond one way or another. Anyway, it's very sad what's going on over there. I mean, that's a country in crisis for sure.
Well, yeah, it's hard to approach, but
No, it's very hard to approach. It's impossible.
honestly, I don't see the connection, like retaliatory connection, being very good to take on. I could see restorative. I mean, there are actual victims there to.
Eye for an eye.
Just restore property, restore. Sorry?
It's an eye for an eye mentality.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, that's what they do, and it's on both sides. It's not just the Muslims. The Jews do the same. I don't necessarily agree with it, to be honest, but
Yeah, I think it's bad strategy as well as ethically very questionable.
they just don't seem to be able to listen to any form of reason. both sides. I'm not just talking about one side in particular. It's just, you know, how do you negotiate with these people?
Well, if you're, by the time you're negotiating about the issue at hand, it's already too late.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they're on to something else, or go back over some other issue. Impossible.
Well, it's not just that. I mean, the entire reason why the issue is raised is because they had their minds made up and are demanding capitulation, right? You know, I think the real approach is to, you know, frankly, you know, integrate, interface, and, you know, communicate, build relationships, and things like that. Not, you know, some kind of fighting tactic.
No, you're quite right. I mean, communities. You know, just in the UK, you take it as an example. So you have little enclaves almost of communities from all different types of ethnicities. We're not just talking about Muslims. I mean, the Polish, you know, will come over to the UK and they'll form their own little communities, and they're very insular. They're not, you know, a lot of these ethnic groups don't want to integrate. And the communities that they are embedded in, that the existing communities, the indigenous, so to speak, communities, don't want to integrate with them either. There's just so many prejudices and mistrust. It's shocking, really. I'm sure you have the same over there, right?
Well, somewhat, but the geographic isolation we can achieve just because there's so much space.
That's one of the other problems here. Yeah. It's. I mean, we're a tiny island. We could probably fit in one of your states a couple of times over.
Right.
And so
well, I mean, let's say my answer to 9/11 would have been launch a massive, you know, outreach programs. You know, just try to get cultural exchange, and in both like mass media and direct contact. You know, actual people traveling out to there and back to here. To learn languages, to you know, arrive at understandings, to, you know, develop, you know, common cause and interests, and try to diffuse some of it that way. In other respects, to, you know, maybe recognize, you know, where historically, you know, damage is done by, you know, say, various U.S. covert interventions, and try to, you know, make amends a bit for that too. And when the smoke clears, you know, you have, well, new buildings built, and new relationships built, not, you know, hordes of refugees uprooted from bombed out buildings, and that I think would have done a lot more, a lot better for, in the way of a response to 9/11 than, you know, launching wars on Iraq and Afghanistan.
Well, 9/11 was a major setback, wasn't it, for community cohesion? That was a massive setback for everybody concerned, really.
Absolutely, yeah.
Massive setback.
And that setback to community cohesion is a big part of what I would be trying to address with my response, right?
Yeah. To be fair, there is some of that going on here. but it tends to be facilitated by church groups more than anything, or community groups themselves just wanting to do the right thing rather than the government, if you know what I mean. So it's done in small ways rather than addressing the wider problem and taking it on.
Yeah. Can the
But
scale and scope of that ever be sufficient?
There's just so many other priorities for the governments, though. I mean, obviously the economy is where all the focus seems to be.
Well, you wanted to build the economy, building a relationship with trade partners and everything else would have done a lot more for the economy than blowing up a bunch of bombs that cost $1 million a piece to do nothing more than blow up buildings that don't have the resources, financial or otherwise, to rebuild. Devastating the economies of both sides.
Sorry, say that again.
It's devastating the economy of both sides to go about all this war.
Yeah. One good thing, though, about the economy, the cost of fuel seems to have gone down, eh?
Oh, yeah.
Well, maybe a bit, but...
I think that's down to open more than anything.
The military planners know this. I mean, everybody's going into, some trivial, or not trivial, but unnecessary engagement. I mean, their mission is something to protect the well-being of the populace and such, and part of that is not draining away or I don't know, blowing up the resources and such by unnecessary engagements, right? And it's a matter of readiness, but at the same time, I mean, General Eisenhower, as president, went on with a big speech about how, all the war material and so on was, bleeding out from things that would otherwise contribute to the well-being of the nation.
Right.
And I don't think his message was very unique. I mean, even Kitchener said such things. And you can, and I'll bet you can find even like Bismarck and Kaiser Wilhelm saying it all too. Yeah, it didn't have to turn out this way.
What was that?
So it didn't have to turn out this way. It didn't have to turn into this, whole, bizarre war and everything. The outpouring of, sympathy and so on after 9/11 was, astounding, especially given that, not entirely comparable, but similar things going on all over the world that just, people pretty much brushed off. But
Well, the world changed forever, didn't it? Really. You think about just some of the things that we used to take for granted, like, for instance, going on holiday on an aeroplane. I mean, the security checks now. I mean, they're still not as stringent as they are in some places, but in America and the UK, it's pretty tight. And just some of the things, like I say, just walking around in London now. I mean, there's more CCTV cameras in London than anywhere else in the world. You can't you can't fart in London without somebody watching it or hearing it.
Mm.
I don't have a problem with it. I know a lot of people do. I don't have a problem with the Big Brother kind of thing. In fact, it makes me feel a bit safer.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. I'd, move to the UK in a heartbeat.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that I don't know what they call them over there, the security services over there, the FBI or whatever. I'm pretty sure they're not too concerned about Nadia eating Cheerios on Google Hangout on air, eh?
I trip a few red flags just from the way I describe myself, communists especially. But apart from that, I see that my political activism and participation is nil, and that at that point nobody's noticed.
Nah. You're not too concerned anyway about people watching you, are you, Nadia? You don't care. Your whole life is on camera practically. It is recently, anyway, from what I've seen. In fact, I watched the sunrise in your bedroom yesterday.
Yeah, I watched it too this morning. There's it's part of the message, right? Coming out, knowing me better, knowing me well.
It's like the Truman Show almost.
Matter. That was for a trivial purpose. It's something of the coming out, right?
Right.
Kameni's big effective campaign. To have people out there know somebody like me, see, that I'm not so horrible, that I'm someone they can relate to, that I, someone they would value in the world, want to have around, and that when I'm getting hurt, it might feel like it matters to them.
Oh, okay.
So maybe they'll stop going like, maybe calling that an abomination that's morally equivalent to, rape and pedophilia. Not such a great way to go about it. Maybe I'll cut them some more slack.
Sorry, I don't understand. What do you mean? Equating what to rape and paedophilia?
Transsexualism.
Oh, I see. Certainly in the cities in the UK, most people don't. It certainly doesn't even register with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, me either.
It just doesn't register. I mean, some transgender people, it's obvious, you can see it, but it doesn't even register. I walk past, so what? Who cares?
Exactly.
UK is a very different place.
So do you think there's more prejudice towards that in America than have you ever been to the UK, Nadia?
No, I've never
You
managed to
know
travel
quite
across
a lot
the
about it. You know a lot about the politics and.
Yeah, I'd have to formally apologize for Nikki Sinclair repetitively.
You have to apologise for what? Sorry.
Nikki Sinclair.
Oh, I see. Right. Yeah. You said that the other day.
And there's I follow some of it. Can't rattle off every last lord who's done something kooky, but anyway.
Right. Are you in a hospital room right now, Nadia?
No.
All right. I just see your wristband on there, and I thought you might be in a hospital.
I have to get taken in often enough.
I
Leave the last one on so they know where to take me next time.
I see. I keep imagining that a nurse is going to storm in your room and tell you to quit smoking.
Hell, I did when I was in there last time. I'm like, I'm not smoking.
You did smoke in a hospital room?
No, but they accused me of it.
Oh, blimey, dude. You get wrestled to the ground in a UK hospital for doing that.
Nadia?
Oh, I probably would have been if I had been. Go ahead.
Earlier you were saying that the police take you to the hospital if they find you or something like that. Am I correct? In public?
Yeah, by and large, bystanders don't really call.
Okay.
Police on patrol find me and call in.
Alright. So you faint in public or something sometimes?
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
Do you have diabetes? Do you mind me asking? Tell me to mind my own business, Nadia.
It's type 1.
You got type 1, right? The only reason why I asked is because I used to work in a diabetes and endocrine clinic, so I thought that's what it might be. Are you managing it?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't look like it with the chocolate Cheerios and.
No, I'm doing fine. Not that much. My A1C is like only, what did they say, 8.1 or something.
Right.
8.1 is not bad.
No, that's all right.
You could make a box of Cheerios last a lifetime, Nadia.
Yeah, as you could tell, I'm not going through it very fast.
Because I swear, it just looks like you eat it very often, but it's still lasting.
Yeah, I eat like 2 at a time.
Wish I could do that.
All I have to do is like, see how much is in the box. It has, so many servings with so many carbs. Do the math, take a dose. It's done.
It just seems like a pain in the ass to just keep count of all of that.
Well, they're trying to develop. I mean, it's been a while since I've worked in diabetes and endocrine, but the professor that I used to work under was helping to look at ways of constantly monitoring subcutaneously. But the trouble is that the implants that they were putting in the wrist, and all the research and tests that they were doing is that there were just too many infections and so on. But now they're looking. Apparently, Google with these contact lenses, they think that they may be able to electronically monitor blood sugar via these contact lenses. I don't know how.
Yeah.
There must be in your tear ducts. In your tears. There must be ways of making that reading. I don't know.
I'm not sure exactly how it would work, but yeah, I actually have some issue with that. I had a lancet gun. The hospital lost when I was there this past time, so I haven't been able to do any testing since the last time I got out.
You haven't been able to do what? Sorry.
Any testing since the last time I got out.
You've not tested your blood sugar.
I can't. I don't have a lancet gun, and I can't get far enough to retrieve one.
I mean, I know this is a silly question because I suspect I already know the answer, and that we take our health service for granted here in the UK. But so you have to pay for all of that stuff. The lancets, the and the diagnostic stuff, do you have to pay for it all out of your healthcare insurance?
I don't, because I'm on like fairly dire poverty
Right.
level assistance with all this, or at least with the healthcare.
Yeah. Okay. So there is healthcare in America for those that critically need it and can't afford
Sometimes.
insurance.
Sometimes. So some
For
places.
most common illnesses, yes. If say like you break your foot,
No.
or if you can go into any hospital where I'm at, if you break your foot and you don't have insurance, you can get it fixed.
Right.
You'll be in debt.
It depends.
You'll be in debt. Nadia, everywhere that I've been to, it's been like that. They freely take in people that cannot afford it, but they end up charging them. You get medical debt. I mean, it's not like we're talking about $1 million surgeries here and stuff like that, Nadia, but we're just talking about regular, everyday, run-of-the-mill instances.
But what about life-threatening stuff? So let's just say, I don't know, I cross the street and I get knocked over by a car, and I'm critically ill, life-threatening injuries, and I don't have medical insurance.
Life-threatening is got a mandate for it. What Luris was on about has a bit more variation, a lot more variation.
Sorry,
if you get into a car accident here, you will go. They will take you to the hospital and you will get treatment.
You will, right? No matter what.
No matter what.
And who pays for that then? Ultimately, once assuming they fix you and they save your life and all the rest of it, are you then medically indebted to them in some way, or?
Technically, yes.
Right.
It doesn't necessarily work out that way. I mean, there are legal ways around it and whatnot, but technically, if you have no insurance, you get into a car accident, you get brought to the hospital, they fix you, and then you get billed.
Right.
They only really have to forestall death. So, in various cases, they'll do things like, you're to a point where you won't die from it. Now, cough up, $50,000 or we amputate.
I always wondered how it worked over there.
Yeah, the kind of dilemma I just raised happens a fair amount.
And what about things like, because in the UK, no matter who you are, if you're female and you want contraception, it's completely free to everybody.
Absolutely not. Yeah. Religion basically shoots that down entirely.
Right. And all children, actually, as well. All children up to the age of 16, I think, get completely free. Because in the UK, if you need a prescription for drugs, if you have the ability to pay, then you have to pay a fixed amount. It's like £8, no matter what it is. So even if the drugs cost £200 a tablet, or if they cost 40p a tablet, you pay £70. You pay £7 per prescription. £8, whatever.
Yeah, there's. You say no matter what it is.
No matter what it.
Here it matters what it is. They only have like a short list of things that they consider essential, consider covered, and so on, and the rest then you just buy cash out of pocket.
There are a couple of exceptions to that. So, for instance, if you have type 1 diabetes or you're insulin-dependent diabetes, then that's completely free. You don't even pay the prescription charge of £8.
Yeah, like I said, a lot of prescriptions or whatever here are just not covered. So if they write the prescription at all, you have to pay cash out of pocket.
Right, some of that stuff's expensive. Really expensive.
Yeah.
Some of those drugs.
Yeah. There are a few that I'm getting hit by. One of them's for my thyroid. The other ones, I guess, what are the sex hormones, whatever, which apparently matters to metabolism, and I'm an endocrine disaster.
Yeah, yeah. Now, just out of interest, Nadia. So if you're not measuring your glycemic stuff there because you haven't got the lancets and the diagnostic equipment, if you go into a hypo while you're online now, who do we call?
Oh, have a good day, Desert. I guess Oakland Emergency Services.
Oakland Emergency Services. All right.
Oakland, California. Yeah.
I'll try and remember that.
Well, it's basically I'm in Oakland, so. There's yeah. I mean, missing my pancreas, missing my thyroid, missing gonads. That's endocrinologically very unstable.
Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine.
That's why you see all the hospital hangouts.
It's why what?
That's why you see me doing all the hangouts from hospitals.
Right. Some of the conversations that go on in some of the hangouts, I struggle to get my head around sometimes. They're quite compelling, listening to some of you guys talking, but I really struggle to get my head around them.
Oh, we can always help bring you up to speed.
Yeah.
We do take questions.
Yeah, I know. You're a friendly bunch, that's for sure.
Well, I try to make it that way.
I asked you this yesterday, and I think it was yesterday or the day before, and I still can't figure it out. How, you know, on Hangouts on air, how come your Hangout is always at the top? I can't ever seem to find Hangouts. I mean, I quite like these ones. I like listening to the religious debate stuff. I really do like that. And enjoy listening and even taking part sometimes in that stuff. But you know, are there other ones where anybody can literally jump in?
Yeah, I
don't
see the
find
memes
any of those.
Well, one of the questions is at the top of what?
Well, so for instance, when I go onto my Google Plus page, and I click the profile thing at the left-hand side, and then click Hangouts.
Okay.
And then I go to Hangouts on air, and there you are. You're always at the top. Well,
Welcome, Seamus.
You're not at the moment, but you're like the third down.
Okay, some of that has to do with prioritization by who you have in your circles and who has you in circles.
Right.
If you've been invited specifically, that'll bump up its priority, get it closer to the top of the list.
Okay.
If somebody you've got in your circles, that'll bump it up too. Right. So just the fact we have each other in circles, you end up on the invite list to the event and so on, what tends to push it up to the top.
But would you say, Nadia, in your experience, that there's always an event going on like this one where people can just jump in?
No.
Right.
No.
There's not many of those going on, really, is there?
There's some number, but a lot of it is revolving around American time zones.
Gun law. I see there's quite a few on guns. There's a lot of gun lobbyists that like to use Hangouts on air. But there aren't that many, are there? So I'm right in saying there aren't many like this where people can just jump in at any time.
Mm. It's partially true. The great debate community, so to speak, is, I guess, sophisticated enough, has been doing this long enough and so on, that they're used to, putting the links in YouTube comments. Most of them are kind of carryovers from YouTube. So you have to go to the YouTube video and find the comment with the link in it.
Yeah, yeah.
And a number of the great debaters like that. So
can you recommend a few to
you
me?
get them in your circles. Well, one of the quick ways is to share circles. I can do that.
You'll share. Oh, right. So what? You'll share me your circles, you mean?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, that'd be good of you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm just trying to get my head around how these hangouts work because, I don't find, I think I said this yesterday, I don't really find Google very intuitive.
Yeah.
Sorry,
don't
go
know
on.
why. It seems obvious to me.
Yeah, well, maybe I don't know. I just don't find when I'm looking for these types of things easy to find.
Most of all these people are fixated on YouTube or YouTube carryovers and such, so their big complaint is, well, basically it's in the way of YouTube somehow.
Right. So you're saying then that if I go onto YouTube and look for some live events, that I'll find the doors, the invites in the comments to those.
Yeah, the best way to do it, or if you're primarily with YouTube, that I'm one of those people that primarily just does YouTube. What worked for me, having no knowledge of this whatsoever, is I looked at who was involved in the Hangout. I would go to their YouTube channel. I would see a list of all these people, and eventually you'll find YouTube channels that broadcast this stuff, like Nadia's. That's how I found Nadia, is through YouTube, and they usually have links in the comment sections to join and stuff like that. But what I primarily did was just look at the people that are involved in the
Hangout.
Yeah, and just looked them up on YouTube, and then eventually I just found it through, a half an hour's kind of search queries into where I could do it. It only took like a half an hour, man.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that. But Nadia, if you would share those with me, those circles with me, I would really appreciate that. That'd be fantastic. And it might help me get my head around this stuff a bit better. And do you find that there are a wide range of topics under discussion, not just religion?
No. There's
not really. No.
It's most religious stuff, right? One way to get a debate
I
going.
can't, there are a lot of topics that I won't bring up in these. We'll just say that, just due to the very nature of people.
Right.
But there are definite topics that I would love to discuss in these things, but I already know as soon as I mention them. You get the feel for it when you get to know some of the people a little bit better, let's say.
Yeah.
But there are definitely topics that I would like to talk about in this that are just not attainable, just due to the people that are involved.
Do you mind me asking if it won't offend anybody here now, what those topics might be?
For me, I have studied the science of propaganda. I think talking about that gets people on edge. I also think
I would love to talk about that.
I know, but a lot of people don't.
Would you not? Why don't you create a hangout so that
maybe I will? I've just found that when I express my views on certain things, that it just the heads bump, and I'd just rather not do it. Maybe I'll do it on my channel. You know what I mean? But I don't really host these things.
You're right.
So I don't know.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I think that would be a fascinating discussion. But I know what you mean, that some people just get so uptight they don't seem to be able to have a conversation about anything with an opposing view without getting upset about it for some reason. I don't understand. I don't know.
That's one of the topics that I like talking about specifically, is the inability to look at issues outside of your worldview. I like talking about that kind of stuff, but yet again, it depends on who's in the hangout, and you have to kind of weigh it out in your mind. You know what I mean? Like I don't like putting I don't like going at it full steam. I can't do it because I end up hurting people's feelings, and I'd rather just talk about what everyone else is talking about.
Yeah, no, that's fair comment. I suppose by the very nature of what I do, I'm an elected representative in my local community, and as such, I suppose by definition, I'm a politician, I suppose, and I'm used to talking about issues with other people who are equally happy to talk about issues without getting upset about it. They can put their view across without having to get too uptight, and I suppose I take that for granted sometimes.
You're also dealing with a different group of people.
Yeah, that's right. That's why I'm so fascinated by these hangouts. I mean, I say this without, I hope it won't cause any offence, but I think I was in one of your hangouts, Nadia, a couple of days ago, and there was a very deep discussion going on about religion, and clearly some of the people in that hangout were either atheists or deep Christians, I suppose. Mm-hmm. You're a transsexual, and yet seem to be accepted by even the deeply religious people. Which, I think if you walked into many churches in the UK or wherever, there may be a few side glances, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh yeah.
But
that's part of the point, yeah.
But online, it seems to be perfectly acceptable. I can see why you enjoy taking part in these so much.
Well, not so much a matter of enjoyment. It's the entire mission, right? A lot of the antipathy, bias against, or whatever you want to call it, is well, if not rooted in, then at least connected to religion.
Right.
So finding the people that I need to reach out to is reaching out to the religious community. And welcome back, Seamus. Good to have you on again. Oh, that was a shame. Hopefully this connection will stay stable.
Sorry, I am still here.
Oh, it was Seamus that dropped out.
All right. I dropped out earlier. My broadband connection just stopped for some reason.
Are you on a dedicated server?
Me?
Yes, sir.
No, no, that's just my home broadband.
I'm not really familiar with like the internet policies of the UK, so I don't know like how their companies dwell out internet connection.
Yeah, I have an internet service provider called British Telecom, BT, and they provide my my broadband connection. It's not on it's a dynamic IP address that they issue out. They're not static IP addresses.
How big is your bandwidth?
I'm for UK standards, I have a very good connection. I'm probably getting 79 down and 14 up, 15 up, depending on the time of day.
Gigabytes?
Yeah, not megabytes.
Oh, really? So you're saying 70?
Thereabouts. I could run a speed check now. Probably at this time of day, it's not quite that fast because there's a lot of people online now in the UK. It's 5:45 in the evening, so it's quite a busy time.
Yeah.
But during the day, I've had 79 before, down. That is.
That's slow.
Yeah.
For my standards.
Yeah, but in the UK, that's quick.
Yeah. Everyone's different, dude. I understand.
What are you getting?
Anywhere between 3 and 10 gigs.
What?
Yeah. I have I have a dedicated server, dedicated line that runs through.
Is that the Google thing?
Excuse me?
Is that provided by Google?
No. I run through AT&T.
Shit, and is that unlimited as well?
No.
It's not.
It caps out. Sometimes it caps out at like the max I've had it would be like 16 gigs or something like that. But like I don't even like use anywhere near that. But I could run multiple Hangouts and not have a problem.
Well, I can, even with that connection, 70 megabytes. You could have you could have 2 or 3 Hangouts running at the same time, I think.
A lot more.
Yeah, well, that's like just my computer. Like there's multiple computers in here, and when we're all going at the same time, we'll have like 3 going maybe.
Yeah.
We can all do. Someone can play a game. Someone can do multiple Hangouts. There's no issue with any of that.
Right.
That's what we had. I had to get an upgrade because we were having problems with Comcast because it wasn't on a dedicated server. We shared server bandwidth with like 8 or 9 other people on one connection, and we just were getting cut out constantly. So we switched and got on a dedicated server where it's just us. And I also increased the bandwidth of it. I got a higher package or whatever, and I don't have any problem at all whatsoever.
That's interesting. I mean, I even with my relatively slow connection compared to yours, I mean, I use a lot of data because of the nature of the business that I'm in. I'm constantly uploading videos and podcasts and quite large files, let's say.
That's at like peak top. It usually runs between 3 and 6 gigs.
What are you getting up?
I don't even know. I don't have it up right now. I'd have to close a bunch of stuff. I can't really do it right now, but let me check. Hold on.
Play what I'm doing. I mean, the connection I'm on is cellular.
You're on a cellular connection.
This is tethered to my cell phone, yes.
And what is that like? What do they call it over in the States? Is it LTE? Is it?
4G LTE, yeah.
LTE, right? Because it's not LTE in the UK. We have 4G. It's not called LTE though. I forget what they call it. And that's pretty quick. In fact, sometimes it's quicker than my land broadband connection. But we don't have it all over the place in the UK yet. They're rolling it out still.
Well, the reality of what I get is maybe max of 4 megabytes down, and uplink is like insignificant.
Right now I'm at 54. And my cent is 1 million or 1 billion. My received is 444 right now at this particular time, but this is slow right now. My signal quality is at 1 bar.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a slow day right now.
For your broadband or for your cellular?
Yeah, for my broadband, yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying I was running everything off cellular, so.
And with your cellular, because I listen to quite a lot of podcasts from the States, technology podcasts, and they're constantly complaining about your cellular networks over there and how they, throttle the data and this, that, and the other. Are you on some kind of unlimited package, Nadia?
Yeah. And it costs a bit, and I go off air forever, probably mid-February.
You go what?
I go off air forever, probably mid-February.
Off air?
Offline internet connection service gets cut off.
Oh, it does?
Yeah. You think I have the means to pay it?
So if you don't have an internet connection, you ain't going to be able to run these Hangouts, right?
No.
Just 1 minute, I've got a call coming through. I'm going to mute.
Yeah, that's why I'm making the most of the last of what I've got.
I have to go, Nadia. Have a good day.
Have a good day, Larix.
Okay, I got to go too. Great talking to you, Nadia.
All right, good hearing from you too.
Yeah, maybe I'll hook up with you later on or whatever. But no doubt you'll be at the top of my Google Hangout list.
Yeah. I'll be trying to keep it going until, the music stops.
Okay. Take it easy, okay?
You too. Bye-bye.
Get hold of that diabetes. Go and get yourself some Lancets. Take care now.
All right, have a good night.
Bye.
And the Hangout empties.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess you're still here.
You still eating those Cheerios?
No, I finally finished them off. Oh dear. I actually ran into an open transphobe. This FX Norm person. I'll read the thread to you once I sit back down. Quite inflammatory. Yeah. Yeah, okay, almost back. So, FX Norm starts off by asking, at 7:45 a.m., what's your first name as a male, if you don't mind? My answer was 7:59 a.m. FX Norm, my birth name isn't that tough to find, but I don't care to go about announcing myself as it, especially to people I don't know. FX Norm replies at 8:04 a.m. I'm not asking for your full name, just your first male name. I prefer to address you with that name. If you prefer I don't, then I'll pass on your conversations, which I'm sure you could care less. By the way, I did send you a donation.
Oh, is that
9:40 a.m. What's that?
Is that how that works on if you sponsor a channel?
I don't know.
Because I saw in your thing that it says sponsor a channel and it said for how much you wanted to put in.
I didn't have a specific request there, but by and large, yeah, I do have that kind of thing. It's available on my channel. So at 9:40 a.m., I answered, FX Norm, I do not care to be called my birth name and will never respond to it. I would deem it rather hostile and rude if you dug it up and did so. So at 9:47 a.m., FX Norm answers, I'd rather just not talk to you. You don't make sense anyways. You're a waste and a hangout. It's a shame you want to destroy Christianity, but you never will on your own. By the way, as you're finding out, it was a big mistake to cut your God-given privates off. Not too bright. I hear you talking about suicide.
What the hell is he thinking?
I
I'd like
have
to
a vague
know.
idea offhand. Sorry?
I've never come across somebody like that, I guess.
Well, I get approached by many people of that sort all the time. At least on Google Plus. In person, not so much. In person, well, someone might stand off at a distance and scream tranny and she-male, but I don't tend to articulate much in depth like that. well, there's a few things. What is it? He says, I don't make sense anyways. So, basically, I think where that comes from is, I don't know, maybe my conversations are sometimes too high-flown, but he's probably also at least going on about just my, I don't know, going on about being female and such is nonsensical to him. He says, I'm wasting a hangout, and that's unclear what he means there. Part of it, I guess, is that if I'm not advancing things toward the end he thinks is right, then it's a waste for me to be online, be saying anything. It's a shame I want to destroy Christianity, as he says, okay, but I never will on my own. He apparently regards like my not being within his faith and not, or I guess being condemned by it and such, living in a manner condemned by it, as an attack on Christianity itself. Then he goes on, it was, it's a big mistake to cut your God-given privates off. Or are you talking about suicide? Basically, he's trying to say that there that transitioning in any respect, it's something of like my fault for bringing all whatever discrimination down on myself.
Have you ever heard of Klinefelter syndrome?
Yeah, I know what it is.
It's like XXY or XXXY. Most men, yeah, it can be. You can have more than that. Most men never know they have it. They'll have children and everything.
Yeah, it's mostly a sort of hormonal sterility if it ends up being sterility at all. But I haven't had any real testing to say that I have it or not, just because it's not that likely. Okay, not that likely. The actual suspected kind of possible developmental syndrome is Kalman syndrome. The reason why may sound a little bit odd, but you know how they say my sense of smell and taste are not very very sharp. It's actually a sign of Kalman syndrome. Yeah, and fits in with some other ones like,
I think
it's a incomplete masculinization, right?
Yeah. Sometimes I think my seizures were caused by genetics. Because on my mom's side, I have an uncle that had seizures as a child too.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know much about that.
Yeah, me
The
neither.
seizures I had were from insulin overdoses, accidental ones, of course. But
I never knew you had seizures. Sorry. I don't remember any of mine, so. But my parents brought me up here they wouldn't do anything for me at the emergency room where I grew up, so they had to bring me up here to Sioux Falls, and I was like in a coma when I got here, because I had so many seizures.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had like minor cuts, scrapes, broken nails, stuff like that. I was banged up. Didn't remember them happening, but the aftermath was pretty far out. Or at least pretty difficult to get my faculties and everything else back together. Fortunately, I wasn't seriously hurt. Any of them. Not even the ones in the cars. Like in parking lots both times. It's a matter of being stuck. Basically sleeping in my car as such. So I wasn't really going anywhere or driving. It was
Yeah.
it's kind of how I had seizures in cars and didn't get hurt any worse than just, you know, bruising myself and breaking nails or whatever. I guess I had like scrapes that looked like it came pretty close to my eyes. So it came close to getting hurt worse, but barely didn't hit the target. So
Yeah.
the ones I had like indoors and stuff, till I was totally unattended. Nobody came and helped after. It took a long time to kind of, I don't know, get my brain back together or something to think straight. I don't know what they do at hospitals that makes a difference.
Yeah. I was drugged up on Deplico for a while. High doses.
And didn't do anything like that with me. Don't know exactly what they did. Okay, well, ritually could have, but they didn't have me like sent out with anything.
And then after that, I went to Tegretol, and that just helped just as good. So they kept me on that. Not very many side effects.
Yeah. I think because they, attributed it to blood glucose and stuff. Odds are one of the things they were doing was basically just getting IV glucose in me, and then that doesn't need any kind of like, continuing prescription or something just for seizures. Just gotta like avoid overdosing by accident.
Yeah.
Let me see. What should I say to FX Storm? Something like, plead with them or something like that. Just say, my intentions are benign or whatever. And Well, what I'm tempted to say is like you're accusing me of things I'm not actually doing, and phrasing it that way directly is kind of not the best idea. So I'm
Who's
thinking
doing
about how
that?
to do it better. Answering FX Storm. That comment thread I read off.
Oh, is that a medicine you take?
No, the guy who said that I'm trying to destroy Christianity.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, I don't. That's kind of out in left field.
Yeah, coming at him telling him that is not the way to, not the best way to do it. It's a way to turn it around.
Anyhow.
Assuming like I try to do better than that, I try to, if it's sort of like, admit fault, apologize, promise not to do it again, and, please come see me anyway. um, I don't know, maybe ask people to be more Episcopalian, isn't so destructive to Christianity. Mm. Yeah, maybe inspiration will strike, maybe not. Yeah, maybe I'll sleep on it. I don't know. One more cigarette, and I'll see if I can get a nap in before the appointment.
Oh, you got an appointment today?
I think it's at 1.
He'll
So
get
it's
you out
like
of the apartment.
2 hours, 45 minutes. Yeah, getting out of the apartment doesn't do much. There's nowhere to go. No one to talk to. Everyone's in their suburban little glass car bubble, so on. It's not like New York where you can actually talk to people.
Yeah, nap sounds like a good idea. I'll do dishes later. Take the garbage out.
Yeah, there's.
Real
I had a
exciting
house.
stuff.
I had a house in 2000s. I did things like dishes and take out the garbage and such. And I had dishes. I had kitchen. I had washer dryer, trash compactor, garage for the car, and a car to put in.
Is there a washer and dryer on premises there?
No.
No.
Yeah, basically cash only everywhere. And one thing I'll give you is real cash. Only a card. Can't use anywhere but bodegas and such.
Yeah.
Yeah. Down Turkey walks you through the grad school stuff, and that could be a minor miracle right there. What I've seen is basically like, Berkeley's grad program is has like no actual way to apply.
So if you go to college there, do you get health insurance or?
Kind of, sort of. Graduate school, I think, at least. It does something because you're almost an employee, you get a stipend. You do teaching and such, kind of like a job.
Yeah. Internship?
No, it's called a stipend. And
Okay.
what else they call it? Stipend's really just what they call the payment for the teachings. It's oh, there's a name for this. Come on. I don't remember.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm gonna take a nap.
Yeah, I probably will too. I just roll one last cigarette and wrapping up. Yeah, graduate study would do a hell of a lot. Rolling out of there with a fresh credential would possibly resuscitate my career. My actual interests are not religion or philosophy. They are mathematics and computer science.
Oh, there you go.
That's what I actually studied. That's what I actually know things about.
I took college algebra and I got a C, and that was good enough for me.
Yeah, I have a feeling Well, what they called algebra with me was something different. I was interested in that too. I mean, studied up on, the basics like, CL groups, homomorphism theorems, and so on. I got, what is it? Becoy's theorem. Hilbert Nullstellan thoughts, and so on. Moved on to, eventually, Galois theory. Usual sort of Abel-Ruffini affair. And yeah, like betting numbers and deterministic ideals and such. And when I guess I went off and did like representations and things like girder bases and so on, and that story. There's a computer science side of things. In terms of graduate study, I probably really try to push the operating systems angle.
Do you like Linux?
Well, I work on it. Kind of gives me a detached perspective. It's not so much that I like it or not. Everything's about it I like and don't like. A lot of times I think of more, maybe, if I were, doing something of my own, the next Linus Torvalds or whatever, how I do it so differently.
Yeah.
A lot of resources feed into that. Like one of the big reasons why Linux gets anywhere is in the body of device drivers that are available for it. It's an incredible amount of work. Not just work, but also access to engineering samples of hardware and specifications from the manufacturers and so on.
Yeah. Well, you have a good one for now. I'm going to sign off.
All right, have a good one, Glenn.
Yep, you too.
Neo Cloud gets too much hatred to try my rooms anymore. Why did you say that? Well, let's buzz him in. See if he pops up. I don't think I give off so much hatred. Maybe Maybe they think it's just a veil. I don't know. Maybe it's the other participants. There aren't so many now, so. Who knows what he made of it? Who knows? I doubt he'll show up. Try to devise a response to FX Storm. I'd be happy to explain whatever you feel doesn't make sense. If you have constructive criticism about how engage in I don't feel I don't feel any drive to destroy Christianity, I guess. Okay, I feel differently from you. Maybe good to discuss how I feel about Christianity. Can I hang out? I feel it's important. Keep screw it, I'll just give links to this hangout. Welcome, Hades. Did you have more go on about sleeping? I was just going on about my answer to FX norm. I do not hear you now. You seem to be muted. Okay. You're not muted. I don't hear you yet. Okay. Welcome, Hades. Oh, I don't see you muted, and hopefully your audio comes through.
Wait, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Oh, I can't hear you.
I hear you.
Oh, my mic sucks. Let me refresh again.
No, wait, I hear you. Crap, I heard him. Well, I heard you.
Yeah, I hear you now. Hello.
Okay. Hello.
Oh, I've been catching up with the news about the whole Muslim and the whole cartoon thingy. What's the situation now? Like, do they have hostages or something like that?
I think most were recovered, some were killed, and I think they've either killed or captured the attackers.
Yeah. What do you think about the whole thing?
Well, I think it's terrible. I think it's, between just the alienation of the embedded Muslim world in France, and on top of that, the attacks on secularism that are, of course, I feel unjustified. It's all bad all around.
Mm.
Yeah, I think worse yet, they've gone off and dragged the Jewish people into it. They've
yeah.
attacking the kosher deli, and now Israel's even talking about retaliating and so on.
Wow. Really?
They were saying that earlier. I don't know if it's well grounded.
Mm. Wow. Wait, what would they do? Would they how would they retaliate to that? How would they go about
I don't know. I don't think there is a good way to. I think if they've announced that kind of thing, it's a bad move.
Yeah, because it's got nothing to do with France. You can't attack France for it, and you can't exactly attack Muslims for it.
always point at some group of Muslims that's
Right,
started
yeah.
a revolution. That's probably what's gonna end up meaning.
Nadia, I see your page has 6 million views.
Yeah.
Why so many? That's a lot of views. 6,578,000. Wow.
I was something in a way.
I've got 91. I've got 900 views. Oh wow. I saw that you're what's it called, misanthrope. Is that someone who's against humans or human? What would you call it?
You saw that I'm a misanthrope?
Are you? I thought you were.
I wouldn't say so, no.
Wait. Oh, what's the definition? Maybe I got it wrong. Misanthrope. Ah, right. The general hatred, distrust, or disdain of the human species.
Yeah, I'm no such thing.
I think someone would be justified in that, though. You know, there are fairly good reasons for holding to that belief.
Well, maybe attitude more than belief, and doesn't have factual content necessarily. But even so, I'm not one.
Hmm.
I generally wish people well. I generally wish people well.
Would you say you're a pessimist?
No. I'd say I'm a realist. I think any kind of bias, leads to errors in judgment. Ultimately, will guide someone to, I guess, actions based on accurate information, poorer outcomes, and so on. Yeah. Pessimistic bias would result in a inferior outcome, just like optimistic bias would.
Right. What about you, Down?
I think he's long been AFK.
All right.
There are plenty of other biases too. It's affecting a whole range of cognitive biases are, to be combated.
I know this is a bit off topic, but I was looking at different types of sexualities, and I was looking at pansexual, and I don't. What's the difference between that and bisexual? Is it just there's no gender preference there?
Actually, it's not that there's an absence of gender preference, but that tries to be, at least in some way distinct, and it's the inclusiveness of trans people. So they would be attracted to, trans men and trans women, not just cisgender men and women.
Right.
And maybe also non-binary gender identities as well.
Right. What about asexual? That's just not being attracted to anyone.
Right.
Do you think these are all real things?
They're attempting to describe real things.
Yeah.
There's always semantic sort of mismatch.
Right. Because to me, everything seems plausible, but asexual, like, maybe it's just because I don't understand it really, but I can't understand how you can have. And no, actually, fair enough. Yeah, no, fair enough. Asexual, just not attracted to anyone. Yeah, that's actually. Yeah, that's not that hard to believe or unrealistic. Just not having an interest, really.
Yeah, basically, yeah. They're by and large celibate.
Hmm. I think that's actually maybe would actually benefit the society a bit if people actually were asexual. I don't know. That's quite an interesting thing. What do you think about monogamous relationships?
Yeah.
Do you think they go against evolution or?
Not entirely. Pair bonding is a genuine instinct. Maybe not present in all, but notable number of people, notable fraction of people, maybe a majority.
Right.
I
Yeah.
think it largely centers around ethics, and people should essentially be honest with their partners and such about what they're actually doing. So they're not, in fact, going to act monogamously. They should
what
openly negotiate and disclose and so on, as opposed to deceive and quote-unquote cheat.
Right. Why do you think 50% of relationships end up in divorce and 50% of those relationships have either massive problems or one ends up cheating on the other? Why do you think? Oh, hey, Tommy.
Hi, Tommy. Good to have you on.
Hey, Nadia. Hey.
Peace and love, Tommy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's difficult for people to know themselves. I think it's difficult for people to be honest with themselves and others. I think if there were a way to allow for more self-discovery, I think if there were a way to destigmatize things so people could restrain from being so honest.
Yeah.
That you could actually achieve greater stability.
Yeah, I'd actually agree with that.
Very, yeah, and to the extent that maybe you can't achieve stability, you can at least achieve that having more of the departures being on good terms.
Right. This is a random question though, Nadia. I'm going to ask you, but how can you justify drinking water?
How can you justify drinking water?
Yeah, you specifically though, not in general. I know it's a random and weird question, but I know it's a weird question, but it's just a thought process.
Well, there's some question of ownership, some question of impact. You would generally want to not harm others in the process. You'd want to, to the extent you're enabling yourself to do good for others, you are, justified in, I guess acting on for the sake of your own well-being and the well-being it enables you to do. And
wow, that's a really good answer. That's a really good answer. Most people just say because we need it to survive. That's getting into it a lot deeper. Yeah. Well, no, actually, a lot of people just say I don't need to. A lot of people just say I don't need to justify it, and usually that's where I sort of that's where my point comes in, because a lot of, even though you don't think you need to justify something, it's usually the reason why you don't need to justify it is because you don't see anything wrong with it, and I don't think there is really too much wrong with drinking water, but that's just something that we really can't see anything. I mean, actually there is maybe some problems with drinking water that we can find that are but it's just a thought process. But no.
Every resource is contended.
Right. Yeah.
Right. I mean, maybe not in my area. I mean, not in the first world or something, but you do have to think about it. Maybe out in desert countries and
Yeah,
drought
that is
areas
a
and
big
so on.
that's a thing there as well. Yeah. How would you? Another thing is, how would you justify living? That's an interesting question as well.
Same way for water, right? Same
Right.
calculation.
Yeah.
Except you don't do harm to others. You say burden them, or since you uplift others and yourself. Right. That's what justifies. I think if it's just a matter of
Hey, Carl.
painting
Hey.
others.
Hey, guys.
Welcome, Carl.
Thank you.
It's just a matter of painting others by the I don't know, whatever it is about you, and a matter of painting yourself. I don't know, who knows what kind of thing afflicts you. At that point, I would say you're justified the opposite.
Yeah, that's a very good answer. I want to try this thought experiment on Carl as well. Carl, this is going to be a bit of a weird question, but how would you justify drinking water?
I'm sorry. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. You want to try that again?
How would you justify drinking water?
I wouldn't. I don't believe I require any justification other than I'm thirsty.
Right. See. Is there any other reason why?
Why I should or would? No.
Why you don't justify it, or why you don't feel like you need to?
Because I don't think
there's anything.
Okay. You just caught me off guard. I got to think a minute here. I think the reason that I don't require any other justification for it is that it does not contain the potential to harm or hurt or cause distress to another living being.
Right. That's good answer there. Good answer. This is the thing, right? On here, people are usually more with it, for lack of a better term. But that is usually it's just because they feel like some people feel like they don't need to justify it because they don't see anything wrong with it, and quite a lot. I think quite a lot of what we see as good and bad is also quite molded by society as well. So social norms and stuff like that. So it is an interesting thought process, Yeah.
Well, let me ask this question in response to that, but tied to that. Do I need to justify? Let's suppose I'm the only person in the universe, okay? Do I need to then justify my desire to take poison to kill myself? Because I'm clearly causing harm then to a living being. If that's the criteria, how do I get a free pass?
Wyatt.
Hi, Wyatt.
Hi.
Hey, what are we talking about?
You don't need to justify anything, and there is nothing wrong.
What's the subject, please?
Well, the original question. I'm sorry. The original question is when I came in the room, he asked me if I would feel the need to justify or how I would justify drinking a glass of water, and I after I reflected, I said, well, I wouldn't feel the need to justify it because there's no potential in drinking that water of harming or causing distress to another living thing.
Right.
And then I kind of came back after that and then said, well, now what about if I'm the only person in the world and I want to poison myself and kill myself? That clearly does harm a living being if that's the criteria. So do I need to justify harming myself? That's how we got here.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, hold on.
Hold on.
Yeah, I did a video a couple of days ago, and I got a load of responses to this video. I'll post a link to it later. Anyways, some comments are because I did bring up the moral argument in there. I was having a conversation with atheists, and she basically told me that morality is shaped by culture, and I said, if Hitler or if Germany won World War II, would Hitler still be wrong? And she said yes, and I said why? And she said, well, Hitler did this, 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 and this. And I said, why is that wrong? Well, he did this, this.
Let me
this, and
pause.
this.
Let me give you my answer because I'm sure everybody else is getting ready to jump on that too.
All right.
Okay. So, very basically, I think morality, the whole concept of morality, the notion of morality, only makes sense from the perspective of any particular individual. In other words, it only makes sense for me to say that something is moral from my viewpoint. It makes no sense for me to say that the fact that you see something as moral or immoral should in any way sway me just because you see it that way. So when you talk about Hitler, yeah, I think Hitler was wrong for murdering the Jews, for example. And I absolutely would assume that Hitler maybe thought he wasn't being immoral. And the fact that there's a difference there is irrelevant. Morality doesn't require a consensus. So if Hitler were to win World War II and we were all in the Nazi Party today, assuming I hadn't changed my mind for some reason, I would still view what he did as immoral the same way, for example, that I might view that certain laws now that I live under are either moral or immoral, but it only makes sense from the perspective of an individual. As soon as you put a theistic spin on it and say that God says this is immoral or this is moral, therefore you should do it, I would claim that we're equivocating, that that's no longer morality we're talking about. That's obedience we're talking about, and they're two very different things. That was my short version of that.
Wait, can I quickly say? I was just going to say I'll get back to my thought process later because I know morality is quite a deep topic. So yeah, I'll get back to that thought experiment after maybe we finish that. If we ever finish it.
Well, I did want to say, Hades, real quick. I gotta run. By the way, my wife's.
Oh yeah, just leave.
I know. I do this. I'm sorry, guys. It was my lunchtime, and I gotta go. But I was going to say, Katie, I like your thought experiment, and what I was wondering was, I wanted to take it a step further, and for example, and say, why is it wrong? Well, I'm going to open up another can of worms. But I was going to say, why is it wrong to have a human being as a slave, as property, but it's not wrong to have a cow as property? Or
yeah, that is a very interesting question, Carl. That is very interesting.
Well, and let me throw this one piece of one log on the fire, and then I'm gone. And what I was going to add to that was simply this: if we say that it is because human beings are sentient or self-aware, and cows are ostensibly are not, I would argue, in a deterministic universe, we are no more. Our sentience or our awareness it becomes totally irrelevant if we're simply an organic machine anyway. And if that's the case, then if we're okay with keeping cows, we should be okay with keeping people. But I'll come back. And then,
Carl, by the way, I think you're stepping into. I think that's stepping into sort of veganism sort of philosophy, and also what's the difference of life? Like how do we measure life? Is it based on level of cognitive ability, level of intellect, ability to use language, image? There's so many things level of sentience, because there are difference in there's so many things, and
there was a great.
For instance, go on.
I was just going to say, there was a great Stargate episode in that TV series. There was a particular episode where they put one of the Goa'uld on trial because they used humans as a food source, like we use cows, and they tried to argue that you can't do this because humans are sentient, we are aware. And his argument was, well, wait a minute. He says it's a matter of degree. He said you're stuck on your low planet. We've been traveling the universe for millions of years. We are far more aware of our surroundings and our place than you are. So when we look at humans, we see you the same way that you see cows. It's no different for us. Anyway, long story. Gotta run. Ciao, guys. Okay, I'm being yelled at.
Dropping the bomb. No, I just wanted to finish. I just wanted to finish that thought process there that I was having. It is very interesting to see just sort of how we value life in that regard, whether it's to do with intellect or, I mean, for instance, a dog and a pig really don't have very much difference in intellect. I mean, a pig has the same intelligence as a 3-year-old child, so there isn't really a difference there. But I think it comes down to a lot of social norms and culture and tradition. Because, you know, for instance, in China, it's okay to eat a dog or cat or these types of animals that are sort of considered pets, but in other countries, it's completely different. You know, it will be really strange to find someone killing their dog or cat in the UK or America or
Yeah, one sec here. One sec. Man has been using dog, though, as a hunter-gatherer for thousands of years, though. So the dog has always been the predator along with man. The dog is never...
yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point, Down. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I'd agree with that. That does come into the equation. But what about cats? You know, I mean, you have to admit there is some things where we base it on image, but no, the thing about the dog is a very good point. Yeah. For instance, sheep dogs as well. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, sheep dogs. Yeah. Go on, Wyatt. You're gonna say something?
Yeah. My basic thought is kind of I think atheists really have a problem with this issue of morality because, I did a video on it yesterday saying why atheism is stupid. And I got some comments, and it shows that they really have a problem with this issue on trying to explain their morality without a God. So they say, well, animals have it, and I say, well, animals eat their own young and kill each other. So that's humans are really the only ones that have this innate sense of morality that it's wrong to kill, that it's wrong to steal, that it's wrong to lie.
Wyatt, I'm not actually. I don't actually know enough about morality to actually talk on it. Nadia or Down probably, or even Tommy probably knows more than me. I don't know really that much about it to talk about it, but and it's not something that really interests me, to be honest. But Down, do you know anything? Anything you want to say? I like your hat, by the way, Down. You look very Russian, mate.
Well, it's negative 30.
Wow. Wow. I see it's snowing outside as well. It snows outside as well.
Yeah, is my camera that good? Can you see the outside?
I just see a white floor outside. But Down, do you have anything to say about the whole morality argument or anything like that?
I do. There's a book by William Golding, which I'm sure you've all read, and it really addressed this issue of morality. You know the book I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
Lord of the Flies.
Lord of the Flies? You ever heard of Lord of the Flies?
No.
Of course.
Yes, Nadia. So the main theme in Lord of the Flies is what's going to happen when you take people out of society, out of civilization, and the end result is that we are like the animals. We will eat our young, and we will defy certain principles of society. So look at Vietnam, for instance. You claim that we're moral beings, and there was a lot of injustice there against young ones, little ones. Children were murdered by GIs, etc. I mean, there's all kinds of examples. Anyways, the point of the matter is that we're not above animals. We are animals. We are an animal. We're in the same animal kingdom. It's just that we have as a society and a system of laws to make it appear as if we are civilized. So we coordinate our killing. We do it in a coordinated way with tomahawk missiles and drones, and it's no different than eating our young, because a lot of these folks are innocent, okay? But we have it under the cloak of war. As long as we put it under the cloak of war, then we can get away with it. So morality is just, I wouldn't say that we're inherently moral. I'm sorry, I disagree with that. Go ahead.
Right. Well, you see something that's happening in the news, and one universal thought is, man, that's messed up, So.
Well, stop. Dear God, stop all that killing. Hold back a little.
Why? What do you think about secular humanism then?
What?
What aspect? Can you be more specific? Don't just say, what do you think about the theory of relativity? Ask him a specific question about secular humanism. Don't put all the burden onto him. You need to ask a probing question to make this relevant.
I honestly don't have enough to talk about it down. Like I honestly, I've watched Sam Harris and I honestly don't know enough, really. But down, I'd suggest you go because I'm just gonna butcher it. I don't know enough.
Well, I don't even want to talk about secular humanism. I mean, you're the one that brought it up. I'm not gonna steal the topic from you. I'm just saying when you ask about it, you should ask a probing question, a specific aspect of it.
Right, yeah. I don't really know enough.
I would say that yes, us humans are inherently moral, but when it comes to what we want to do, we throw our morals sort of to the wayside a little bit.
My question, Wyatt, is what is the argument for? Is it for God? Is it to prove atheists have no moral basis? What is your argument? What's your argument trying to prove?
Oh, my argument is that there is such thing as such thing as morals. Everyone has them. Okay, that they are written on our hearts. It doesn't necessarily prove God, but it's a good step towards it, I would say. But
yeah, I mean, I mainly deal with arguments for God, but I mainly like to talk about that. Other stuff like evolution and morality, as much as I'm interested in them, I'm not exactly well versed in them, and I don't really know enough to speak on it. And I usually stray away from stuff that I know pretty much jack shit on.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing that morality comes from the Bible because a system of law existed even before the Bible existed. I'm saying that we're socially conditioned through our society to act a certain way and have certain consequences. There's all kinds of exceptions to that, though. You have people that you can have all the laws in the world, and they will still go out and be serial killers and do this and that. So, when you say that it's inherent within all individuals, well, obviously it's not. I mean, there's multiple examples of how it's not.
Well, like I said, I'm not going to. I mean, scripture is a foundation for morality. But yes, I know before the Bible was written, before scriptures were written, we were moral. Yes.
Well, a lot of noise, a lot of background noise there, guys. Well, yeah, I mean, the funny thing is I do see it change from change around a lot. For instance, a lot of Christians either say, you can only be moral if you abide by the Bible. You can only get your morality from the Bible, and anyone else is. Wyatt, no, do you mind muting your mic? Just when you're not talking.
Alright, yeah.
Cheers. Yeah, it's just a little bit. Yeah, cheers. Alright, cheers, man. Yeah. No, I was just going to say, it does change from person to person. Some Christians say, oh, it's sort of written on your hearts, or it's something ingrained in you, and while other Christians say, oh, well, morality's gotten from the Bible, and so what would you say? Is it from the Bible, or is it something that's do you believe it's something that God's given to you and put it in your, or made it something that's sort of part of you? Why do you keep laughing down?
It's
kind of lost my train of thought, but well,
yeah.
I would say a majority of the people, if not all the people, know that it's wrong to lie, it's wrong to steal, it's wrong to cheat on your spouse and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah. And I say that was written on our hearts. We're born with it from the very beginning. We're born with it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it has changed in my experience. It used to be about, Christians are moral because they get their morality from the Bible, and atheists aren't because they have no basis for their morality. And then it kind of changes to, oh well, actually everyone is moral, and God's given us written morality on our hearts or whatever, something like that. I mean, if we look at the most atheistic countries or countries that have predominantly people that either lack a religion or atheist, we see lower crime rate, we see all these different things. You know, what's that guy behind you doing, Wyatt?
Oh, that's just my that's just another classmate. He's seeing what I'm doing.
Darren, I think I think you wanted to say something earlier, man.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing that atheists can't be more. That's not what I'm arguing about. I'm arguing that we all have an innate sense of morality, and when you try to argue that morality is subjective rather than objective, then you are really going down a slippery slope with that, because there's a whole bunch of questions that someone that thinks morality is objective rather than subjective can ask.
Well, personally, I think it's subjective. I don't see how it's not. I mean, there's no, objective means not contingent on the mind. So I don't see how morality. I mean, for me, what's moral is to what's moral for you. I mean, for some people, killing animals and eating animals is basically immoral to do, while other people think that's just fine, So I mean, everyone has their morality. I mean, whether you get it from the Bible or you just get. No offense, your friends are really distracting.
Yeah. Actually, I mean, I know this is probably a hot button topic, and yeah, and they're really.
I mean, I can link you to this video which sort of shows how we're sort of how we're kind of sympathetic and empathetic animals, That's why we help other people. That's why we have a sense of morality there. But no, it is subjective at the end of the day. Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get some lunch. Okay.
All right, see you, Wyatt. Oh wow.
That's the status of education today, apparently. That's how it works.
Yeah, I'm sorry about not talking about morality too much. The first of all thing you have to actually kind of find out is what is he arguing for? Is he trying to prove that atheists don't have any moral basis? Is he trying to say that God exists because we're moral? What is the actual argument there? Yeah, I mean, until he really poses the argument and says, "Oh, here's the argument, and here's my evidence," then yeah. Otherwise, it's pretty much just baseless claims. Oh, not a nice dog down. Let me show us the dog.
Sorry.
Can I see your dog? Can I see your dog?
No, I don't do special requests. Sorry, I'm not gonna move the laptop around. It's too much trouble. Well, it weighs about 10 pounds, so.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. But no, yeah, that's
How clear is the camera though? Because this is a laptop, so I'm kind of surprised that you can see anything.
I can't actually see your face, but I can see outside your window. I can't see your face at the moment. It's too dark.
Yeah, this is a problem with these built-in laptops, these built-in cameras, is their sensitivity to light is very poor. I have light shining in through the window from the sun. This is a very sunny room, and it looks very dark right now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It does look dark. Yeah.
Can you see behind the wall at all, or is that blocked out too?
I can't. I can see a tree.
That is very dark. I don't know why that is.
Yeah. No, with a morality, that's not exactly my best subject. I mean, and usually it's something that I view as also kind of to do with or something alongside stuff like evolution and these sorts of things. I mean, it's yeah. I mean, I'd even put it alongside Bible contradictions or inconsistencies, because they really don't exactly go to prove whether a God exists or not. Really, I mean, sure, you can maybe put an argument up for God using morality, but when you're just talking about in general terms of whether atheists have a moral basis or something like that, it's really sort of not interested argument, to be honest. I'm not really interested in that. Yeah, same with evolution as well.
I think it's time to go to the dining room. I think dinner's ready, or lunch, I mean.
Doctor appointment. It's been a little under 2 hours. Well, I can answer more questions. Let's see, they sent you oh dear.
Sorry to be lewd.
Yeah. Well, no, the question Carl asked earlier was if he was the last person if he was the last person in the world, would he would he be justified in drinking poison and pretty much committing suicide?
Depends.
It really does depend. There's a lot of circumstances that come into it there. It's quite vague so far, with what we actually know about this hypothetical. So far, we only know that he's the only person there, and it's a world. I mean, we don't know if there's any animals or basically we basically need to find out more about this hypothetical in order to answer it. But yeah, but no.
I don't think it's so hard.
Sorry, Nadia.
I don't think it's so hard to find out. I think you can pretty much answer in terms of those obligations to better and uplift whatever might be around him, and the his obligations to himself to prevent their own suffering and such. If it would cause suffering, then sure, it would be immoral to do it. If it would prevent more of it, then be fully justified.
Like one interest that goes on to other stuff, but the whole point of that is, and Cole did bring up a good point saying that there's nothing really there that's being harmed, right? So, for instance, if my commute to work is about a quarter of a mile or kilometre, am I justified in taking a car? In that situation, we can sort of see how maybe it's unnecessary pollution to the environment. I mean, come on, it's a quarter of a mile. It's really not that far to walk. but then if you're just a healthy, fit person, it may be not very justified to take the car to work instead of just walking or just cycling to work. So
sounds like my neighbor. Sounds like my neighbor. My neighbor had to go in 1/8 of a mile to work, and they drove their car.
Wow. But yeah, the point there is, I mean, with what Carl was saying is there's nothing that he can see there that is. What was? Do you remember the specific quote, Nadia?
No.
All right. No. Yeah. He said there's nothing there that he really sees as being actually a harmful thing or something like that. I can see where he's coming from with that. I mean, but but what we have to understand in that situation is we may also be sort of we may base quite a lot of what we think is good and bad also based on sort of social norms and stuff like that, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but yeah, I mean a lot of things, for instance, just a thought process, how we sort of maybe justify eating meat, for instance. How will we justify that? I mean, a lot of people just say I don't need to, and that is the sort of general answer.
Well, there's an aspect of like harm to oneself and such.
Sorry, what was it?
There's an aspect of harm to oneself, right? If it were generally harm to oneself, then it would be, unethical. Still, even with no one else there.
What obligation do you have?
Yeah.
What obligation do you have to humanity, though? If you're the last one here, who cares?
Right.
You are humanity.
Yeah, that is a good point as well.
Yeah, but if you're the last one here, what's it matter? I mean, what are you going to change by being here?
Well, your own course of your own lifetime.
There's no point to it.
There isn't a point anyway unless you make one.
I would also say that justification is somewhat subjective as well. I mean, justified is defined as having done for or marked by a good or legitimate reason, and good can be subjective. So, to someone doing something that most people would find rather atrocious and just bad, again that's subjective as well. But if most people found, to some people, if they did something that most people saw as atrocious or bad, they may find some way of justifying it, or because it's subjective, right? Even if their reasoning is poor, what they see as good and bad is different. Yeah.
I'm enjoying my chicken noodle soup. Sorry.
The entire nature of evil comes into question.
Right.
Where I think many atheists would say it's knowing what's right and doing the wrong thing anyway. I say it's the opposite. It's the commission of moral errors. There are fundamentally mistakes.
Well, you're always going to do what's best for you, though. Regardless of what the morality is of it, you're going to do what's best for yourself.
Yeah, that may come at the expense at other people, though. So, but, yeah.
I wouldn't say so. There's
do you not think there may be a situation, Nadia, where in order to to sort of do what's good for yourself, it may come at the expense of other people.
Oh, of course.
If you're starving and have no food, you're going to steal the eggs and the bread from the store.
Right.
You might not. Yeah, it's your judgment, I suppose, as to whether your continued existence and so on benefits others enough to merit the damages done by the theft and so on.
Yeah, the whole point about can you justify drinking water is that most people say they don't need to, and basically this is something where it kind of shows that some of our actions, and maybe drinking water is something that is kind of different, but most of our sort of actions and beliefs that we really think are okay and right is we don't try and justify. We don't try and look at them critically and go, okay, is this really okay? Is this really a justified belief? Is this really? Do I really have good reason, good evidence to support this? And because we think it's so right. I mean, I would ask this to atheists. Do you, atheists, me included, do you really question whether there is a God or not? Not whether there is a God or not, but do you really sort of take some religions actually seriously and into account, even though you think they're rather asinine views? And so I think we do have to sort of question our beliefs and views, however right we feel they may be, however justified we feel in our belief.
Well, that's something of a skeptic position, almost nihilism. Maybe for a moral anti-realism.
Listen to you eat down.
Chicken noodle soup is very good on a cold day.
Amen.
Oh, remind me of the ethical question focused on again right now. My own focus is flagging, or sorry, my own focus I'm having trouble with. Sorry.
Yeah. Tommy, is there anything you want to say about what I've said? If there's anything you agree with or disagree with, or
yeah, I would say for good mental hygiene, get rid of the right-wrong paradigm. It's deadly. It's paralyzing. It's untruthful. It's ungracious. It just sucks. And many loving people will lay a right-wrong paradigm on you, encourage one to think that way, and it's deathly. It's profane. It's now what's good, what's evil. That's another story.
Yeah,
let's embrace what's good. But right, wrong, fork that right up the gondola.
My question would be to you, Tommy, is so do you think people can be wrong in their beliefs?
Well, I can think they can be inaccurate or untruthful or incogent, irrational. They can be half-baked, half-right, loop-de-doo, fork-tarded. They can be sound. They can be highly reasonable. Wrong? I don't know about that right-wrong. Accurate? Maybe. Inaccurate? Yep. Partially accurate? Yes. Delusional? Yep.
So I see where you're coming from. Wrong is defined as not correct or true, incorrect. So
Well,
if people, yes, so someone has a belief that isn't correct or true and was incorrect, they wouldn't be wrong. They wouldn't be wrong. Their belief would be wrong.
Well, yes, synonymous with inaccurate. It's like 2 + 2 is 5. That would be a wrong conclusion in that sense. But again, synonymous with inaccurate rather than wrong as in immoral or wrong as in unlawful.
Yeah, that's very different. Yeah, from where you're coming from, I completely agree. Yeah, but yeah, with the incorrect or not or just not true, not true. But yeah. No, I see where you're coming from. Yeah.
Not sound or not or half baked or yeah.
Since there's not many people in the room, I do want to touch on this subject because it isn't much addressed in Hangouts because there's not many people who really sort of talk about it, and yeah. But I've been very interested in sort of vegan philosophy, if you can call it that, and I started to question whether I could sort of justify eating animal products, and that's an interesting question. And for me personally, I couldn't find a good enough justification to eat animals. Now, some would say, well, you don't need to. Well, I don't need to, but I would like to. I would like to do an action where I'm justified.
It sounds like you want to do what's good, and if it doesn't seem good to eat animals, it doesn't seem good to eat animals, and but it sounds like your desire is perhaps more than to be just or justified. Your desire is for the good, for what's good in that area.
Yeah, I think that is it as well. No, yeah, I do agree. That's it as well. I mean, to me, before that, I did have a lot of misconceptions about things, and I could justify it before, but that was quite a lot based on ignorance. So, for instance, I honestly didn't think that someone could actually live on a vegetarian diet. I really didn't think that, or I didn't think someone could live on a vegan diet, and that's just not the case. You can live on a vegetarian diet, you can live on a vegan diet, and you can arguably live on you can arguably be even healthier. So I couldn't find really any good enough justification. I think
Is it because of your value of life, even life that's not as quality as human life, let's say, or as advanced, or
I think its sentience plays a big role in it. Life is life, a plant is a living thing, but what distinguishes a plant from an animal is that for the most part, most animals are sentient beings. That's another thing. A being, a plant, or you wouldn't consider a plant to be a being, really. you know, but you know, sentience is definitely something that does come into play, and yeah, I mean that's that for me. I mean, you know, there's all these hypotheticals, right? If we had this perfect scenario where we had this large field and this cow was in this large field and it had a natural or close to natural as we can possibly make it, which is kind of ironic because we're making nature for you know, we're trying to recreate nature, but no, we put them in a naturalistic environment. Don't know if that's word correctly, but we put the cow or whatever animal in a sort of an environment where it's best suited to them, or yeah, and or you know, we give them lots of space and we let them reproduce naturally instead of sort of an artificial insemination and stuff like that. We let them reproduce naturally, and then we only take we only take what's left over. So we don't steal all the milk from the cow and not let any of the calf take the milk. We take what's left over, and we do that. And so this hypothetical, I'd be much more willing. For instance, a hen's not going to do anything with an egg, really. I mean, realistically, what's a hen going to do with their egg? You know, if they've laid an egg, I'm not sure if egg is their menstrual, it is their period or not. I'm not too sure, but they're not going to do anything really with their egg. Sometimes they do need to eat the shell for the nutritional value. But realistically, for the most part, it's pretty much just waste. So I don't see a problem with eating eggs that much. It's pretty much just waste.
How about doing
but
laundry? You know, all the thousands or tens of thousands of dust mites that perish, old ones, young ones, ones that haven't had sex yet. I personally have no problem with doing laundry. I would not want to kill a cow. I wouldn't want to do it. I would find it dreadful, you know, to kill a cow and then slay it and then or slaughter it and then eat it. That would just be horrible. But dust mites, I don't have a heart for dust mites. You know, kill them by the tens of thousands, no problemo. But sorry to bring that into it. But
that is a good point. That's a very good point, Tommy. That's a good point you raised there. Yeah, there is stuff like that. I mean, for instance, if you eat a plant-based diet, it's going to be realistic that you're going to be killing insects in the process of doing that. And so you know, whether you'd be killing as much as you know, you wouldn't be killing as much as if you are on an animal-based diet, but you would still be killing insects as well, and even maybe like mice and type of animals like that. But no, the insect issue is quite interesting. I mean, you know, I would say that insects have, you know, animals, although we shouldn't base what we do on animals on really sentience as such, but I do think it comes into account. I mean, in this scenario here, we had a dust mite and a cow, you know. A dust mite doesn't have the same sentience as a cow. Now, you could say, well, by that logic, what's the problem with eating a cow then? Because it doesn't have the same sentience as us, but it still has sentience, and it still has a level of sentience enough to feel pain and to have the basic desire to live, whereas dust mites arguably do not. But no, I'm going to look up on dust mites because I haven't really looked into dust mites that much.
Cows are quite lovely, you know, especially when they're calves, and they're can be affectionate, and I don't know. I just personally, cows more worthy, And I guess everything that lives dies, granted. So even the cows all die and the dust mites all die. But personally, I have a higher appreciation of calves than I do dust mites. And I just don't care to destroy the lovely. I'll still eat a burger, but I don't. It's distasteful to me to kill such things.
I'll eat buffalo, but I have a problem with cattle. Cattle are raised to be slaughtered. I don't like that. Buffalo are more free roaming. They're more predatory. So when they kill them, yeah, and they do slaughter buffalo, but they basically just shoot a bullet in their head. So it's a lot more humane in my opinion. But yeah, I got a problem with how beef is processed. So I don't eat it on that basis.
Veal. Like veal, they lock little calves in a box, so that the meat remains tender, and that's just horrible. It's just horrible.
Yeah, I've never had veal before, actually.
Yeah, it doesn't seem good.
I would even go so far as to say there isn't really a humane way of killing an animal, really.
Well, you have to kill. Well, killing a chicken, I wouldn't even think twice about it. I'd chop its head off and pluck its feathers. I wouldn't care.
It used to be that when there were families that had chickens running around, that they would not, and a chicken would disappear and the chicken would appear on the Sunday table, that they would not tell the young ones about it. They wouldn't tell the young ones that was Eddie, their favorite little bird. Because it was distressing.
I know. I forgot to tell her.
Wyatt? Wyatt? Hold on a
cool.
second. Wyatt, do you go to a private school?
I go to public school.
This is the state of public education today.
Oh, okay.
You sit on hangouts at school, huh?
That's probably good.
I think it's at lunchtime though.
Education happens even at public school. There's the evidence.
What? No. Yeah. No. To address your point down. I mean, yeah. No. I agree that I would agree about eating animals in a more kind of sort of try and cause less suffering, basically. Minimize suffering is really important, and even though you're not completely abstaining from animals, at least you're trying to cause less suffering, and so I respect you for that.
That's honorable. That's honorable and good. Minimize suffering is good.
You got to think that I don't like the idea of killing another sentient being, because I think that even fish are sentient. But you don't think about it though when you fish and you pull it up, you cut its head off, you clean it out. It's really nothing, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah. There are actually some fish that we don't know really are sentient, and some people actually say it's okay to eat them. And I would actually I think that's actually interesting. I mean, because if an animal isn't sentient, then is there really a problem there with eating it? That is a very interesting question. But yeah, I mean, fish have even shown emotions of fear. But no, the methods that we do with farming is really just another level of just I mean, factory farming is really just completely wrong, and I mean I wouldn't even mind. I'd still kind of have a problem with it, but I wouldn't even mind if it was yeah, I mean, anything that minimizes suffering, I see as good, pretty much. Yeah, yeah. But there is things like, for instance, um, I mean, I'll give you an example. So, what's a good example? So we do fund the industry without even realizing it, though. For instance, having cheese, you wouldn't think having cheese really has anything to do with veal. You know, you say, so for instance, say you're a big cheese lover, you love to have cheese, and by having cheese, you're essentially sort of encouraging or um, giving money to that production, and I'll show you why. I don't know, maybe you guys won't agree. Yeah, I'll show you guys why, because maybe you're a bit like, what? Let me just plug my headphones in. No, I can't hear you guys. All right, Dave, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
All right, yeah, okay. So cheese comes from milk, pretty much. I mean, I don't really know the process of how they get milk to cheese. But milk does. Cheese does come from milk or just dairy. But we usually do it with cow milk. I can't think of the proper term for that, but let's just call it cow milk for now. So in order to actually get cow milk, the most common method is artificial insemination. So in order for a cow to lactate, we actually need the cow to be pregnant and have a child, because then the cow will produce milk for the child. You know, the same way humans as well, because the cow produces milk for the calf, and that's the reason why. That's the reason why. Excuse me, a bit of an indigestion there. But that's the reason why the cow produces milk. I don't know why I'm explaining that. Sorry, you're not children. But no, so that's how we get milk. So we have to artificially inseminate the cow, and they produce a calf, and then that's how we get the milk. Now, in doing that, the cow obviously is either going to have a male cow or a female cow. I actually can't think of them. Oh wow, I can't think of the names off the top of my head. Wow, Tommy. but no, so they either have a male cow or a female cow. I'll get to the point because I'm rambling. Now, if the male cow is if it's a male cow, it's very, very likely it's going to go into the veal industry. If it's a female cow, it will pretty much go into the dairy industry. Now, of course, not all male cows go into the veal industry, but I think the majority, or at least I'm pretty sure in the UK it's half, but I think in America it's a majority of them go into the veal industry. So you can see how maybe having dairy is sort of funding that, and maybe
participating with that in a way.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
There still is a big difference from having buying a pack of cheese and buying veal. There still is a difference there. I mean,
there is.
It's not exactly the same, right? Even though with the cheese you're funding it, with the veal, you're only funding it a tiny bit with the cheese, whereas with the veal, that's directly. I think you'd have to buy like hundreds of packets of cheese, or no, not maybe hundreds, but maybe a lot of cheese in order to actually do that. But yeah. So even though you are funding it, you're not really exactly the complete instigator, but you definitely are a contributor. But yeah.
That's unfortunate. That can be a conundrum. Who wants to fund that kind of suffering?
Right.
I would say that the suffering of a human child is qualitatively much more abhorrent than the suffering of one or one human child equals 10 million calves. Maybe 100 million.
I think it's wrong to harm anything, any animal, period. But
Not
it
good.
just depends on what ends you're aiming for here. You know, when Native Americans hunted the buffalo, they didn't have 7-Eleven to give them Slurpees and burritos. You know, they had to go out, and that was their food source. See, I want people to have a certain respect for these animals that they rely on. You know, like the Native Americans did. They utilized everything. I don't like to see people go to fast food places and fast food places in turn tossing out food like they do every day, just wasting that slaughter, so to speak. You know, I just think it'd be more humane to let these animals roam like the Native Americans did, and then, you know, when the time comes when they got to eat, then they hunt them down. You know, but in the meantime, at least the animals able to be free and not grow up in a building. You know, these hog confinements are horrible, man. They sit in one little stall, and they're just fed. You know,
Basically
fed.
torture.
You know, yeah, they're fed daily, get really fat, and they're stuck in the stall. And I don't see how sanitary that is. I don't see how the quality of the meat is even that good when they're not allowed to be grass fed and allowed to roam.
Yeah, I mean, as well, and what you're talking about, down the buffalo has a natural life. It's not sort of kept in a cage type of area, and it's not, you know, it roams free. You know, the only pain or the only suffering is when it dies, which is usually very quick or pretty quick at the end. Yeah, and
Save the dust mites. Save the calves. Save the children. Which seems more excellent?
Well, of course, it's going to be children, Tommy, but yeah, that's because it's our own species. But yeah, I mean, there definitely comes into play how we value different life forms. For instance, the difference between the difference between a dog and a rat, or the difference between a cow and an ant. You know, there is we value different life forms on so many things. It really comes down to so many different things.
2 calves are worth more than you, in my eyes.
Well, I don't see how we can really value the different life forms. It's such a hard thing. How do we base what it is? You know, yeah, it's a really interesting question.
Well, it's a matter of vision. If I see you as more valuable than 10,000 calves, is that good vision?
Well, that may be either you see me in a very, very, very good light, or you see cows as in a very, very bad light.
Perhaps, but qualitative excellence, quality. It seems more reasonable and rational to see you as more valuable than 100.
10,000.
10,000.
That's I don't 10,000. That's
abstract.
Maybe 100.
Hey, one sec here though. Hey, Wyatt, do you think it's humane to kill cows?
Well, this is really a slippery question, anyways. I guess.
How was it a slippery question, Wyatt?
It's a slippery question because we usually eat it for food, and I'm guessing that. What?
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking on G+.
Sorry?
Talking on G+. About killing cows and stuff like that.
Sorry?
About killing animals and stuff like that.
You're not doing that in class.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta go, man.
All right, see ya. Wow.
Who can go to school and sit on Google Plus all day? I mean, that's hilarious.
The teacher's like, "You're not doing that in class." Oh wow. But no, yeah, I would argue that there isn't really any way to sort of there isn't really a kind of, in general, a really kind of a humane way to kill an animal. I mean, there is sort of degrees of humane. So, for instance, chopping a cow's head off, it isn't as humane as shooting the cow brain dead, so they pretty much don't feel anything. There is a difference there. But overall, humane in general, humane is defined as having or showing compassion or benevolence. Okay, so my question is, how is it compassionate to kill a cow when it's needless, when it's unnecessary? That is the big question there. I mean, is it really okay? Is it really justified? Is it really humane to kill a cow when there's really no good reason to? I mean, let's look at the reasons to. Could the cow put your life in danger? Cows aren't really like aggressive animals too much. They're more kind of passive. You know, they're not carnivores. You know, they're herbivores. So you know, so cows wouldn't really put your life in danger, or if they did, it'll be very, very rare. I mean, show me an instance of a cow killing a human. I mean, I'm sure you'll find one, but it's very rare, basically. And so there's no real kind of reason there. So you could say for food, well, for most of us in the developed world, it isn't necessary. We don't need to eat meat or even animal products to survive. You know, and that's the biggest ethical argument, or the ethical objection to eating meat or just animal products in general, really.
Well, I'm never going to be able to give up chicken or fish, so, you know, I could probably give them everything else except for that.
Yeah, no, chicken is nice. Yeah, for me, milk was the heart. I love milk so much. I mean, even now, I still occasionally have the odd thing here and now, and but in these situations, I feel like I am justified because in quite a lot of these situations, it's either going in my stomach or it's going in the bin. So, you know, in that situation, I think it's definitely justifiable to you know. But no, yeah, I understand where you're coming from, man. You know, yeah, I understand where you're coming from.
What's wrong with dairy products?
What's wrong with dairy products? Well, I'd say that there still is the same. There still is killing involved.
They don't need to kill the cow though to make the milk and the cheese. I don't understand.
Right, but the way we produce milk, it pretty much funds the killing of cows. So the whole thing about earlier, I mean, if it was a sort of hypothetical situation where we had a cow and it was just living its life, you know, not really involving with ours, and we just sort of took the extra milk of the cow and we didn't actually kill the cow, or we didn't actually artificially inseminate the cow, and then, you know, but in order to actually produce the milk, in most cases, we use artificial insemination, so that pretty much produces a cow, which then pretty much goes into the business. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with the dairy products because you're not directly killing the cow to make the milk, so I don't have a problem with it.
Right, you're not directly, but you are contributing to it. You're not directly killing it. It's not like when you kill the cow, you know, you get the milk, but you are still contributing to the suffering and maybe the production of more cows. But no, to be honest, I wouldn't have a problem if the circumstances were different. So Actually, that's an interesting question, though. But no, I don't think I would have a problem too much. I haven't looked into that too much, but I don't think I would actually have a problem with having things like milk and eggs. These things, though, aren't really too important. I mean, I have found very good alternatives for milk, and I didn't really eat eggs before. I'm not really an egg. I didn't really like eggs. It wasn't, just wasn't really my type of thing, you know. But if the circumstances were different, I probably would actually. I probably would eat, drink milk and have dairy products. I mean, yeah, sure.
Not that it matters, but are you in your 20s or 30s or 40s?
20s.
And okay, because you think, yeah, I'm just curious where you're getting a lot of these ideas from. I mean, how do you get by without ice cream, though? Explain that one.
Yeah, man. Oh, it's difficult. There are so many things. For instance, bacon, like bacon. Oh, yeah, there are a lot of things that are very hard. I mean, just a lot of my food that I usually eat is just pretty much actually. I'm trying to think of a meal that didn't actually consist of something that had either meat or dairy in it. I'm trying to think now. I actually can't think off the top of my head of something. No, most. I mean, there are. Yeah, there are actually some pasta dishes that I would have that are vegan, but no, there are alternatives for ice cream, but there isn't really. I would say there really are amazing alternatives for ice cream, but no, but there are some tricky things, and sometimes I do sort of slide and have the occasional sort of kind of thing, and now and then, and there are times where I slide, but no, there are difficulties like ice cream. Yeah.
What part of the UK are you in?
I live in Kent, so that's kind of South London, I would say.
So how far is downtown London from you? About 30 miles?
Yeah, you guessed it. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, that's pretty nice to have London so close. Just pop in there whenever I want.
Yeah, your accent doesn't sound very much like a London accent, though.
No, I think that's due to my parents. My mum's New Zealander, my dad's Italian. So, but I don't know. I don't even know where I really get my accent from because people around my area don't sound really anything like me either. It's interesting because I don't really. I wouldn't say I sound kind of Kiwi. I wouldn't say I sound Italian. I don't really know what my accent really is. But no, yeah. Where are you from, though, Down?
I'm from Nebraska.
Ah, cool.
So, there's about only 5 places that are worth living in America, but the problem with living there is it's not affordable.
Yeah.
I'd like to move to Vancouver, relatively close to Vancouver, kind of like you are to London, about 15 miles from Vancouver. I could live on the American side and then drive to Vancouver